Chapter 14. Just what have you been feeding this kid, Jiraiya? The sage merely laughed at Tsunade's words, standing next to him, and placing a hand on his head, much to Daffy's annoyance. I know, right? The kid's as tall as I am now. Daffy shoved Jiraiya's hand away, addressing Tsunade once again. So, what all have I missed since we've been gone? Tsunade sighed, getting up from her chair and looking out the window in her office. He and Jiraiya had gone to visit Tsunade after catching up with everyone else. They needed to announce their return and see what has been going on in the village, if anything. She turned around to look at them. To be brief, it's been very quiet these last couple years. The Sand has Gaara as their Kazekage, and the new treaty has been doing well. We no longer accept any missions from the Wind Daimyo, and the Sand begins paying reparations for the damage on the Leaf. We've also been planning some joint missions with Sand and Leaf Ninja, a way to increase village relations. Daffy looked at her expectantly, and Tsunade looked back out the window. But I'm guessing you're more interested in Danzo, aren't you? Heh. Yes, tell what that old fool has been up to, Tsunade. She was silent for a moment, before finally speaking, looking back at them. He's been fairly quiet for the most part, or at least he's trying to be. I've gotten reports that he's been meeting with several important figures throughout the village and even in the capital. He's planning something, Naruto. Daffy nodded at her. Tell me again, why I can't just kill him and be done with it? She sighed, rubbing her temples with her fingers. Because Naruto, as much as I hate it, Danzo is an important member of the village, and simply killing him is out of the question. What would the other village officials do if they saw one of their own killed simply because we don't like him? Heh. Such a weak excuse, but I'll play along for now. Is there anything else? She took on a grave look, sitting back down into her chair. Yes. Tell me, Jiraiya, just what have you all been doing while you have been out of the village? Jiraiya looked slightly surprised at being addressed, before adopting a thoughtful expression. What have we been doing? Well, we traveled around as we trained, trying to gather information on the Akatsuki and their members. Didn't have much luck in that, I'm afraid. Other than that, though, not too much. Naruto here was rather insistent on spending most of the time training. Why, what's going on? She looked at him for a moment, before reaching into a pile of papers on her desk and presenting a large stack of papers to him. Jiraiya picked them up, reading through them at a quick pace. Honestly, I'm surprised you haven't caught wind of this already. But it seems there are rumors going on about you, Naruto. Daffy raised an eyebrow, curious about what she meant. Rumors? And just what are they saying about little ol' me? The other villages are saying you've been killing several of their shinobi. He looked over at Jiraiya, who put the stack of papers back on the desk, explaining their content. Those papers are copies of several reports from other villages, warning about a Rouge ninja killing several of their own. All of them having been killed by what they suspect to be ninja wire. They also describe a tall, blonde man being the culprit. Daffy looked down at the report, curious. Heh. So, someone's going around and framing me for killing several shinobi internationally? Danzo must think he's clever. Does anyone already suspect me to be this person? Tsunade nodded her head. Yes, already the Hidden Mist and their new Mizukage have contacted us. Apparently, one of their ninja suspected you to be the cause. Specifically, one Zabuza Momochi. Any idea why? Team 7 ran into the guy on our first real mission. Kind of forgot about him in all honesty. So, what did you tell them? Tsunade sighed, looking at him intently. This is where things get tricky. We're in some trouble here, Naruto. While the death of a few nameless ninja won't be causing a war anytime soon, if your name and face is suddenly brought to the forefront of the world, we'll have some issues. He raised an eyebrow toward her. Such as? Jiraiya spoke up next, taking a seat in one of the chairs in Tsunade's office. Naruto, as I'm sure you know, your parents were very powerful ninja. Because of this, they were well known all around the world. If anyone was to discover that they had a child, Daffy scoffed at them. What? Are you saying they'll come after me? Fight me over some petty, unjustified grudge? Tsunade shook her head at him. No, Naruto, that's not what we mean. It's true that your parents had made many enemies, but no one would come after you because of that. Ninja know what war is like, and most are not willing to go after someone for the sins of their parents. The reason they would be after you is because of just how strong you are. They don't see you as Minato or Kushina's son, Naruto, Jiraiya said. They see you as their strength, the key to the flying thunder god, the Rasengan, chakra powerful enough to suppress a tailed beast. To them, you're the key to becoming the next Yellow Flash, and men have killed over far less than that. Daffy gritted his teeth, beginning to become irritated with the two Sannin. So, what is it you two are suggesting here? Do you just expect me to remain in the village, never going out in the world out of fear? That's not what we're saying, Naru. Then what is it then? He asked, interrupting Tsunade. I'm not afraid to take on anyone that comes after me, Tsunade. I've trained these 3 years to face the Akatsuki, a few petty thieves are not going to scare me. And what about the others then? Daffy looked over to Jiraiya questionably. Jiraiya continued. This isn't the first time we've seen something like this happen, Naruto. If someone does go after you for your parents' techniques and abilities, they'll do anything they need to achieve their goal. That includes targeting people close to you. We both know that there are very few people you can't take on alone, if anyone, but I don't hold that same confidence for your friends. Daffy was silent as he processed Jiraiya's words. He looked over to Tsunade. What exactly did the hidden mist want? She hesitated before answering. It hasn't been very long since the mist has been under new management. That being said, there are still small pockets of the former Mizukage's forces, fighting against their new Kage. The 5th Mizukage, Meitarumi, has requested your aid specifically. You are to travel to the hidden mist and meet up with one of their ninja. Once there, they will give you the location and whereabouts of several known bases for the rebellion. You simply have to get rid of them. And just why is the Mizukage requesting me of all people and why should I accept? This mission is for your benefit. We've already explained that someone is framing you, and if the mist can see and meet with you, it would help prove that point. By helping them with their problem, they are agreeing to not reveal your identity to the world and post a bounty on you. It isn't much, but it's all we've got. And if it's a trap? Tsunade smiled toward him. Well, you said you can take care of yourself, didn't you? I don't see why I should worry. He grinned at her. Fine then, when do I have to leave for this mission? She pulled out a stack of documents from her desk, handing it to him. In a couple days. That there is everything we know about the situation in the hidden mist. I suggest reading it carefully. He turned around, leaving Tsunade's office. It was a real pain, having to leave the village so soon after arriving. He didn't like it, but he supposed there was no harm in accepting the mission. He had enough things to deal with already, so if he could avoid adding another problem to his list with one simple mission, then he saw no harm in doing so. He walked out of the tower, thinking about Tsunade and Jiraiya's words. His new parents, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Jiraiya had told him several stories about them, and he didn't know how to feel about them. They had never really been brought up too much before, so he never had to worry about them. Now though, he couldn't help but compare them to his first set of parents. They both seemed like his mother in some regards, kind and compassionate, but they were ninja as well. The two were powerful and had killed many over the length of their careers, not that he really cared about that. Did he miss them? Not really. It was hard to miss someone you had never gotten to meet, after all. But that didn't mean he didn't want to meet them. He wondered, if he ever got the chance to speak with them, what would he say? He shook the thought from his head, walking back to his old apartment complex. The others were waiting there, Daffy and Jiraiya wanting to meet with Tsunade really quick. He jumped into the air, traveling along the rooftops as he made his way back. The village had come far since he had been gone. The damage from Kabuto's attack had been fully repaired, and Tsunade now had her own monument on the mountain as well. He landed on the ground, appearing in front of his apartment door. He could already hear everyone inside, and he opened the door. As soon as he walked in, he knew that he would have to talk to Sasuke about that mansion he wanted to build. His apartment was packed, making it almost impossible to move around without having to squeeze by someone. The rest of the rookies turned over to him as he walked in, Kiba being the first to approach him. Kiba reached up and placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling brightly at him. Man Naruto, who knew you would end up being so tall, huh? And what's with the pink jacket? During his travels, he had been lucky enough to find a pink feathered jacket like his old one. It was smaller, of course, but he didn't hesitate to make Jiraiya buy it for him, and he had worn it ever since. He chuckled down at the other boy, brushing Kiba's hand off. Say's the one wearing a black leather jacket, he asked jokingly. Hinata and Niji came up to him next, Hinata surprisingly being the one to speak first. It's good to see you in the village again, Naruto? Daffy looked down at the girl, surprised at the change. She had grown her hair out, and she seemed to be much more confident as well. He grinned at her and nodded. You as well, Hinata. How have the two of you been? Niji spoke next, standing next to Hinata. We have Can we please get out of here? There's way too many of us. He looked over, seeing Ino next to Sakura and Shikamaru. Daffy chuckled, opening the door and calling out to the rest of the Konoha 12. Heh. Let's get out of here and grab some dinner instead. Choji had been quite adamant about going to a very particular restaurant, a grill and barbecue place. Daffy was usually very adamant about avoiding them, but he decided to make a brief exception, just this once. They walked in, getting a very large table in the center of the restaurant. Daffy made sure to grab the first seat, dragging one of the chairs over so he could sit at the very end of the table. Sasuke and Sakura sat on either side of him, with Temari next to Sakura and Lee next to Sasuke. They ordered their food, Daffy taking a good look at everyone around him. They had all changed quite a bit, taller now, and more mature as well. He never really noticed it with the others, considering he was around them almost all the time during the last few years. So, Naruto, how much did you learn while you were away? He looked over at Shikamaru, who looked back expectantly. Quite a bit actually. Wanna go to a training ground and find out? He grinned at the lazy boy. Shikamaru gave a small smile while scoffing at him. Yeah, no thanks. I couldn't take you on when we were genin, let alone now. Besides, a spar on one of my few days off would be such a drag. Temari looked over to the boy in interest. Days off? Have you been that busy recently? Choji spoke up next, the large boy swallowing a mouthful of potato chips. Yep, Shikamaru here was selected as one of the proctors of the next Chunin exam. The group continued to talk, reminiscing about the last few years and talking about what they had all been up to. Taking advantage of everyone being distracted, he looked over to Sasuke. Sasuke, I wanted to talk to you about something. The raven-haired boy looked over, a curious look on his face. What is it, Naruto? It's about your home, the Uchiha compound? Sasuke raised an eyebrow at that, no doubt wondering what he could possibly want with the place. Yes? What about it? He offered a small smile to the other boy. I was wondering about something. I don't want us all to be separated and living apart like we are now. Jiraiya recently gave me a large amount of money, so I was wondering if it was alright if we could build a large house in the Uchiha compound for us to live in. The look of surprise on Sasuke's face, well, it didn't surprise him. He knew he was asking for a lot here, but he knew it was important. He was going to convince the boy one way or another, but he figured he should at least ask him first. Can I think about it for a bit? Daffy looked over, seeing several waiters coming by with their food. He nodded quickly towards Sasuke as the food arrived, everyone beginning to eat. It was a welcome experience, and he couldn't help but grin as he imagined waking up to this every day. Are you sure you want to do this, Sakura? It would be such a shame for you to fall on your face like usual after all these years of training. He grinned at Sakura's pout, who raised her arms up while adopting a small smirk of her own. Trust me, Naruto, things are going to be a lot different this time around. Daffy pulled his hands from his pockets, waiting for Sakura's approach. All right then, show me. She rushed toward him, a fist already flying forward. He couldn't help but smirk at the classic attack, his strings pulling him upward and making him float behind her, a light kick aimed at the side of her head. He was surprised when she quickly brought a hand up, catching his foot. He grimaced when he felt her grip, his bones beginning to groan at her strength. She pulled him closer and turned around, her other fist ripping through the air as Daffy brought his arms up, blocking the attack. He clenched his teeth as the fist impacted, sending him flying into the forest behind them. He dug his feet into the ground, slowly stopping his momentum. He looked up at her, a smirk on his face. I think you just fractured my forearms. Is that any way to treat family? She smirked, kicking off the ground and appearing before him. You're pretty tough, I'm sure you can handle it. She sent another punch toward him, but he was prepared this time. He jumped backward, dodging the punch that she had sent his way. He began to chuckle. Your strength is pretty impressive, but you'll need a bit more than that too. He stopped talking as he saw chakra extend from Sakura's fingertips, forming a familiar shape, a chakra scalpel. He wasn't surprised at the technique, expecting Sakura to have learned it by now. What did surprise him was the shape of the scalpel. It was growing, and it was growing fast. He used his strings to pull him to the side, dodging the scalpel that went further, impaling into the tree a meter behind him. He looked over, bewildered at the extreme display of chakra control. He looked back to see a smirking Sakura. Is that enough? She asked, confident. He grinned at her, preparing to escalate the spar. Nope. His strings pulled him forward, his armament haki surging forth, no longer holding back. He sent a kick forward, Sakura bringing up her arms to block it. His attack landed, and Daffy pushed, throwing Sakura through the forest. He rushed forward, following her body as it soared through the air, crashing through several trees. He sidestepped suddenly, dodging a spear of stone that erupted suddenly from the ground. He looked at it for a moment, contemplating. She was able to make this without hand seals, and while also in the air, not touching the ground. Her earth style is impressive, better than mine at least. Let's see how she handles this then. He looked upward, seeing Sakura rush to meet him once again. His hands gestured forward, strings erupting outward and toward Sakura, lightning chakra surging through them. She made hand seals, walls of earth erupting upward to protect her. His lightning-enhanced strings merely cut through them, revealing Sakura, who had finished making several hand seals. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Water erupted behind her, forming into a large dragon that began hurtling toward him. He grinned, making his own hand seals as well. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. The two dragons met, an explosion of mist rushing outward into the forest. Daffy didn't rest though, rushing forward to drive a harsh knee into Sakura's stomach, coating it in haki. She caught it with one hand, the other sending a fist toward his face. He leaned backward, dodging the punch and pointing a finger toward her. Bullet string. Condensed orbs of strings fired outward, Sakura tilting her head to dodge them. Daffy used his strings to pull himself away from her, but Sakura moved, catching up to him in midair. Her hand was about to extend, sending another long-range chakra scalpel, but Daffy moved quickly, his strings tying around her hands and to the nearby strings. He grimaced, kicking off the air to dodge Sakura's next attack. Her lips pursed, a high-pressure jet of water spraying from her mouth, cutting through the trees behind him. He stood on suspended strings, looking down at Sakura as she pulled, snapping the strings that were holding her down. Heh. You have gotten pretty good. But... He brought a hand up, his pointer finger raised, and then swiftly bending downward. Sakura looked confused at the action, as the spool of strings at her feet tightened, wrapping around her ankles and pulling her feet out from underneath her. She fell, face planting into the ground. He jumped down, laughing all the while. You still have some ways to go before you're on my level. Heh. His strings dissolved, releasing Sakura as she looked up from the ground, a pout on her face. He merely grinned at her, watching as she slowly got up, brushing herself off. Yeah, I know. But I've gotten a lot stronger now, haven't I? He nodded at her, but he knew that it was just a rhetorical question. He was about to speak up, but Sakura was faster. Hey, Naruto. He looked at her curiously, gesturing for her to continue. There's something I want you to have. He raised an eyebrow, watching as she reached into her pouch, pulling something out and offering it to him. Here, it's for you. He grabbed it slowly, turning it around in his hand, examining it. It was old and was very damaged. It was covered in several burns, and the leather cover on the front was half gone. He opened it, wanting to see the contents of the pages. Like the outside, many of the pages were burnt beyond repair, but he could still make some of them out. They seemed to be several drawings, but he couldn't make out what they were supposed to be of. They were too damaged, and honestly, they weren't that good. He looked at Sakura, waiting for an explanation. She smiled at him. When I was in the academy, I didn't have many friends. So, to pass the time, I would draw a lot. At first, it was just random doodling and such, but, eventually, I started to draw about what I wanted to grow up and be. She grabbed the book for a moment, opening it up to a certain page. There was another picture there. One he could clearly recognize as Sakura, though he didn't know the others. There was someone standing next to her, and they were surrounded by several other figures. This here, is me and you, surrounded and fighting off several enemy shinobi. He looked at her, but she didn't meet his gaze, looking at the worn picture. I always wanted to be a strong ninja, just like you. I wanted to stand by you, and be a powerful and wise shinobi, just like you. So, I would draw about it, hoping that, one day, the drawings would come true. And why are you giving this to me now? She paused for a moment, before looking away from the drawing, and staring up at him. Because, I don't need these drawings anymore. I already know what I want to be, and how I'm going to become the person in this drawing. But... He looked at her expectantly, waiting for her to continue. She did so. But I don't think you know what you want to be, Naruto. I've watched you for a long time, and even now, I don't know what your goal is in life. Do you want to be Hokage, or just a really strong ninja? He paused for a moment, about to speak, but Sakura interrupted him. You don't have to answer, but I want you to keep this. So, you know that, no matter what you choose, or what path you want to take, we're gonna be right here to fight for you. It's because of you that we are who we are today, so none of us will hesitate to help you become who you want to be either, okay? He looked at her, waiting so see if she would continue. When she didn't, he simply began to chuckle. Heh. I guess all those years apart made you pretty talkative, huh? She merely pouted at him, slapping his arm with a hand. Hey, this is a serious conversation here. Don't ruin it with jokes. He chuckled, grabbing the book and placing it in the pouch on his right leg. Don't worry, I heard you loud and clear. Now, let's get going. We're supposed to be meeting up with everyone else soon. She nodded, joining him as they both began to walk toward the Uchiha compound. The two reached the Uchiha compound, seeing everyone else had already arrived. Sasuke was outside and standing in the road, looking at his house. Temari and Lee were behind him, both of them turning to look at him and Sakura as they approached. Daffy nodded toward them, standing next to Sasuke and looking around the compound. He turned toward him. Well, Sasuke? What do you think? He didn't answer for a moment, and when he did, his voice was hollow. You know, it's been a long time since there's been anyone else living in these walls. Not since the day Itachi. He stopped, and no one spoke a word, merely waiting for him to continue. It was bizarre, you know? One morning, the streets were filled with members of my family, all of them living out their lives and working together to further the clan. The next morning, I was the only one here. Walking through these streets, every day, always being reminded of what Itachi had done. I hated it. Sasuke took a deep breath, turning around and walking toward the clan wall, Temari and Lee moving out of his way. There was a symbol on it, the Uchiha clan's mark. Directly in the middle of it, was a small hole with cracks spidering out from it, as if something had pierced through the rock. Sasuke touched the impurity gently, as if remembering something. I guess it wouldn't be so bad, having some life in this place again. Daffy smiled slowly, watching Sasuke turn toward him. He could make out a small smile on the Uchiha's face as well. All right then. I'll go to Tsunade before I leave on my mission tomorrow, and have her arrange everything. They looked toward him curiously. Temari began the first to speak her mind. Huh? What mission? Daffy suddenly remembered that he forgot to mention his mission to everyone, too caught up in, well, catching up with everyone. He nodded toward Temari. Yeah, Tsunade gave me a mission in the land of water, so I'll be gone for just a bit. Virgo took a step forward, Daffy recognizing a slightly worried expression on his face. And you're going alone? He grinned at him. Heh. Don't worry so much, Lee, I'll be just fine. It'll only be a couple days at most, so you'll barely notice I'm gone. They nodded toward him, and he looked toward the setting sun. He began to laugh, moving quickly as well. Heh. In the meantime, let's all stay at Sasuke's house, his treat. He rushed through Sasuke's front door, ignoring his cries. Hey, wait a minute. I don't have enough room for all of you. And don't you dare steal my bed, Naruto. Lord Kazekage, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Gaara shook his head at Baki, ending the council meeting. He waited as the other council members got up and left, Kankuro, who was standing behind him, speaking after they were alone. Well, they're certainly happy about all this, aren't they? Gaara got up, nodding at Kankuro's words. It was true, the rest of the village's council did not agree with his ideas. Wanting to increase village relations and begin fielding joint missions with the Leaf went against their ideals and customs, and the older generation was a stubborn one. They felt that they were showing weakness and not displaying their strength enough, that teaming up with the Leaf like this was being too over-reliant on a potential enemy. They failed to acknowledge that, when they did show their strength 3 years ago, they had lost, and they were at the Leaf's mercy as well. Still, Gaara ignored their suborned nature, knowing that he knew what was best for them. It was almost sad really. Gaara didn't think of himself as egotistical, but he couldn't help but feel wiser at the age of 16 than these village elders who were well into their later years in life. He walked out of the room, walking onto a nearby balcony and overlooking his village. The meeting had run late, the sun already beginning to set. He felt Kankuro walk up to him as well, merely waiting for his shift to end. Things had not been well between the two of them, Gaara having to assign Kankuro as one of his bodyguards simply to spend time around his older brother. Have you written Temari at all, Kankuro? He waited for his answer, and he could practically feel Kankuro's head shake. And not yet, Lord Kazekage. He suppressed a sigh. You should do that soon. She should be back from her trip soon, and I want to head back to the Leaf in a few days to meet her and Naruto. You'll be coming with me as well. It would be best if the two of you shared at least some words before you next meet. I'll be sure to do that soon, Lord Kazekage. He couldn't suppress the next sigh, his hands on the balcony's railing as he leaned forward. Lord Kazekage, that was how Kankuro addressed him now. When he had first earned the title, he had been proud of it, ready to repay the debt that he had owed this village in full. But, hearing Kankuro call him that time after time, the title began to lose its allure. He looked up suddenly, feeling something was off. There was a shadow on one of the roofs, one that he didn't recognize. He spent all of his time awake and sitting outside at nights, cursing his inability to sleep. Because of that, he knew the shadow and shape of every bird that soared over his village, and this was not one of them. He turned toward Kankuro. Kankuro, get Baki and tell him to put the village on alert. We have an intruder. He didn't wait for a reply, sand already bursting from his gourd and creating a platform for him to stand on. He took to the air, another cloud of sand chasing down the strange bird in the sky. It was pure white, and large as well. With the help of the moonlight, he could see someone sitting on top of the bird, wearing a dark robe with red clouds. So the Akatsuki are here, just like Jiraiya said they would. Naruto and Jiraiya had warned him about the Akatsuki, and how they were after Shikaku. It seems that they had re-emerged, but he wasn't expecting them to come into his village so readily. He chased the Akatsuki member with his sand, trying to chase him out of the village. He knew this fight would be destructive, and he didn't want to get the villagers caught up in this. Whoever he was fast, his bird easily avoiding his sand as it chased him out of the village. When his enemy was finally outside of his walls, he pulled back his sand, his platform rising up to meet his opponent. Well, I wasn't expecting to be found out so quickly. How did you know I was here? He looked on with an impassive face, replying to the Akatsuki member. He recognized him from the bingo books, Deidara, a missing ninja from the hidden stone. There are no birds like that in this desert. Now, tell me what you want. The blonde bomber grinned at him. I'm gonna need you to come with me. But by all means, please feel free to resist. It'll make this even more fun. Gaara grimaced, looking at his opponent for the last few minutes. The fight hadn't been going very well. The two of them were both long to mid-range fighters, one focusing on defense, and the other focusing on offense. Deidara had the upper hand as well, Gaara having to prevent him from attacking his village. This wasn't working, he needed to switch things up, or he was going to lose. Man, you're pretty good, you know that. You're the perfect candidate, the perfect person to display my art to. He ignored his opponent's rambling, deciding to change his tactics. The two of them were still in the air, Deidara on his bird and Gaara on his platform of sand. Gaara extended an open hand, calling the desert toward him. He could see Deidara tense slightly, anticipating an attack, but none would come, not yet. The desert around them began to rise, forming tendrils that whirled and met his open palm. He concentrated, condensing the sand as hard as he could. Soon, the sand began to take shape, and Gaara started the next phase as well. His platform began to crawl up his body, covering his body, similar to the invisible armor of sand he always wore, but this was far from invisible. The sand covered parts of his arms, legs and back, leaving his torso open. His open palm suddenly gripped tightly, holding onto the weapon he had formed. Ultimately hard absolute attack, Spear of Shikaku. Gaara floated there for a moment, using the sand he had covered himself with to carry his body, the platform no longer underneath them. He watched as Deidara smirked toward him. Going on the offensive, I see, not that it'll do you much good. You couldn't catch me with your sand before, so why should it be any different now? Gaara ignored him, lazily throwing his spear at Deidara. The wing of his bird was instantly clipped, the spear rocketing through the air and surprising Deidara at its speed. He watched as the man began to fall, calling his spear back to him. There was a poof of smoke, a new bird replacing the old one, and Gaara grabbed his spear out of the air. The spear was heavy, yes, but its density gave him a superb control over the spear. Because of its shape, it cut through the air easily, meeting little to no air resistance, making it travel far faster than his ordinary sand. He moved, flying toward the Akatsuki member who seemed to be rushing toward a nearby rocky plateau. He threw his spear again, Deidara turning swiftly, and avoiding the attack, but his creation wasn't so lucky. He abandoned it immediately, falling toward the ground and onto the top of the plateau. He looked up, holding multiple clay creations in his hands. Gaara touched down onto the ground, his spear back in his hands as he began twirling it, one-handed. Heh, so you have some other tricks up your sleeve, so what? Now, you're just more vulnerable to my AR. He was interrupted as the spear rocketed toward him once again, Deidara quickly sidestepping to avoid it. He wasn't fast enough, the weapon cutting his left arm clean off. To his credit, Deidara didn't even let out a grimace, his other hand opening and sending out several small, bird-shaped explosives. Gaara flew into the air to avoid them. Using enhanced sand armor along with Shikaku's spear took a great amount of concentration and chakra, and he couldn't control more sand to defend himself. He needed to avoid Deidara's attack now more than ever. He called back his spear, grabbing it within his hands. He drew the spear back, enhancing it with wind chakra, and slashed forward. It wasn't much, since sand wasn't meant to channel wind chakra very well, but the small storm of wind blades was more than enough to kill Deidara's creations. He moved quickly, dashing in front of Deidara and swinging his spear at him. He watched Deidara step forward, trying to block the blunt part of the spear's handle with his body, his remaining hand forming a fist and hurtling toward him. Gaara knew it was over by then, ignoring the attack and putting more force into his own. Suddenly, Deidara was launched up and backward, dodging his attack. He looked over curiously, seeing Deidara now kneeling next to another figure, another Akatsuki member. They were hunched forward, and had a black bandana covering their face, showing only their eyes. His voice was deep and harsh as he chastised his partner. Deidara, you idiot. What were you thinking trying to block that attack? Deidara quickly got up, anger apparent on his face. I was perfectly fine, Sasori. You didn't have to interfere. The other man, Sasori, scoffed at him. It would seem that I did. If you were paying attention, you would know that you would be dead right now if that attack hit you. Deidara had a look of confusion on his face, as Sasori explained. Do you really think that the Jinchuriki is swinging that thing with his own strength? With all the sand he condensed into it? He's using his control over sand to swing that thing so casually, fooling you into thinking it's lighter than it really is, and if you had tried to block it like you did, it would tear right through you. Gaara reared back his spear, planning to attack while the two were bickering. Something struck his spear as he did so, and he could feel the chakra holding it together become unstable. He threw the spear off the plateau, watching as his spear exploded outward into a mass of sand, the chakra holding it together disappearing. He looked back toward his opponents, seeing that 2 more had joined them. Well, that was fairly disappointing, wasn't it, Itachi? I was hoping we would get here first. Oh well. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki. A total of 4 Akatsuki members were here now, and Gaara knew that he didn't stand a chance against them all. He stretched out a hand, quickly forming a new spear while jumping backward. The Akatsuki members scattered as he threw the new weapon toward them, the spear striking the ground. The plateau shattered instantly, crumbling apart, and Gaara dropped to the desert, abandoning his enhanced armor and spear. He needed the chakra. He slowly raised his arms, calling up the desert surrounding them. The 4 Akatsuki members landed in front of him, and he clasped his hands together. The desert formed walls surrounding them, quickly trapping them all together, and began to swiftly collapse inward. His only chance right now was to bring the entire desert onto them and crush them all before they defeated him. He saw Kisame rush toward him, his unsheathed sword slashing through the air. He jumped back, trying to avoid it, but it was no use. It contacted his torso, sucking away his chakra and making his sand armor fall uselessly to the desert below. Kisame pulled the sword across his body while jumping backward, the scales ripping into his flesh through his clothes, the pain making him close his eyes. More chakra was lost, the dome of sand beginning to falter as it closed in. He opened his eyes, seeing a small, white bird gently fly in front of his face. There was an eruption of noise, his vision turning white for a moment, and then swiftly turning black. It had taken him about a day to get there, and he was hoping to get this done quickly. The land of water was far away from the Leaf Village, and he had a bad feeling that he would need to return there soon. The letter that the mist had sent included an area to meet with a mist ninja, who would tell him the location of his targets. He had just arrived. Honestly, they could have picked a better spot. A nearby village or inn, maybe even a tourist attraction. Instead they picked the middle of nowhere, in the center of a foggy lake of course. His haki assured him that there was no one else here, so it wasn't a trap. The only other person was Zabuza, who was trying to hide within the mist. He sent him a wide grin. Zabuza appeared not long after, a scowl evident on his face, even through the bandages. The man hadn't changed much, though he seemed shorter. That was probably just because he was slightly taller than the mist ninja now. Zabuza grunted at him. Brat, you've grown. He grinned at his former enemy. And you haven't. So, tell me Zabuza, what do you need my help killing that someone like you couldn't manage it? He enjoyed watching the man glare at him in anger. Shut you mouth, kid. The Mizukage simply wanted you to handle this instead. If she sent me I would have it done in no time at all. And yet here we are, you simply being the messenger boy? Zabuza pulled something out of his pouch, a small map. Watch it. Now, let's hurry up and get this done. There are only 3 more encampments left, and this lake is the center of all of them. So, you can choose which one you want to attack first, they're all the same distance away from here. He took a look at the map thoughtfully, before looking up at him. Is there any possibility of civilian casualties at all? They all seem to be in the middle of nowhere. Zabuza shook his head. No, all of the enemy encampments in civilian villages and territories were taken care of first, since the Mizukage thought they had a higher priority. You can go all out on these last ones here. Daffy nodded, jumping off the lake and toward the base to the north. Tsunade sighed as she stamped the next document, putting it in the pile to her left. When she took this job, she never realized how boring it really was. She always saw it as protecting the Leaf Village and being its guardian, not endless amounts of paperwork. She eyed the closed door to her office carefully, and, not hearing any footsteps, opened the bottom drawer of her desk. She lifted the false bottom, and gleefully looked at the full bottle of sake that lay within. Her time as Hokage was seriously digging into her drinking time, and she needed a break anyways. Just as she was about to pull it out, her office door slammed open, startling her as Shizun walked in. Lady Tsunade. It's an emergency. She quickly closed the drawer, clearing her throat as she pretended that she wasn't about to just drink on the job. She sighed internally, wondering what could be so important so early in the morning. Yes Shizun, what is it? Shizun handed her a letter, which she promptly took and began to read. The Cipher Division just decoded it, ma'am. It's an urgent letter from the Hidden Sand? She nodded toward her as she continued to read, her eyes widening as she read the contents of the letter. She gestured for her umbu, two of them quickly appearing in front of her. Get Team Kakashi and Team Guy here immediately, and grab Temari as well. Go, now. They nodded slightly and disappeared, and she looked over to Shizune, who had a confused expression on her face. She shook her head at her apprentice, telling her that she would explain when everyone else got there. She didn't have to wait long, the two teams and Temari appearing before her quickly. Kakashi spoke first. You needed to see us, Lady Hokage? She nodded promptly, not wasting any time. Yes, you have an urgent mission. We received word, just a few minutes ago, that the Kazekage has been kidnapped by the Akatsuki. She ignored Temari's gasp, continuing onward. Team Kakashi, you will head out immediately to the hidden sand and find out more about what they know. Team Guy will stay here on standby until we receive more information from you. Team 7 nodded, and Tsunade looked over at Temari. I'm assuming you wish to go with them? She nodded, determination clear in her eyes. Very well. Sakura, summon part of Katsuyu when you get more information about what's happening. I will have her summoned here in the leaf to relay anything you learn to Team Guy. Her apprentice nodded at her as her other teammate, Sasuke, spoke up next. What about Naruto? He'll want to know as soon as possible. She grimaced, knowing that Naruto would want to be informed immediately. She placed a palm on her desk, smoke erupting outward. When it cleared, a small piece of Katsuyu appeared, who was confused at her summons. I will send a piece of Katsuyu in a sealing scroll, who will also tell him any information you gather. Huh? What's going on, Princess Tsunade? She looked down at the small slug, waving her off for a moment. I'll explain in a second, Katsuyu. Now, are there any questions? Both teams shook their heads. Good, then get going. Both teams moved out of her office, getting ready for their mission. She sighed, pulling open the bottom drawer of her desk and opening the bottle of sake. She ignored Shizune's rant about drinking in the middle of a crisis as she gulped half the bottle in one go. She really needed to retire soon, she was getting too old for this shit. Kakashi and the rest of his team had gathered their things quickly and headed out as soon as possible. It took them just over a day to get there, but they had made it to the hidden sand. One of the Jonin, one that he recognized, Baki, was at the gate, ready to meet them. He introduced himself. This is Team 7, responding to a call for aid requested by the hidden sand. He made sure to keep things brief and professional, wanting to move as quickly as he could. Baki nodded toward him, his gaze lingering on Temari for a moment before looking back toward him. Yes, thank you. Last night, our village was attacked by the Akatsuki, and Lord Gaara was kidnapped and taken by them. Were you able to confirm any of their identities? Baki nodded toward him. Yes, we had several shinobi combat them on their way out of the Land of Wind. We were able to identify Deidara of the Hidden Stone, Sasori of the Hidden Sand, Kisame of the Hidden Mist and Itachi of the Hidden Leaf. His eyes widened at Baki's words. 4 of them? 2 of them had been enough trouble already, but having 4 of them would make this mission much harder than anticipated. Especially with someone like Itachi on the field. He looked over at Sasuke, expecting to see a reaction, but was surprised to see almost none. He put that at the back of his mind, turning back toward Baki. All right then. Do you have anything that we can use to track them down? Baki nodded, gesturing to a nearby sand ninja, who brought over a small box. Yes, they had all fought on a large plateau a bit far from here, that is now destroyed. When searching for Gaara inside of the rubble, we found this. He opened the box, revealing a rather mangled arm. Strangely enough, it had a mouth on the hand's palm. I take it this belonged to one of the Akatsuki members? Baki nodded his head. Yes, we believe so. Other than this, we don't have anything to help you track down the Akatsuki. I am sorry. Kakashi shook his head, placing a palm onto the sand at his feet. There was a large puff of smoke, revealing his tracking dog, Pakin. It's fine, this will be enough. Pakin, I need you to remember the scent on this arm and head back to the leaf. Team Guy will be on their way, and I need you to guide them to the owner of this arm. He watched the small dog sniff the arm, before sighing. Geez Kakashi, you always summon me for the fun stuff, don't ya? Pakin hopped off, Kakashi turning to Sakura. Sakura, summon Katsuyu and let Tsunade know that we have a lead. The girl nodded, and Kakashi was about to say goodbye to the sand ninja when he sensed an attack coming. He jumped back, an old woman appearing in his previous position, driving a fist into the sand. Dai White Fang of the Leaf Village? His eyes widened at the moniker, quickly shaking his head and hands to get her to stop. Wait, I'm not. The woman charged again or tried to. Baki quickly grabbed her, holding her back, and clearly struggling to do so. Calm yourself, Lady Chio. That's not the White Fang, that's Kakashi Hatake of the Leaf Village. The White Fang died years ago. The old woman stopped for a moment, leaning toward him slightly with narrowed eyes, as if trying to get a better look at him. He chuckled nervously at her. Yes. You see, the White Fang was my father, and I'm his son, Kakashi Hatake. Heh. They were silent for a moment before the old woman burst out in laughter. Oh ho ho ho. But of course, I knew that. I was just messing with ya. Oh ho ho. His sweat dropped at the older woman, before turning back to Baki. Well, we'll be going now. We'll chase down Gaara and save him from the Akatsuki. Baki nodded toward him, and Kakashi made to take off with the rest of his team, before he was stopped. Hold it right there. He turned around, looking at the old woman, slightly exasperated. Why yes. The old woman grinned at him. Don't think the hidden sand is gonna rely completely on the leaf to save their own Kazekage. You're gonna have some backup on this mission. That was actually pretty helpful. There were only 4 of them after all, and going up against 4 S-rank ninja was not something he wanted to do without some help. Team Guy was coming, yes, but they may not catch up in time. That's great actually. Who is coming with us? Why, me of course. Oh ho ho ho. He slumped forward, wondering why he even expected anything more. He really hoped this mission was over soon. With that, Team 7 and one old lady marched off to fight some of the world's greatest criminals. The 5 of them had been traveling for a few hours before they had managed to somewhat catch up. It seems they had noticed their approach somehow and had left someone behind to slow them down. It wasn't looking good either. Of all the opponents that Baki had listed off, this was the worst one that he could imagine fighting against. So, we finally meet again, my foolish little brother. I wonder, just how far you have grown. Do you finally have them? Eyes like mine. Kakashi pulled out a kunai, getting ready for his second round against Itachi Uchiha. Pain looked down at the Jinchuriki, pleased with what he was seeing. The ceiling was going well, and it was almost complete. Just another day perhaps, and the one-tailed beast would be theirs. Team Kakashi is approaching quickly, and Team Guy is heading out from the Leaf Village as well. Who knows, they might get here before the ceiling is complete. Pain looked over at the 2 halves of Zetsu, thinking about his words. He looked over to the other members of the Akatsuki. Itachi, Kisame, I'm sending you 2 to take on the Leaf Ninja. Kill them or just slow them down, I don't care. Just make sure they don't interrupt the ceiling. Heh. Oh boy. Did you hear that, Itachi? We get to have some fun. Which one do you want? I kinda wanna take on that green beast again. And what about Naruto Uzumaki? He traveled to the land of water faster than expected. If he receives word of Gaara's kidnapping, he could interrupt us as well. We could just take out the messenger bird if you like. Pain shook his head. No, we'll send another to take care of him instead. This is the perfect chance to test his abilities. He walked through the halls of the underground base, his hands swiping back and forth in a steady rhythm as they directed his strings. The screaming of his opponents was deafening as he sliced them apart. This had been fun the first couple times, but now that he was at the last base, he was beginning to get bored. He looked on as a ninja rounded the corner, finishing a set of hand seals. Fire style, fire dragon bullet. Oh, a fire user in the land of water? How ironic, he thought dully, resisting the urge to scoff at the weak attack. He had to applaud the man though. Using a fire technique in such an enclosed space was a good move, but it wouldn't be enough. His strings moved quickly, forming in front of him in a strangely shaped circle. They began to change shape, becoming one of the first seals that Jiraiya had shown him. The flames touched the string seal, immediately beginning to be absorbed by the strings, which became red hot. He grinned at the look at the ninja's face, sending the red hot strings at the ninja. He continued like this, moving room by room and killing anyone he found. It was boring work really, but it didn't take long, and he walked out of the underground base as soon as he was done. Zabuza was waiting for him, and Daffy couldn't help but glare at the man. He was the reason this was taking so long, and he knew that he was doing it on purpose. Zabuza would go in and check his work as if he were some academy student. To his surprise, Zabuza was holding something, a scroll. He raised an eyebrow at the man, as Zabuza handed it to him. Here, a messenger hawk just dropped it off to me. Surprised that the thing could track us down so easily, he grabbed the scroll and opened it up, a puff of smoke appearing as he did so. It was a slug, a small version of the slug that he had seen Tsunade summon years ago against Tsunade. What was its name? Oh, is that you, Naruto? It's been a very long time since I've seen you last. Yeah, how's it going? Tatsumo. The slug didn't respond for a moment. It's Katsuyu act. Yes, of course. Why are you here, Katsuyu? The slug, somehow, cleared its throat before addressing him. Listen Naruto, it's an emergency. The Kazekage has been kidnapped by the Akatsuki, so Princess Tsunade sent me here to inform. He scooped up the slug and scroll and jumped off the ground. He rocketed through the air, heading toward the hidden sand. Katsuyu continued. Team Kakashi and Team Guy are currently in pursuit. Kakashi says they're most likely near the border of rain and river country. Sakura has a piece of me summoned as well, so I'll be able to guide you directly to them. He nodded at the slug, gritting his teeth in anger. Alright, I'm going to seal you back into the scroll until I get near there. I can't risk you falling off or getting hurt, you're my only guide back to Gaara. Katsuyu nodded as he sealed her back in the scroll, grimacing at the situation. Of course the Akatsuki would begin moving when he was out of the village. He needed to move quickly and save Gaara as fast as possible. He was attaching strings to the clouds, kicking off the air and creating a cone of wind chakra in front of him to increase his speed further. He moved like that for hours, until he sensed something with his haki. There was someone approaching him from up ahead, and they were moving fast. But something was off, his haki wasn't telling him their actions, as if they were unconscious. He stopped for a moment, looking to see who was flying through the air. When they arrived, he saw that the man wasn't unconscious, he was perfectly fine, and he was in front of him now. He was floating there, just slightly above Daffy, and he had a hand raised with an open palm, like his own when he used overheat. His haki wasn't telling him anything, and it didn't warn him about the next attack. Almighty Push. Chapter 15. He was flying through the air at a rapid pace, quickly slamming into the forest below. There was an explosion of dirt and wood, the power of his impact creating a large crater in the surface of the earth. Daffy shook his head slightly, getting back up on his feet and looking upward. The man was there, just at the edge of the 5-foot-deep crater his body had created. He grit his teeth in annoyance, glaring at the new Akatsuki member that came to impede him. Naruto Uzumaki, I'm afraid this is as far as you go. No matter how strong you are, even you cannot defeat a Go. He ignored that man's words, bursting out of the crater and landing a harsh, haki-enhanced kick on his side. The man flew through the forest, smashing through several trees as he traveled. Daffy turned away from him and leapt back into the air. He didn't have time for this right now, he needed to get back to Gaara. Universal pull. His momentum suddenly stopped, and then, quickly reversed, pulling him toward the man that attacked him. He used his strings to turn his body around, a palm raised at the man who was floating just above the treetops. Overheat. His strings rocketed toward the man in a spiral-like fashion, tunneling through the air at high speeds. The man moved slightly to his left, dodging the attack and releasing whatever technique was pulling him along. He had dodged the first attack, but he wasn't done yet. Keeping the overheat going, his fingers separated from each other, and his attack followed suit. Expand. The molten stings unraveled, spiraling outward and expanding to eclipse his enemy in red-hot death. He saw the man take a large breath as he floated away from the expanding strings, then release a large stream of water at his strings. There was an explosion of mist, but Daffy knew that the man was still alive. He dropped the technique, jumping off the air and toward the ground. He called upon his strings, making them spiral and whip from around his body violently, lightning chakra crackling through them all the while. He dropped into the forest, and swiftly changed direction toward the Akatsuki member, his strings cutting through the trees and dirt effortlessly. The man was looking at him, waiting patiently for his arrival. As soon as he was close, his strings changed from wild and erratic, to focused and deadly, changing direction in midair and spearing directly toward the other man. Almighty Push. That attack again, pushing aside the surrounding forest along with his strings. Whoever this man was, he had techniques that were somewhat similar to Fujitora's control over gravity, though it paled in comparison to the purple tiger. Still, it was a fearsome ability, and one that would be difficult to get around. He changed tactics, throwing his strings into the air and backing up for a moment. The man followed, rushing toward him at a fast pace. They met at the forest floor, Daffy throwing a string punch at his opponent. The man tried block the attack, but he could see the small look of regret as he felt bone crack underneath his fist. He grinned, a sharp knee being thrown into the other man's stomach, driving him backward several feet. His strings fell, charged with lightning chakra that rained downward near the man's position. He jumped around wildly, dodging the spears, and Daffy knew that those strings wouldn't be enough. He raised a hand, gathering large amounts of wind chakra into his palm. It began to spin and gain form, a shrill screech echoing through the forest. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. He threw the technique, his strings keeping him connected to it so it wouldn't fall apart immediately. The man jumped away from the shuriken, dodging his spears all the while. His Raisin Shuriken exploded suddenly, created an expanding sphere of razor-sharp wind. The man splayed his hand outwards, and with a fierce cry, "Almighty Push!" There was a small battle of forces there. His Raisin Shuriken fighting against the wave of force that his enemy created. Ultimately, his enemy won out, pushing away the attack and surviving. There was a lull in the battle at this moment, the two merely gazing at each other. Daffy looked into the man's strange, purple eyes, thinking of a new strategy to defeat the man quickly. Impressive, Naruto. But it is as I said before, you cannot defeat a god. He raised an eyebrow at the man in curiosity. A god? The man nodded slightly, as if that explained it all. Yes, I am a god of this world, I am Pain. And now, I shall teach you a bit about my namesake. Pain suddenly slammed a foot on the ground, the earth rising around Daffy suddenly, trapping him. Pain breathed in, releasing the breath a moment later, along with a torrent of white-hot flames. Daffy stood his ground, his strings already moving into a familiar seal in front of him, sealing away the flames before they could reach him. He looked over at the flames touching the earthen wall behind him, watching in curiosity as the earth bubbled and melted, the intensity of the flames being too much for them to handle. The flames had stopped, and Daffy jumped upward into the air quickly, avoiding several blades of wind that Pain had fired next. Daffy gathered his chakra into his palm, another sphere forming rapidly. Fire style, Raisin Shuriken. He threw the new attack at the ground, his strings increasing its speed and guiding it right in front of his enemy. Pain quickly let out a torrent of water to put out the flame, his Raisin Shuriken beginning to expand. Daffy made hand seals. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. A blast of wind impacted the fiery sphere, enhancing its strength and making it expand faster and hotter than before. Pain quickly jumped away, trying to dodge the attack. Daffy couldn't see him anymore, the dust and mist blocking his view, but his haki could still sense the man. He saw a flash of light, and his instinct screamed at him a moment later. He moved quickly, jumping through the air as a bolt of lightning sliced through the air, meeting his former position. There were more coming, and Daffy sped through the air to get closer to his opponent, dodging the lightning arrows all the while. He can use all 5 of the elements as well, and not only that, but he can use such powerful techniques without any hand seals. Just who are you, Pain? He ignored his own thoughts, now directly in front of the other man. He sent out a fierce punch, Pain using his hands to deflect the attack rather than block it as he did before. He sent out a kick, Pain using the same strategy as before. He was getting irritated, this man was skilled. Daffy danced around his opponent, sending attack after attack, only for Pain to almost perfectly deflect his attacks every time. Suddenly, Pain thrusted a palm toward him, Daffy raising his arms to block the strike. The hand stopped an inch from his forearms. Almighty push. Another wave of force struck him. Daffy dug his feet into the ground, his strings wrapping around the trees to stop his momentum, which finally stopped a few meters away from Pain. Daffy looked up at his opponent, a manic grin on his face. Well, congratulations, God, you've managed to piss me off. Chakra exploded outward from his body, the surrounding trees and earth cracking and splintering from the pressure that the release created. Daffy slowly kneeled toward the ground, placing his palms onto the dirt below. His chakra focused suddenly, the pressure disappearing as he fueled his next technique. Ever white. Baki glared angrily at the other council members, infuriated at their words. He couldn't believe what they were saying, wanting to give up on Gaara already and elect a new Kazekage. It was ridiculous, not sending a single one of their own shinobi out to save their own leader, relying entirely on the Leaf, a village they had betrayed, to do their job for them. He slammed his palms on the large desk in front of him. I cannot believe what I am hearing. You would rather choose a new Kazekage than even try saving Gaara? One of the council members turned toward him calmly. Baki, you know as well as the rest of us that Gaara is not someone that we should rely on. We chose him as Kazekage because we were in a crisis, but now we have begun to stabilize as a village. With this, we need a stable leader as well. I trust one don't have to remind you of Gaara's dangerous habits? Baki bore his teeth at the man, clearly frustrated. Habits that he hasn't shown signs of for almost 3 years. Gaara is a changed person now, that much is obvious. What is it going to take to convince you that we can trust him? Another member, an older woman this time, spoke up next. Our decision is made, Baki, but, if you really must insist, then we will wait to receive word of his death before electing a new Kage. Baki's breath calmed suddenly, a cold anger flooding his body. So, that's it then? You'll refuse to send ninja after our leader to save him, just waiting for the Leaf to report his death. The room was filled with silence, answering Baki's question. He looked over at one of the guests to the meeting, a cold stare on his face. And you, Kankuro? Can you honestly tell me that you agree with this? Simply giving up on your brother, as if he's worthless? Kankuro had a conflicted look on his face as everyone's eyes were aimed toward him. He was silent for a moment, before speaking in a quiet voice. What I want or agree with doesn't matter. If a new Kage is what's best for the village, then that's that. Baki snarled at his former student, getting up from his chair walking up to Kankuro. He looked down on him for a moment, before calming down and turning away. You disappoint me, Kankuro. He walked out of the chamber, several people in mind for who to take on his mission. Screw the council and their decisions. Gaara had been one of the best things that this village had, even if they didn't realize it. He would take multiple ninja with him, and head in the direction Kakashi and his team traveled. It took a couple of hours, but he had managed to gather a small team of shinobi and got them ready at the gate. He turned around, facing the other 4 jonin, nodding toward them. Alright, we'll have to move quickly to catch up to Kakashi and his team. Keep up your guard, we're up against multiple S-rank ninja here. Now, let's move. He stopped, looking behind his team and seeing a familiar face walking up to them. He walked past the others, meeting the other man halfway. They stopped, facing each other for a moment. What do you want, Kankuro? Kankuro was silent for a moment, before bowing his head slightly. Baki, I'm sorry, alright? I don't want Gaara to die either. I know he's done a lot of bad stuff in the past, but, you're right, he's changed. It's just, whenever I see him, or think about him, I can't help but think about Temari, and the invasion. Baki looked at his former student for a moment, before sighing. Kankuro, I know Temari's betrayal was unexpected, but we both know she wasn't betraying us, she was saving her family. She wanted to help Gaara and you as well. Kankuro adopted an angry look, raising his voice. That doesn't make it right. There's more than just us in this village, and by joining the Leaf, she was saying that she didn't care about everyone else in this village. Baki nodded toward him. Perhaps, but that doesn't matter right now, not anymore. The fact is that Temari is a part of the Leaf, but she is still a part of your family, Kankuro. But, never mind that for now, we have a Kazekage to save. Kankuro nodded, Baki turning around and rejoining his team. They walked out of the gates, ready to leave before a voice interrupted them. Don't forget us either. He and his team turned around, stunned to see large groups of young ninja coming to join them. Baki remembered the one that spoke up, a short-time student of Gaara's, Matsuri if he remembered correctly. We want to help save Gaara too, Matsuri said, clearly nervous. Another ninja spoke up as well, she had black hair, and she was part of Matsuri's team. Yeah. There's no way we're gonna let Lord Gaara fight alone. With that, there was an uproar, the small army of ninja singing Gaara's praises, and ready to join the fight. Baki couldn't help but smile at the sight. There was a small rush of movement, one of the Sanzumbu dropping in front of him, facing the large crowd of ninja. Hold it! This is an unsanctioned mission. You are not allowed to. Baki struck the Umbu hard across the head, knocking him unconscious. He grinned toward his new team, and led them to Kakashi's team, ready to save their leader. Hang on Gaara, your village is coming for you. Itachi looked at Team Kakashi, or, more specifically, at Sasuke. His little brother had grown so much, but how much stronger was he now? Itachi had tried his best to fuel his brother's anger, to create a drive and need for greater and greater strength. He couldn't protect Sasuke in this shinobi world, so he needed to make sure that Sasuke could protect himself. He readied himself, preparing for his brother's enraged attacks to come flying toward him. Ready to see just how strong he was now. Out of the way, Itachi. We don't have time for you right now. Or not. He masked his surprise under a veil of indifference, wondering about his brother's words. Just a few years ago, his brother threw himself at him, alone, with no regard for his own safety. Now, here he was, with a team at his back and Itachi by himself, yet he said he didn't have time for him? Interesting. Well then, little brother, I suppose you'll have to make time. Itachi brought a hand to his lips, firing a large fireball at Team Kakashi. There were quite a few of them, so he would need to watch carefully in order to track them all. They jumped away, dodging the fireball, and the young woman attacked first, Temari of the desert. She moved in quickly, a pair of small metal fans in her hand. She swiped one of them at him, his Sharingan detecting the small blades of wind that she had launched from her fan. He circled around her, dodging the attack and lashing out with a kick. The girl blocked his kick with her forearm easily, slightly surprising him. She swiped another fan toward him, Itachi stepping in close and grabbing the offending arm. He threw her over his shoulder and into the air away from him, jumping backward to avoid the spray of kunai and shuriken that Kakashi threw from the forest. Itachi threw his own at Temari while she was airborne, watching curiously as she kicked toward him in midair. He had seen this attack before from Naruto years ago, but this was different. Naruto's was clear and obvious, an almost glowing blade of wind that sliced through the air. Temari's was far subtler, almost invisible, but judging by the way it cut through his projectiles, it was just as deadly. His Sharingan easily tracked the blade through the air, Itachi flipping backwards and dodging it, throwing wind-enhanced shuriken at either side of him, aiming at Sasuke and Kakashi as they rushed toward him. The two batted his projectiles with lightning-enhanced kunai, reaching him just as he landed on the ground. The two sent out a kick, Sasuke aiming low and Kakashi aiming high. Itachi grabbed Kakashi's leg, vaulting up and over it to dodge both attacks, placing an explosive tag on Kakashi's thigh and kicking him away. He turned to Sasuke, ducking under a swipe of his kunai and bringing up his forearms to block a kick, the explosive note going off a moment later. His eyes widened as he looked at Sasuke's leg, seeing lightning chakra run through it. He jumped backward, narrowly avoiding being electrocuted. He grimaced slightly as Sasuke followed him, his limbs covered in lightning as he attacked. Itachi tried dodging every attack, not daring to touch him in his current state, but he was too fast. He was forced to block a straight punch to his chest, lightning chakra running through him, keeping him locked in place. A pair of hands burst from the ground, grabbing his ankles and pulling him into the ground. He looked over toward the explosion, seeing a small, empty crate, a shadow clone then. He spat a small stream of fire at Sasuke, forcing him to dodge backward, and performed a substitution with a shadow clone he had prepared before the fight. He was in the treetops now, looking down as his shadow clone was embedded into the ground. Kakashi burst out from the ground and onto his feet, landing next to Sasuke. His brother charged lightning into his hand, a spear of electricity jutted forward an instant later, spearing through his shadow clone. He was about to leap off the branch, when he heard the sound of a tree falling. He looked over to his left, seeing a large tree rushing through the air toward him. He jumped upward, dodging the tree and now able to see the other girl, Sakura, jump after him in the air, a fist reared back to strike him. Using both his hands, he redirected the punch, grabbing her arm and shifting his weight, throwing her toward the ground behind him. He landed on the ground, quickly jumping backward as the girl was already rushing back toward him. Her hands were glowing with chakra scalpels, swinging toward him with intent. Chakra scalpels with enough strength to tear a tree out of the ground and throw it were a dangerous combination. She would tear through him with a single strike if he let her. He dodged her punches while jumping backward, preparing for the rest of her team to come rushing back toward him. He watched as Sakura's feet shifted a bit strangely, his Sharingan eyeing the earth chakra rushing through her. He hopped upward, the ground at his feet turning to mud as he did so. Sakura punched at him while he was in the air. Itachi created a shadow clone to grab him and throw himself out of the way. The other three had joined Sakura by now, Itachi still in the air and just about to land on the ground again. Just before he did, he felt something grab him, pulling him and throwing him toward Team Kakashi. Looking behind him, he saw several chakra strings attached to his body, the older woman no doubt being the cause. He cut off the strings with a quick swipe of his hand, watching as Sakura sent a fist forward toward him. The strike was made early, Itachi creating another shadow clone to throw him out of the way once again. He soon realized that the strike wasn't made early, it was timed perfectly, the chakra surrounding her hand extending outward suddenly, the chakra scalpel slicing his left arm clean off. He grimaced at the loss, but he kept going, firing several bullets of water at his opponents. They scattered, dodging the attack, but Sasuke rushed toward him instead, taking to the air. Itachi made several one-handed seals. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. The array of fiery bullets launched toward his brother, and Sasuke seemed to move in midair, a small explosion sounding out as he kicked off the air itself, another of Naruto's moves it would seem. He rushed through the air toward him, lightning chakra crackling off his body as he moved, now rushing at his position. Itachi jumped upward, his Sharingan watching as Sasuke's body suddenly stilled before it impacted the ground. The earth ruptured instantly, the combination of his speed and lightning-enhanced body letting him carve through the earth effortlessly. Sasuke changed direction quickly, carving large fissures into the earth as he moved. It was bizarre, his Sharingan gazing at Sasuke curiously. All of his brother's muscles were tensed, and the earth was giving away easily to his movements, as if he were made of steel. Whatever Naruto had taught him had made Sasuke dangerous. He was like the Raikage almost, dangerous to the touch because of his lightning, and with a body that was fast and powerful. Wind style, great breakthrough. A tornado of wind was released from Itachi's mouth, sending Sasuke flying backward for a moment. He turned to look as Kakashi rushed him from behind, his Chidori in hand. He was starting to get sick of seeing lightning. He ducked under Kakashi's jab, sweeping his leg under Kakashi's to try and trip him. Kakashi used his other hand and placed it on his back, jumping upward to block the sweep of his leg. Small spears of stone erupted from the ground, piercing through Itachi's legs and holding him in place. Kakashi finished vaulting over him, landing on the ground and turning quickly, the Chidori heading back toward him. Itachi leaned backward, the spears of stone holding him in place but still allowing him to dodge Kakashi's Chidori. His remaining arm reached over and grabbed the arm using the Chidori, pulling Kakashi and throwing him slightly further away. Itachi pulled out a kunai, enhancing it with wind chakra and cutting wildly as more stone spears appeared, trying to cut through him. He looked upward suddenly as a large explosion sounded out, seeing Sasuke rush toward him at an extreme pace. He brought up his kunai, trying to block Sasuke's attack, who sent a lightning-enhanced punch toward his chest. No, it wasn't a punch, instead, he had a single finger raised and rushing through the air. There was a small clash as wind met lightning, but the outcome was obvious, Itachi's remaining chakra beginning to wane, and Sasuke cutting through his wind chakra and kunai, spearing into his chest. He looked down at his older brother, as his current body began to cough up blood. He smiled lightly. "You've gotten stronger, Sasuke. I'm looking forward to the next time we meet." At his words, Sasuke jumped backward, probably expecting a trap. Itachi smiled as his consciousness left the puppet he was controlling. He opened his eyes, his full concentration now on the ceiling of the One Tails. Guy and his team moved across the rocky terrain quickly, trying to meet up with Kakashi's team. He looked over his shoulder at Katsuyu, who was traveling with him. "How much further now, Katsuyu?" The slug turned toward him slightly and gave him a brief nod. "It should only be a few more hours now. You all are very fast." Guy laughed at that, giving the small slug a thumbs up and his signature smile. "Ha ha ha ha. But of course. Did you expect anything less of Team Guy?" Katsuyu didn't get the chance to answer, as Guy and his team saw a wave of water travel across the landscape, rushing toward them all. He and his team jumped up, landing on one of the many pillars of stone around them to avoid the rush of water. He felt Katsuyu crawl back into his backpack, looking around at their situation. Whoever had caused this, they were going to be a tough opponent. They had just turned this area from a dry wasteland to a small lake. They had to have monstrous amounts of chakra. His team jumped onto the water, grouping back together as someone approached them. "Heh heh heh. If it isn't Konoha's green beast of prey, or whatever the hell you call yourself. I must say, I'm excited to get some payback for making a fool out of us 3 years ago." Guy glared at his opponent, his team tensing as well as they prepared to fight. "Do I know you from somewhere?" He watched as his opponent looked at him dumbly, before adopting a smile and shaking his head. "I see you have the intelligence of a beast as well. No matter, it'll be simple to remind you of who I am." The blue-skinned man rushed toward them, skidding across the water with his sword raised into the air. He was in front of Guy a moment later, the sword coming down upon him. Guy circled around the man, dodging the sword as it impacted the water and jumping into the air, releasing a heavy kick. The man used his other hand and grabbed his foot, stopping the attack cold. Guy maneuvered his body around, lashing out with his other leg. It impacted his opponent's face, making him reel back from the impact. Guy jumped back as his student, Niji, rushed in, his palms glowing with chakra. The man jumped backward to avoid Niji's strikes, swiping his sword at his protege. Niji flipped backward suddenly, the sword narrowly avoiding him, and landed next to Guy. "Be careful of that sword, everyone, it can absorb your chakra from you." Guy narrowed his eyes at Niji's words. This guy sounded familiar, but he just couldn't place where he knew the man from. Lee walked forward to join them, with Tenten hanging back to provide long-range support. Guy looked over at his other student. "Lee, do you think you can distract him for a bit?" Lee nodded, pulling out a stick of bamboo to fight with. Guy gave further instructions. "Tenten, cover Lee. Niji, the two of us will look for an opening and get that sword away from him." Lee nodded, rushing forward to meet his enemy. He and the Akatsuki member clashed weapons, bamboo meeting one of the legendary swords of the hidden mist. Tenten began throwing her weapons, blades that appeared from seals that she had on her wrists. Guy watched the fight intently, eager for an opening for him and Niji to exploit. Lee pushed the larger weapon aside, lashing out with a harsh kick on the man's chest, sending him flying back a bit. He saw Tenten rush in after him, the man soon stopping his momentum. She jumped into the air, her hands behind her as if she were holding something. Another puff of smoke, and in her hands was an enormous blade, soon crashing down on her enemy. The man brought up his sword to block the attack, Lee rushing in to take advantage of an opening. He jabbed forward with a single finger, piercing through the Akatsuki member's side, causing blood to flow. Guy and Niji started moving forward, watching as the man pushed and threw Tenten away, swinging his now free sword at Lee, who jumped backward to dodge the attack. Guy reached him, wrapping one leg around the legendary blade and using his other to kick at the wrist holding it, then swiftly kicking off the man's chest, pulling the sword away from him. Niji moved in next, ready to block his chakra points, but the man took a deep breath, blowing a torrent of water toward him, forcing him to jump away to avoid being crushed by the pressure. Guy grabbed the sword by the handle, rushing in to use the sword's chakra-stealing properties. He yelped out in pain as he felt something pierce through his hands, making him drop the sword. Throughout the handle, large blue spike had formed, and the sword was now swimming through the water, heading back to its wielder. The man laughed, scooping the sword back up into his hands. "Heh heh heh. Nice try, but this sword only accepts Kisame Hashigaki as its master. It won't let anyone else wield them." That was a problem. The sword was dangerous and taking it away from Kisame was going to be extremely difficult. Guy looked over to Tenten, who nodded toward him in understanding. The only way they were going to get that sword away from him was to seal it away, something that Tenten was more than capable of. Alright then, enough playing around. Let's get a little serious here, shall we? Kisame placed his hands onto the water's surface. Water style, 5 hungry sharks. Guy looked into the water below them, seeing multiple sharks made of water erupt from Kisame's hands. Guy and Tenten jumped into the air, away from the shark that had burst from the water after them. Tenten threw her weapons at it, trying to dispel it, but the weapons merely passed straight through it. It reached him first, Guy using his legs to hold the shark's mouth open. He opened a couple of the gates to enhance his strength, landing a powerful punch on the shark's snout. It burst into a mass of water, falling back to the lake below. The two of them landed, watching as the shark reformed a moment later. Guy looked over, seeing Lee and Niji fighting the other sharks, two of them trying to skewer each of them. Wait a second, where is? His thoughts were interrupted as an explosion of water occurred behind him, making him turn around. Kisame had burst from the water, swiftly kicking Tenten away. Guy punched forward, grimacing as his fist was met with the hard scales of Kisame's sword. Water rose around him quickly, forming water clones that had their hands in a seal. Water style, water prison jutsu. Guy tried to jump away, but he was too late, the water enveloping him and holding him in place. He couldn't breathe, and the water was as hard as steel, the three clones working together to hold him in place. You just stay right here while I deal with your friends? Kisame's real body walked toward his team, who had gathered together after fighting off the sharks for a moment. The sharks gathered around Kisame for a moment, circling idly below his feet. Well, who should I kill first I wonder? How about the girl? The water exploded, Kisame rushing towards his team. Niji stepped in front of them, a palm rushing through the air. 8 trigrams air palm. A shockwave of air hurtled toward Kisame, who swiftly changed direction, just barely dodging the attack before resuming his chase. Lee stepped forward this time, swinging a fist at the man, with Kisame swinging his sword at his student. There was a shriek of pain, surprising everyone on the watery battlefield. Kisame jumped back, a frown on his face as he stared at his sword. Guy's eyes widened, seeing several cracks run up and down the steel like scales. Now isn't that impressive? Never thought I would see someone be able to hurt Samehade. But you shouldn't break people's things, it's very rude. Kisame rushed back with a grunt, meeting Lee once again. Lee swung his bamboo, which Kisame swiftly ducked under, sending a fist at Lee's stomach. Lee brought his other hand toward the attack, catching Kisame's fist in his hand, stopping it cold. Niji attacked next, his palms moving quickly as he made to seal away Kisame's chakra points. Kisame tried to jump away, but multiple chains wrapped around him, Tenten holding them and pulling them tight to hold him in place. Kisame cut the chakra off at his feet, making him drop into the water below. Guy, meanwhile, struggled against his cage, unable to escape. He considered opening the gates, when he realized he wouldn't need to. A pillar of earth shot up from beneath him and the clones, making them stand on dry land. Spears of stone shot outward soon after, piercing through the clones and making the prison dispel. Guy landed on his knees, swiftly getting back to his feet as he coughed up a bit of water. Looking over, he saw Lee standing next to him now, helping him up. He looked back to the fight happening with Kisame, seeing the man shatter the chains with a burst of strength, the sharks appearing once again to attack Niji and Tenten. He looked over to Lee. We need to take down Kisame immediately, otherwise those sharks are going to wear us down. If you can distract him for just a moment, I can take care of him. Lee looked at him for a moment before nodding, pulling out the stick of bamboo. Guy dived into the water, heading toward the ground. He looked up as he focused intently, preparing to open up to the 6th gate. There was a small shockwave in the water, Guy seeing Lee fire something at Kisame. It seemed to be a sharpened stick of bamboo, and it was traveling through the water at a frightening pace. Kisame saw it as well, swiftly bringing up his sword to block the attack. It didn't work. The arrow pierced through Samehade, Kisame turning at the last minute so the arrow would only go through his shoulder, instead of his heart. Guy saw his chance, the gates opening and a surge of strength and chakra flowing through him. A vortex began to form, the sheer energy released by the 6th gate view making the water swirl around him. Guy burst off the ground, the earth shattering underneath him as he entered the water, appearing to teleport directly in front of Kisame. He fired off a powerful kick, launching Kisame out of the water and into the air, where Guy swiftly followed. Guy began to punch wildly, punching faster and faster until the speed of his attacks caused his fists to ignite. He pummeled Kisame with all the strength the 6th gate granted him, performing one of his signature techniques. Morning Peacock. When he was finished, Guy fell toward the ground, watching as Kisame fell too, unconscious. He landed on the water, stumbling slightly before Niji caught him. "You alright, sensei?" He grinned at his student, feeling the water below him begin to recede and disappear. "But of course, I just need to rest for a few minutes and then I'm good to go." The water disappeared, the rocky landscape returning as his team gathered together once again. They began to walk toward Kisame's body, to make sure he was finished. Tenten spoke up as they did so. "You didn't have to go that far, sensei. We could have handled him without you tiring yourself out." Guy nodded as they approached the body, Niji helping him walk for a moment. "Yes, probably, but we had no idea what other tricks he may have had. It was better to just take him out in one attack." They reached the body, Katsuyu crawling out of Guy's backpack. Guy stared at the man's face for a moment. The hell? This wasn't the person he was fighting. In fact, the sword he was carrying had changed too, becoming a regular claymore with several cracks in it. Katsuyu began to try and explain. It would seem Kakashi's team ran into something similar. They had fought Itachi Uchiha a moment ago and, upon defeating him, their body transformed into someone else's. Lee knelt and examined the smoking body, still hot from Guy's attack. "They're trying to delay us, using a type of clone technique that creates perfect copies of themselves, at the cost of a living sacrifice. We should get moving, and quickly. Who know how much time we have left?" Guy nodded, shaking off the pain and fatigue that the sixth gate had brought him. His team began moving faster than ever, though his body disagreed with the endeavor. Still, they didn't have time to waste, they had a mission to complete. Pain watched as the wave of strings rolled towards him, knocking down several trees as it approached him. He floated into the air, the strings rising to meet him, coming together to form several spears with blackened ends. Flap thread. Naruto's voice called out the name of the attack, hundreds of arrows rushing toward him. Pain dodged in various directions, the sharp strings cutting into his skin as he was unable to dodge them all. They coiled around him, soon spearing toward him from all directions. He thrust his arms out to his sides. Almighty push. The threads bounced off the wave of force, giving him a moment to breathe. Naruto appeared a few meters before him a second later, making his eyes widen in surprise. Naruto raised a palm at him, preparing to attack. Overheat. Pain dropped to the ground to dodge the attack, only to look in confusion as it never came. He felt something spear through his chest, making him look down to see the familiar beam of red-hot strings come from behind him. Looking up, he saw the Naruto in the air disappear in a puff of smoke, a shadow clone. Pain moved as soon as the beam disappeared, feeling his body begin to die. Lightning chakra formed in Pain's palm, forming spears that he threw at the real Naruto, who was rushing into the air after him. Naruto sent several strings imbued with wind chakra, slicing through the lightning bolts that he had sent toward him. He grimaced as Naruto reached him, sending a punch toward the blonde. Naruto swatted it aside, grabbing his head and pulling him into his knee. Pain could feel his body's bones crack and splinter at the attack. He thrust out a hand, eager to push the blonde away from him. Almighty. He lost the arm a second later, string coiling around it and tightening, the fire chakra coursing through them, searing through his skin. Pain fired a ball of flame, and Naruto followed it with a blast of water, a heavy mist saturating the area as Pain jumped back. Pain cut off his levitation, wanting to get back to the ground, when he found himself suspended in mid-air, something holding him up. His Rinnegan saw what was happening, Naruto's chakra still permeating the mist, creating new strings from the vapor to use against him. He struggled against the strings for a moment, feeling them begin to snap. These ones seemed to be weaker than his usual strings, but they were still deadly, and he needed to escape them as quickly as he could. He tried to get away as a water clone formed out of the mist, sending a harsh kick toward his stomach. It didn't work, the strings snapping as he was thrown down into the forest. He landed with a crash, the earth separating at his arrival, the trees being blown away formed the force of his impact. Pain looked up, quickly rolling away and jumping as Naruto came down from the sky, slamming down into his previous position. Pain began to fly back into the sky, but felt something tie around his body, pulling him backward. Naruto was back up, his strings wrapped around him and pulling him closer. Pain was about to use his almighty push once again, but couldn't when electricity traveled up the wire, shocking him and paralyzing his body. He felt Naruto's fist land into his stomach, having finally been pulled back toward him. Pain fell to the ground, his body not responding correctly any longer. The strings unraveled, Naruto looking down on him as he lay there. "So, this is a god? I must say, I'm very disappointed. I was hoping you would be more of a challenge really." Pain said nothing, merely looking back toward the blonde. "Well, so Lan." Naruto stopped, surprising Pain, looking as if he were deep in thought. "On second thought, I have a question for you, Pain. Tell me, where did you get those eyes of yours?" Pain didn't answer him, there was no reason to. Naruto, you really have gotten powerful. Itachi was right to worry about you. However, your strength will only delay the inevitable. I already told you, I am a god of this world, I am pain. Through pain, I will create an entirely new world, and these eyes will help me see that through. Naruto raised an eyebrow at him, crouching down towards him. Through pain? You intend to bring a new era through a bit of pain? He tried to nod his head, but was unable. He simply responded. Yes, it is through pain that we can understand one another. It is pain that binds us all together. I will show this world what pain really is, and with that demonstration, the world will know peace. Tell me, Naruto, do you know pain as well? He watched Naruto's impassive face curiously, before he finally spoke. Pain? I don't give a damn about pain, I've only cared about justice, about vengeance. If there is anything I can't forgive, it's those that hurt my family. Those that do, will know pain through these two things. Pain closed his eyes in understanding. He opened them, feeling his vision fade. I see, then you don't understand true pain yet. What you speak of is an endless cycle, justice breeds vengeance, which only furthers the need for more justice. But do not worry, Naruto, I will teach you to abandon these things. After all, life's greatest lessons are learned through pain. Naruto began to laugh at him, placing his heel on top of his forehead. Oh really? So, this isn't really your body, is it? No matter, I look forward to our next meeting, Pain. Let's see who is right, in the end. The truth is decided by the victor, Pain, and the weak never get to choose how they die. He slammed down his heel, Pain opening his eyes back inside the cave. He looked around, seeing that the ceiling was almost complete. Kisame and Itachi were back as well, the former making himself heard. So, you're finally back, huh? Pain simply nodded, Zetsu voicing his curiosity. So? How did it go? Pain looked around, seeing everyone eager to hear his words. The Nine Tails has gotten powerful. I do not want any of you fighting him alone. If you happen to run into him by yourselves, retreat immediately. He was able to defeat me with 10% of my maximum chakra, meaning he is more powerful than most of you already. He heard Haiden scoff loudly. TCH, so what? A quick ritual to Lord Jashin and he would be as dead as anyone else we've fought. Quiet, Haiden. Focus on the ceiling so we can get back to work. Haiden was visibly irritated at the words. Oh, screw you Kakuzu. I'm getting tired of going around fishing for more money. Seriously, we've been doing it for a couple years straight, don't you have enough yet? That's enough, Pain said, trying to get them to focus back on the ceiling. We must take advantage of the time that we have bought. Finish the ceiling, then you can argue afterward. They didn't respond, Pain watching as the first eye of the ghetto statue began to open. This was the first step, one of 9 that would begin world peace throughout the elemental nations. Naruto, we will meet again, and next time, I will show you the true meaning of pain. Chapter 16. Kakashi looked at the large boulder guarding the entrance to the Akatsuki's hideout, looking at the seal in contemplation. They had just arrived, Team Guy joining them only moments afterward. They were so close now, the Kazekage lying just behind their newest obstacle. Well, Kakashi? What do you think? He glanced over at Guy, who had a serious expression on his face. He looked back at the seal, quickly identifying it and its properties. They've set a barrier around the area, a 5-seal barrier to be specific. Its purpose is to make anything encompassed by the barrier seemingly indestructible. If we want to get in there, we need to find the other 4 sealing tags, and remove all 5 at the same time. He turned to look at Katsuyu, who was on Sakura's shoulder. Katsuyu, how much longer until Naruto arrives? The slug was still for a moment, trying to judge how long it would take for him to join them. At the rate he's traveling, probably just another half an hour. Kakashi nodded, frowning slightly at the news. They couldn't wait that long, they would have to continue without him for now. It would be dangerous, but they didn't have much of a choice. Guy reached into his backpack for a moment and pulling out a set of radios. Fortunately, I brought these with us. We can use them to coordinate and pull the tags simultaneously. Niji, can you use your Byakugan to find the rest of the tags? Niji nodded, activating his Byakugan and scanning the surrounding area. He relayed the other tag's location to everyone, Guy giving a curt nod. All right then. Kakashi, my team and I will go to the other tags, you stay here and open up that entrance as soon as you can. Kakashi nodded, watching as Guy and his team set off. He heard Temari walk up, standing next to him. So, Gaara is behind here, right? Kakashi nodded toward the girl, turning the radio on and waiting to hear back from Guy's team. It would seem so. The trail leads here, though, there's something off. Sakura spoke up next, walking beside Temari. Off? Like what, sensei? He narrowed his eye for a moment, looking toward the large boulder, as if trying to see through it. Deidara's scent, it and one other lead to this destination. However, I can't seem to detect Itachi and Kisame's sense. According to Baki, those two had attacked Gaara as well, so why can't we find them? He heard Sasuke next, feeling his chakra begin to stir, the faint smell of ozone in the air as small sparks of lightning arced off his body. Are you saying they may try and ambush us? Kakashi was silent for a moment, straining his senses to ensure no one was around them. I don't know yet, just keep your guard up. Listen, depending on who's in there, we may have to change tactics. Don't try and defeat them for now, wait until Guy's team and Naruto arrives to help us. Fighting 4S rank ninja isn't a walk in the park, one of us could die at any moment. His team nodded toward him, determination on their faces. The group was silent as they waited for Guy and his team, Lady Chio taking a rest on one of the nearby trees. It had taken a few minutes, but eventually, Kakashi's radio crackled to life. All right, Kakashi, we're ready when you are. Lady Chio got up, joining them on the water surface as Katsuyu jumped off Sakura to hide in the forest. Kakashi nodded to himself, jumping up onto the boulder and gripping the seal. He turned on the radio, beginning the countdown. All right everyone. Pull the tag in 3, 2, 1, now. He ripped the tag off the boulder, quickly jumping off as Sakura rushed forward. She sent a heavy fist toward its surface, the boulder quickly exploding inwards, clearing the way for them to enter the cave. They jumped through the cloud of dust, swiftly entering the cave, preparing for a battle. Gaara was there, laying on the ground unconscious, most likely dead. Two of the Akatsuki members were there as well, Deidara using Gaara's corpse as a stool to sit on, with Sasori standing next to him. Well, look at that, Sasori my man, they managed to get through so quickly, and in a decent display of art as well. Sasori scoffed at him, completely ignoring Kakashi and his group. Art? Please. As if you could call blowing up a rock, art. But enough of this, I've done enough arguing with you for one day. Let's just get out of here and join back with everyone else. Deidara snickered toward him, standing up and finally addressing them. So, this is the group that managed to take down Itachi's clone so quickly. Gotta say, I was expecting more, maybe someone taller, but oh well. Kakashi grit his teeth, eyeing the situation. They seemed to be alone, which was good. All they needed was to buy time for Guy and his team to get here and take them down as swiftly as they could. Gaara, however? Deidara seemed to see him eye Gaara's body, a wide grin on his face. Oh, him? Yeah, he's been dead for a little bit now. It's such a shame, you were so close. Oh well, what can you do? He ducked suddenly, dodging a slice of wind that was sent hurtling toward him. He looked over to see Temari, tears in her eyes as she slowly lowered a leg to the ground. You. I'll kill you for this. Sasori let out a dry chuckle at her words. You? Kill me? Don't be so arrogant, girl. You couldn't kill me if you trained for the next 100 years. Deidara on the other hand? Hey, what happened to not wanting to fight anymore, huh? Shut it, Deidara. Temari began to rush forward, her twin fans in hand as she did so. Kakashi watched with concern as Deidara simply grinned at the display, his next words sending alarm bells in his head. Looks like she wants to fight us, Sasori my man? Such a shame too, she'll need to get past Orochimaru's new toy first. Kakashi's eyes widened, looking upward and seeing a figure on the ceiling of the cave. He pulled his headband upward, revealing his Sharingan and pulled out a spool of ninja wire. He threw it, wrapping it around Temari's waist and pulling her back. Everyone! Get behind me right now. His team did as they were told, bewildered looks on their faces at his outburst. He didn't blame them, it wasn't often that he would snap out orders like that. Even so, the situation called for it now more than ever. He turned on the radio. Guy, we need you back here imminently. How much longer? There was a brief pause, Kakashi hearing his own heartbeat as the figure dropped onto the ground, facing away from them. Yeah, about that. We ran into some trouble, it's gonna take a bit to get over there. Damn it. Kakashi turned the radio off in frustration, feeling a bead of sweat travel down his face as he eyed his new opponent. He heard Sakura speak as the figure turned around. Is that? This was bad, really bad. Guy and Naruto needed to get here immediately, or else they might not last for very long. He pulled a kunai out, holding it in front of him as their new opponent spoke. Kakashi, you've grown a lot, haven't you? I must say, despite the circumstances, it's really nice to see you again. The figure smiled, and Kakashi couldn't help but flinch, seeing their face again after nearly 16 years. He nodded back toward him. Yeah, it's nice to see you too, Minato-sensei. Virgo watched as a figure climbed out of the ground, slowly morphing to become an exact copy of himself. The two stood there for a moment eyeing each other. It was an interesting technique, like the one that the Akatsuki used to send copies of their members to delay them. The copy seemed to be perfect, with no differences in their appearance, but what about their strength? He dashed forward, throwing a high kick at his clone, his copy following suit. Their legs impacted, a shockwave running through the forest as the ground beneath them buckled slightly. Impressive. The technique copied the victim's strength, and it seemed to somehow copy their fighting style as well. But he lowered his leg, stepping forward and sending a fierce punch next. His clone repeated his actions, their fists moments away from clashing. Virgo covered his fist in hockey just before they clashed, watching earnestly as the clone's fist seemed to crumple as they met. The copy jumped backward, its right hand ruined from the impact. So, it seemed it couldn't copy his hockey, giving him a distinct advantage over the technique. Kakashi sounded as if he were in trouble, so he had to defeat this copy quickly and help the rest of his team get back to them. He rushed forward, pulling out his bamboo and swinging at the clone. It seemed the weapon was copied as well, the clone pulling out his own and trying to block his strike. He infused his weapon with hockey, smashing through the fake weapon and striking the copy directly, sending him into the forest. He rushed after him, stopping once he saw several trees being cut down, the clone sending out a blade of wind toward him. He raised his weapon, slamming down and dispersing the blade once it got close. He resumed his chase, reaching the clone who had sent a swift punch after him. Virgo dodged it, striking out with an elbow to its face. The clone dodged as well, jumping backward and slamming a palm to the ground. Walls of earth raised around him, a ceiling appearing as the walls met above him, confining him completely. Spike began sprouting from the walls, rushing toward him soon after. Virgo ran toward one of the walls, knocking away any spike that neared him. He raised a fist, smashing through the wall and escaping the prison. He brought his arms up to block the tree being swung toward him, the clone replacing the bamboo with an uprooted tree. He stopped its momentum, gripping the tree tightly and pulling, dragging the fake closer to him. He lashed out with a punch, the clone bringing his arms to block the attack, reinforcing them with earth chakra. The combination of earth chakra and hockey was far superior, tearing through the fake's defenses and driving him into the ground. Virgo placed a foot on the clone's chest, holding him down and creating a spiked gauntlet of stone on his right hand. He covered it in hockey, slamming it down onto the copy's face with unstoppable force. The clone went limp, disappearing soon after, leaving Virgo free to help one of his teammates. He shifted his head side to side, cracking his neck as he turned on the radio. "Guy-sensei, I've managed to defeat my clone, who should I help first?" There was silence for a moment as he waited for a reply, Guy's voice finally coming back over the radio. "Go help Tenten first, she should be closest to you and she needs the most help." He nodded to himself as he turned off the radio. He jumped into the air, kicking off it to gain speed and maintain his altitude. It only took a minute to reach her, Virgo staying in the air to look at the situation. The riverside was littered in weapons, the two Tenten locked in battle, a katana in their hands. He eyed them for a moment, quickly figuring out which was the real Tenten. He shifted his body, kicking off the air and rocketing toward the ground, aiming for the fake. He reached it quickly, an arm striking out and clotheslining the fake, driving them into the ground. The impact he made formed a crater, the fake Tenten no longer moving, its neck and head now facing an odd angle. It disappeared as well, Virgo slowly walking out of the crater, meeting a relieved Tenten. "Man, am I glad to see you. I was running out of options there for a second. Thanks for that." He nodded toward her, brushing dust and dirt off his trench coat. "It's no problem. Let's hurry and get to Niji next, I believe he is closest to us." Tenten nodded, sealing the katana back into the seals on her wrists. "Yeah, he should be. You lead the way, Lee." He set off immediately, Tenten following closely behind him. He had to move more slowly now, Tenten not able to keep up with his faster paces. It took them a few minutes to reach Niji. The grassy field was destroyed, craters and destroyed boulders littered the area. The two were facing each other in the standard gentle fist stance. The two turned as soon as they got close, their Byakugan spotting them instantly. Tenten and Virgo rushed to the real Niji side, their guards up as they prepared to face Niji's clone. "So, Niji, how do you want to handle this?" Tenten asked, several shuriken appearing in her hands. "The best way would be for Lee and I to distract it, giving you an opening to finish it off. Don't stay close for long, Lee. It can use the gentle fist, and we can't afford to have any of our chakra points closed during this mission." He nodded, waiting for Niji to begin their attack. He didn't wait long, Niji rushing toward his clone, quickly ducking underneath a gentle fist strike. Virgo followed him, sidestepping another strike and grabbing the offending arm. Tenten threw her shuriken, the fake quickly ducking down to try and dodge the attack. Virgo lashed out with a kick, knocking him back upward, with Niji grabbing his other arm to keep him still. The shuriken landed, piercing the clone's body in several vital areas. The clone went slack a moment later, Virgo and Niji releasing it. Niji released a breath as the clone disappeared, feeling relieved. Thanks for that, I was afraid I would have to start opening the gates to defeat him. Thankfully it didn't come to that. Yeah, so on to Guy-sensei then? They nodded toward Tenten, taking off to go help their leader. Niji brought up Kakashi's words over the radio. What do you think Kakashi was so worried about earlier? Tenten shook her head. No idea, but whatever it was, it can't be good. Virgo nodded at them, also curious about Kakashi's words. Yes, he seemed quite panicked about something, though that isn't surprising considering who we're up against. We need to return to them as soon as possible. They could be going up against 4 Akatsuki members now. That's true, but I can't shake the feeling that it's something else. The rest of the trip was silent after Niji's words, the group finally reaching a rocky area, spotting Guy and his copy fighting on one of the cliffs. It was an impressive display, 2 masters of martial arts fighting one another. Their attacks were powerful, moving with both skill and grace that many would envy. Virgo looked at the rest of his team, seeing them nod and heading in to join Guy. A plan shouldn't be too necessary in this case. They outnumbered the clone greatly, and it should be easy to take it down. As soon as they arrived, the clone jumped back, the 4 watching as Guy took a moment to catch his breath. Well, it's good to see you all here. They nodded, waiting for someone to make the first move. Niji looked over to Guy, a question on his mind. Guy-sensei, I didn't have the chance to find out with my battle, but, are the copies able to? Guy nodded gravely, getting into a stance. Yeah, they can all right. We only went up to the second, but I have a feeling the clone isn't going to hold back anymore, not with you all here. Tenten had a small look of confusion. Huh, what are you guys talking about? There was an explosion of energy, the group putting their arms in front of their face to block out the heavy wind. The stone around them began to crack and crumble, not able to handle the energy being released. Virgo eyed the clone, seeing its skin begin to change into a fierce red. Guy was quick to explain. The 8 inner gates, these things can open them if the target can as well. Judging by the energy released, it just opened the 5th gate. The clone rocketed off the ground, the cliff shattering beneath them due to its strength. It rushed at them, Virgo jumping off the air to meet it. Daffy rocketed through the air, the wind rushing past his face as he traveled. He looked to Katsuyu, who was holding on to him from his shoulder. How much longer, Katsuyu? She was silent for a moment before speaking. You're almost there, Naruto, just a couple more minutes. He nodded, gritting his teeth. This was taking far too long for his liking, and he could only wish that he could move faster. Still, he couldn't do anything else at this point. He retreated into his mind for a moment, resuming the conversation that he was having with Kurama. So, tell me, what's the deal with Pain's eyes? Why were you so curious about them? The large fox was quiet for a moment, sitting up as it contemplated how to tell its tale. Long ago, there existed a great sage, who wanted to bring peace to the world and end all conflict. To do this, he spread knowledge about an art he called Ninshu. It was this man, the sage of the 6 paths, who taught humanity about chakra. Daffy raised an eyebrow at his words, curious about what Kurama meant. And? What does this have to do about Pain's eyes? Kurama huffed for a moment, before continuing. Because, Naruto, the sage held those very same eyes himself. It is known as the Rinnegan, perhaps the most powerful pair of eyes this world will ever know. Daffy shook his head at how strange it all sounded. A pair of eyes having so much power that even Kurama was wary? So, what's so special about them then? Kurama hummed softly for a moment, explaining what he knew about the Rinnegan. Your new enemy is not entirely in the wrong, for thinking himself as a god. Those who possess the Rinnegan and able to wield its power, are said to have control over life and death itself. Tell me, what greater proof is needed to call yourself God? Daffy snorted lightly. Oh yeah? All I could see was that it let him push things around, nothing too special really. Perhaps not, but those eyes are far more powerful than that. They gave the sage unbelievable power. For proof, you simply have to look at us tailed beasts. Daffy narrowed his eyes at that, taking on a tone of seriousness. What do you mean by that, Kurama? The two stared at each other in silence, Daffy waiting for Kurama's explanation. It was the sage that had created us, millennia ago. It was through him that we were given shape and form, through him were we given life. Naruto, you are facing someone incredibly powerful, someone who might possibly be stronger than even myself. As you are now, I am not sure you can defeat him. The two looked at each other in contemplation, thinking about what to do. So, what are you suggesting we do? The fox took a deep breath, exhaling a moment afterward. Naruto, the truth is we need to work together. You must learn to wield my chakra. Your body has reached its absolute peak, the control of your chakra and elemental manipulation is one of the best in the world at this point. The fact is, you have gotten almost as strong as possible by your own strength. But it may not be enough. Daffy narrowed his eyes at Kurama, frustrated. You know that we've already tried this, Kurama. I barely got to a one-tailed state before starting to lose control. Kurama nodded sagely toward him. Yes, that is true, but that changes nothing. The fact is that you must learn to control my chakra. You have to let go of the hatred inside you. Daffy was silent, not answering, making Kurama sigh. Look, Naruto, I've been a part of you your entire life. I remember sensing your presence inside of your mother, Kushina. I don't know where this hate comes from, I don't know how you can rid yourself of it. But, ever since I've known you, I haven't seen a single thing you haven't been able to accomplish. I used to hate humans with all my being, and yet here I am now, working with one. That's because of you. Kurama. I know you can do this, Naruto. We can do this. I will wait for as long as it takes. Our fate is intertwined, Naruto, ever since the day of your birth. I truly believe that you will be the one to bring this world together, even if you show no desire to do so. Daffy was silent, trying to think of something to say. Why? Why are you saying these things to me? I've never said anything about wanting peace or bringing the world together. So, why is everyone relying on me to do just that? Kurama grinned toward him. Because, Naruto, we... He stopped, his head turning, as if peering out into the distance. The sudden change surprised Daffy, who questioned him urgently. What is it, Kurama? The fox looked back toward him, a grave expression on his face. There's a problem, Naruto. Naruto. He snapped out of his trance, awakening to reality. He turned to Katsuyu, who had called his name. What is it, Katsuyu? I've got news from my copy with Sakura. Kakashi and his team have made contact with the Akatsuki. Daffy nodded, his heart beating wildly. Good, and Gaara? Katsuyu was silent, hesitant almost. I'm sorry, Naruto. It seems we were too late. By the time Kakashi and his team arrived, Daffy stared forward, continuing to make his way to Kakashi and his team. There's something else, Naruto. What is it? He felt Katsuyu flinch at the tone of his voice, continuing after some hesitation. Kakashi and his team ran into Deidara and Sasori, two members of the Akatsuki. They were about to engage, when someone else revealed themselves. Enough, Katsuyu. Just tell me who it is already. She continued, her voice betraying her panic. It's your father, Minato Namikaze. He is there and engaging Team Kakashi. Minato? His father was here too? Orochimaru. The snake was beginning to become troublesome. He had already shown the ability to revive the first Hokage, but now the fourth as well? He needed to be dealt with. But that didn't matter right now, he had to focus on fighting a reanimated fourth Hokage. The reanimation technique was truly fearsome, summoning unkillable warriors who possessed limitless amounts of chakra. Only the summoner could stop them, the only other option being to seal the person away. Minato, however, would make this difficult. Daffy and his strings were more than able to seal away Minato if he needed to, but Minato was a seal master as well, and he would no doubt recognize his attempts. Combine that with his ability to teleport instantaneously, and infinite stamina. This would be yet another difficult fight. Just down there, Naruto. He looked over, already seeing smoke and debris rise into the air. His haki could sense them, and Daffy wasted no time joining the fight. He rushed in, a manic grin on his face, hiding the rage boiling deep inside. Gaara, just you wait. I won't let them get away with this unscathed. He dived down, stopping just before hitting the ground in front of Kakashi, a Rasengan in hand, clashing with his father's. You were right, Jiraiya-sensei, this shinobi world is filled with far too much hate. Minato looked on sadly as he prepared to battle his former student. It saddened him greatly, knowing that even death did not allow some escape from the conflict of this world. He had tried everything he could to escape the reanimation technique, but to no avail. Orochimaru had a very powerful will and chakra to go with it. His attempts to defy his orders had always been unsuccessful. And now, here he was, helping two terrorists fight his former student and his team. He couldn't help but feel proud at Kakashi, seeing his students beside him. The other three were strong, he could feel the strength of their chakra, and he was impressed. His thoughts were interrupted as Kakashi spoke to his team. Everyone stay on the defensive. We have to wait for Team Guy and Naruto to arrive here to back us up. Did he say Naruto was coming? That was surprising. In all honesty, he wasn't sure how he felt about that. This wasn't how he imagined his first meeting with his son would go, nor did he think he would be fighting against him like this. Even still, he couldn't help but be a bit happy about seeing his son all grown up for the first time. He felt his body begin to move, Orochimaru's orders about to begin. He didn't bother fighting it, knowing there was no use. Instead, he warned Kakashi, calling out to him. Kakashi, be careful, I'm starting my attack soon. Kakashi nodded, Deidara speaking up from behind him. Ha ha ha. Isn't this just great, Sasori my man? We get to just sit back and read dash. Shut it, Deidara. You know our orders. We're to retreat immediately, while the fourth covers our escape. Ugh, you are such a bore, so sorry. Fine, whatever. Let's get going then. Deidara quickly created a clay bird, the two hopping onto it and preparing to take off. He watched as one of Kakashi's students prepared to attack the bird, lightning being charged into his hand. Minato acted quickly, throwing two of his signature kunai. One was aimed in front of Deidara's bird, now in the air and speeding toward the entrance. The other, at the cavern wall, just beside Kakashi and his team. Minato flashed to the kunai in front of Deidara, his hands a blur as they sped through hand seals. Sealing formula spread into the air, creating a barrier of spacetime, just as a bolt of electricity fired from the boy's hand. Guiding thunder. The bolt hit the barrier, being teleported away to the other kunai that he had placed on the cavern wall. Kakashi was paying attention, it seemed, already grabbing his team and jumping backward, out of the cave. The bolt fired out toward them from his kunai, missing them as they left. Deidara and Sasori flew out of the entrance as well, Minato grabbing his kunai out of the air and following them swiftly. They began to fly away, leaving him alone with Team Kakashi. Kakashi, what should we do? The pink-haired girl asked. Kakashi was silent for a moment before answering. Minato-sensei, what orders were you given? He smiled at his student, who seemed to be as clever as ever. My orders were to protect the Akatsuki members as well as the fifth Kazekage's body. It would seem that, if you want to retrieve him, you'll have to deal with me first. If I get overwhelmed, my orders are to begin to retreat, so try your hardest to take me down. Kakashi nodded, looking back to his team. We need to get Gaara's body back and, if possible, pursue Deidara and Sasori. We can't let them get away. The team nodded, and Minato twirled a kunai in his hand. Kakashi, I'm attacking again, watch yourself. Minato rushed toward Kakashi, appearing in front of him at incredible speeds. Minato threw a punch towards the man, Kakashi grabbing the punch and redirecting it expertly. The pink-haired girl attacked next, swinging a powerful punch toward him. Minato sensed the enormous amounts of chakra stored in her fist, lightly throwing his kunai past her. Just before the punch struck, he teleported, forming a Rasengan as he turned, slamming it into her back. The Rasengan exploded, sending the pink-haired girl down into the water below. He turned, ducking as a kick went over him, the dark blonde girl attacking next. He placed a hand on the water, springing upward and landing a kick onto the girl's chin, driving her into the air. He threw the kunai behind him, just behind Kakashi and the other boy. He formed seals with one hand, watching as the dark-haired boy blew a fireball toward him. He flashed to his kunai, grabbing it with one hand. He released his technique, a powerful force of wind being launched at Kakashi and the boy. They jumped, getting off the river and onto the ground beside it. There was a burst of water, both from his technique slamming into the river and from the pink-haired girl, bursting from the surface. He prepared for her approach, waiting to counter his next move, until he heard what sounded like a small explosion. He looked up, see the dark blonde girl jump through the air, racing toward him. She kicked at the air, forming a near-invisible blade of wind. He threw his kunai down toward Sakura, teleporting to it in a flash. She seemed to predict his move, already throwing a punch toward where he would teleport to. He brought up an arm, preparing to block the technique. He didn't see the chakra around her fist change until it was too late. Rather than an explosion of force like he anticipated, her fist speared through him, the chakra scalpel allowing her to cut through him effortlessly. He raised a leg, pushing her away from him as he grabbed the kunai with his remaining arm, waiting for his arm and chest to regenerate. The other girl was coming toward him now, dashing through the air with her fans. He threw his kunai at her, teleporting towards it with his Rasengan drilling toward her. Just before he was able to strike, something grabbed at him, pulling him away from the girl and toward Kakashi and his other student. Lightning crackled in their palms, waiting for him to get close. Minato generated lightning in his own body, springing off of the boy's fist to dodge the attack, his own lightning stopping theirs from harming him. Normally he couldn't make lightning course through him like that, not training himself to do so. With his current body, though, he didn't have to worry about pain or harming himself. His arm had finished regenerating, but his kunai was at the bottom of the river now, him being separated from it as the old woman had pulled him away. The team grouped up, waiting for someone to continue the bout. His chakra intensify, the environment around them seeming to be overcome with an invisible pressure. Kakashi, it would seem I can't mess around anymore. Stay on your guard. Minato quickly pulled out another kunai, the last one he had on him. He threw it, quickly going through hand seals as it approached Kakashi's team. Ninja art, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The single kunai quickly multiplied into hundreds, Minato rushing in and grabbing two within his hands. The pink-haired girl reacted quickly, forming a wall to block the hail of steel. He called out to his enemy once again, trying to warn them. Be careful. I marked one of you earlier with my seal, the one with the dark hair. He teleported to the mark he had created, throwing the kunai into the air as a pair of Rasengan spun in his hands. He grimaced seeing that Kakashi and his team were caught off guard, slamming the 2 orbs of spiraling chakra into the boy. He stilled suddenly, trying to absorb the attack. The pair of Rasengan exploded, the force sending him deep into the forest. Sasuke, Kakashi called out, Minato grabbing his 2 kunai once again. He ducked as a blade of chakra, a chakra scalpel, extended from the pink girl's hand, cutting into the wall behind him. He threw the kunai at the girl's feet, rising up as Kakashi came up to engage him. The man slashed at him with a kunai, Minato clashing with him with his own. Minato grabbed Kakashi's wrist, pulling and lifting him off the ground to throw him. Minato teleported the both of them to the kunai he had thrown, sending Kakashi slamming into the pink girl's body, and forming a Rasengan to use against the other girl. He saw the girl raise her fans to throw blades of wind at him, Minato quickly breathing out a stream of fire to counter. She abandoned her attack, jumping to the side and giving Minato the opening he needed to close in after her. He shoved the Rasengan into her stomach, sending her back toward the river. He turned around to deal with Kakashi and the pink-haired girl, before hearing what sounded like wood clacking together. He turned to his right, seeing a wooden, red-haired puppet burst from the trees. The hair was tied into neat buns, and it was wearing a white robe, with a sword in either of its hands. Now I see, that old woman must be Lady Chiyo from the Sand Village. His body ducked under the first sword strike, tapping the puppet gently and placing a seal on it as he hopped away. The other boy, Sasuke, was returning now, so he had to be quick. He rushed forward, landing a midair kick onto the puppet and driving it backward. He placed a finger to the ground, a pulse of chakra being sent out into the earth. The pulse came back, revealing Lady Chiyo's location. Lady Chiyo, I need you to retreat. I found your position. He called out into the forest as his body rushed toward her. He found himself in a small clearing, Lady Chiyo surrounded by 9 other white-robed puppets. It was very impressive to say the least, but he knew that he only had to defeat the old woman to defeat the rest of the puppets. The pink one came at him first, throwing a powerful punch toward him. Minato ducked underneath it, placing an explosive tag on its back before rushing forward toward Chiyo. The blue one came next, black cables coming from its head to spear through him. Minato jumped over it, dodging its attack and throwing his kunai directly at Lady Chiyo. One of her puppets, one with purple skin and golden horns, batted the kunai away from her, Minato teleporting to it anyways, now only a few feet away from Lady Chiyo. Minato dashed past the purple puppet, placing another explosive tag as he went. He sent a punch towards the woman, who jumped back to dodge his attack. He threw his kunai toward her, teleporting in front of her with a Rasengan in hand. The purple and pink puppets came to rescue her, the pink one's fingers extending to capture him. He triggered the explosive notes, the 2 puppets falling apart. He pushed the Rasengan forward, ignoring her other puppets as they closed in on him. She brought up her right arm, revealing it to be made of wood. It opened up, creating a shield of chakra to block his attack. His Rasengan and her shield clashed, her shield swiftly falling apart as his Rasengan tore through it, destroying her fake arm as well. He kicked her away, her puppets falling to the ground as he did. He looked behind him, seeing Sasuke return to the battle, covered in lightning chakra. Minato cloned his kunai, wrapping one of his more powerful explosive notes to it and throwing it into the air. Sasuke charged at him, approaching him with impressive speed and attacking with a flying kick. Lightning arced off his body, making the surrounding trees and bushes burst into flames. Minato made his hand seals, forming his barrier once again, just before Sasuke impacted. Guiding thunder. He teleported Sasuke to the kunai he had throwing above him, quickly setting off the explosive note. He watched with a grimace as Sasuke was thrown off into the distance, disappearing over the tree line, his body smoking. They can't take much more of this, I'm not sure they can take me down right now. The rest of Kakashi's team isn't familiar with my techniques, and they seem tired as well, probably having traveled almost non-stop to get here. He moved through the forest, approaching Kakashi and his other pink-haired student. It seemed that the blonde girl had grouped up with them as well. He walked toward them slowly, speaking while he had the time. Kakashi, are you sure that you'll be able to do this? As you are, I'm not sure if you'll be able to defeat me. He couldn't help but smile at the determined look his student had on his face, stopping for a moment to replenish his chakra. Don't worry about us, Minato-sensei. We can take anything you throw at us. Besides, backup is already here. His body moved suddenly, rushing toward Kakashi with a Rasengan in hand. It drove forward, intent on landing on his student's face, but was stopped, as a blonde and pink blur rushed in front of him. His Rasengan clashed with another, the two techniques exploding a moment later, the two fighters forced to separate. He looked at the figure, shock evident in his eyes. He was tall, seemingly at Jiraiya's height. He was dressed absolutely ridiculously, wearing fashionable pants and a t-shirt, with a bright pink feathered jacket around his shoulders. He had a wide grin on his face, but Minato could tell it hid a deep anger, boiling on the inside. He gave his son a sheepish smile, a hand coming up and rubbing the nape of his neck. He laughed nervously. He. Naruto, I see you've grown quite a dash. He was interrupted as his son landed a powerful kick onto his face, sending him flying through the forest. His first meeting with his son was not going as planned. Sasuke dragged himself through the forest, approaching Lady Chiyo's unconscious body. The fourth had left the area already, having thought that he had defeated Sasuke. He shook her lightly, waking her up a moment later. Lady Chiyo, it's me, Sasuke. She nodded toward him, slowly getting to her feet with Sasuke helping her. They began to move at a steady pace, being careful not to alert the fourth Hokage. They made their way into the cave, Sasuke looking back as he saw Naruto dive from the sky. We should hurry, Naruto is here now, and this area probably won't be safe to stay in for long. Lady Chiyo nodded as she approached Gaara's body, kneeling down to him. This Naruto, he's strong, I'm assuming? Sasuke nodded swiftly, looking at the entrance to make sure they weren't interrupted. Yes, he's the strongest person I know. He's the reason I'm as strong as I am today. Lady Chiyo nodded, placing her hands on Gaara's body. Sasuke looked at her in curiosity. What are you doing? She chuckled at him, chakra glowing from her hands as it entered Gaara's body. I truly envy you young folk, so full of live and not yet aware of the horrors of this world. I have lived a long life, Sasuke, and I can say without any doubt, that this world needs people like Gaara. He raised an eyebrow at her, wondering what she meant. She met his look with a smile. You do not live in the hidden sand, so I doubt you are aware. Gaara has stirred the hearts of many young ninja ever since he returned to the sand. He has proven himself to be wise and understanding, truly beyond his years. He wishes to make the village view him not as simply Kazekage, but as family. She chuckled lightly. You know, I once asked him where this change in view came from, how he went from being a raging murderer to someone so capable of such compassion. He told me a man named Naruto showed him his new way of life. Sasuke nodded slowly, looking down at Gaara's still face. Yeah, Naruto has a way of changing people. It would seem so. Come here, dear. I'm going to need a bit of your chakra. He knelt on the other side of Gaara's body, offering his hands to Lady Chiyo. She took them in her grasp, the chakra growing brighter. He felt his chakra rush out of him, helping fuel whatever technique she was using. What is this, Lady Chiyo? She smiled at him sadly. This is the beginning of a new age, Sasuke. Having watched just a few moments of the new generation, I can tell that the world is going to go over a drastic change. I can only wish you luck, young shinobi. His eyes widened in surprise, his Sharingan watching the strange swirling of her chakra. Lady Chiyo, what are you dash? One's own life reincarnation. He watched as the remainder of her chakra entered Gaara's body, Chiyo falling limply to the side. He looked down in shock, seeing Gaara slowly begin to open his eyes. Chapter 17. Daffy watched as his father's body went flying through the forest, crashing through several trees as it traveled. That was easier than he expected. He turned his head toward Kakashi, wanting to hear an explanation on what was going on. Kakashi, what's happening? Where are the Akatsuki? And where is Sasuke? Kakashi was looking toward where Minato was sent, before snapping his head back toward him. He nodded briefly, seeming to almost sag in relief as his enemy left the area. Deidara and Sasori attempted to retreat while the fourth Hokage battled us. Sasuke snuck past him with Lady Chiyo, an elder from the hidden sand, to retrieve Gaara's body. Kakashi stopped his report, Daffy taking in his words. The Akatsuki were retreating, an interesting development. It was not often an S-rank ninja saw fit to run or retreat, let alone two of them. Could it be that his fight with Pain had something to do with that? No matter. And Team Guy? Katsuyu said they were supposed to be here as well. Yes, we all separated to remove a barrier the enemy had set up. They had apparently run into issue and trying to meet back up with us. An issue? Virgo was a part of Team Guy. What kind of issue could they possibly have that he couldn't take care of swiftly? Another Akatsuki member, perhaps? Daffy thought of a plan quickly, trying to see how best to resolve the situation. Kakashi, I want you guys to go after Deidara and Sasori. Team Guy can handle whatever is holding them back. I will take care of Minato. Sakura spoke up at that, trying to warn him of Minato's abilities. Be careful, Naruto. Since he's a reanimation, he has. I know, Sakura. I'm well aware of how the technique works, I'll be fine. She nodded, waiting for Kakashi's signal to move on, until Temari spoke up. Naruto, if we leave to pursue the Akatsuki, then what about Gaara's? There was a small silence in the forest at her words, waiting for Daffy to respond. Right now, I want nothing more than for those two to be dead. Gaara's not going anywhere, but they are. Find them, kill them, and then come back. We'll take him home together after that. Temari had small tears in her eyes, before wiping them away quickly, giving him a determined nod. He looked back at Kakashi, who had a fierce look in his eye. Naruto, this is the fourth Hokage we're talking about here, one of the greatest ninja the world has ever known. Are you sure you can take him by yourself? He grinned at his sensei, turning to where Minato was sent flying. He walked a couple of steps forward, waiting for him to return. Of course, Kakashi. It's only natural for the child to surpass the parent. Now go. They were about to jump off, when Sakura suddenly remembered something. Wait. Naruto, during the fight, the fourth marked Sasuke with his Flying Thunder God seal. If he comes with us, then he'll be able to teleport to us in an instant. He frowned slightly, thinking about what he knew about the technique. He and Jiraiya had studied the technique quite a bit during their training but were unable to figure out how it worked. It was very complex, and Minato seemed to be a very paranoid individual, making the seal he put on his kunai riddled with countermeasures to avoid someone figuring it out. He was surprised that Jiraiya didn't actually know the technique already, thinking that his father would have taught it to him. When he asked, Jiraiya explained that it wasn't very cool for the teacher to learn something so powerful from his student. The fool. He already learned the Rasengan, so why not this one as well? They were not able to figure out how to use the technique, but they learned a lot about it, including an assortment of ways to break the damn thing. Daffy made a shadow clone, which quickly joined Kakashi, Sakura, and Temari. Take him with you, he'll be able to get rid of the seal on Sasuke. They nodded, jumping away and heading over to retrieve Sasuke. He turned back, sensing Minato rushing back toward him. He suppressed a sigh, his haki trying to predict his movements. It was like his fight with Pain, but not as bad. During that fight, he couldn't predict his moves at all, but it was different here. With Minato, it was like they were fuzzy, hard to see and feel. A result of him being under someone's control, perhaps? Minato was visible now, flying through the forest and launching a powerful kick toward him. Daffy lifted his leg, blocking the kick with his shin, grinning at his father. Minato gave him a sad smile. That's not really a good way to greet a father, you know? His grin widened, pushing Minato's leg away from him and punching toward Minato with his left hand. His father caught the punch with both hands, his kunai spinning in the air. Well, if it makes you feel better, I treat Jiraiya the same way. Minato disappeared, teleporting to his kunai and now in the air, a Rasengan in hand and rushing toward his face. Daffy quickly destroyed the seal that Minato placed on his hand, using his strings to pull him out of the way and swiping his hand, sending several strings at his father. Minato teleported just before the strings hit him, appearing on the other side of them to dodge them easily. Daffy watched with interest, finally seeing the technique that the entire ninja world praised. So, it not only lets him teleport his position, but he can even instantly change his orientation, and teleport in a small area around the kunai. Minato threw the blade toward him, a mistake in Daffy's eyes. He grabbed the kunai out of midair, quickly destroying the seal on it, watching in amusement as his father stumbled slightly, not teleporting like he had expected. Minato smiled. Well, growing up with Jiraiya probably wasn't easy, but it's nice to see that he at least taught you a few things, and not spending all his time peeping on women. He frowned at his father's words, figuring them out a moment later. Minato thought that, he thought Jiraiya would take him in, that he wouldn't be growing up alone. It made sense, he supposed. From Jiraiya's words, Minato seemed to be a son to him, and the feeling probably went the other way as well, with Jiraiya feeling like a father to Minato. Yes, he's a fool, but a knowledgeable one. Daffy felt something inside him crack as Minato laughed, slowly pulling out a regular kunai. Minato charged at him, swiping a wind-enhanced kunai toward him. Daffy jumped back, surprised at Minato's speed as he followed him, rushing in to slash at him. Daffy slapped at Minato's wrist, redirecting the kunai and putting a hand on Minato's chest. Ever white. A mass of strings unfurled, wrapping around Minato quickly, forming a cocoon around him. It was completed only a second later, trapping him completely. Daffy relaxed for a moment, then perked up suddenly, looking toward where Kakashi and everyone else were. His haki had just sensed something, one aura disappearing and another emerging. Gaara. His instincts flared suddenly, quickly turning around to see what was happening. Minato was there, slamming a Rasengan into his chest. Daffy grimaced, trying to slash at Minato with his strings, but the Rasengan exploded before he could. The force of the explosion sent him flying back, quickly using his strings to stop his momentum and land on his feet. He looked back toward Minato. Gaara was alive, and that was good, but he couldn't get distracted in this fight. Minato may not have the sheer power and strength that Pain had, but he was still very skilled, and a tricky opponent to face. Daffy placed a hand on his chest, strings with green chakra running through them gently wrapping around his internal organs, repairing the damage they had sustained. The Rasengan was a rather hard counter to his haki. It wasn't the initial impact that did the damage, but rather the internal damage it caused, getting around his haki. He stood up straight, Minato picking up his tri-pronged kunai, the familiar seal being recreated on its handle. Sorry about that, you captured me before I could warn you. When you were born, I placed a seal on the back of your neck, so I could teleport to you if I needed to. You might want to get rid of it? He scowled slightly, placing his hand on the nape of his neck and sending his chakra to get rid of the damn thing. Minato continued. And yeah, you're right. Jiraiya-sensei was never the smartest man, but he's a good man nonetheless. Daffy raised a palm toward him, chakra coursing through his arm. Minato saw the action and swiftly threw his kunai toward him. Overheat. The beam of flame sped through the air, Minato teleporting to his kunai and appearing in front of him. Daffy jumped backward, kicking toward his opponent with a surge of strength. Storm leg. A blade of compressed air traveled toward Minato, who quickly teleported around it, the blade traveling onward and slicing through the forest. He saw Minato make several hand signs, a flicker of lightning appearing a second later. Lightning style, false darkness. A beam of lightning flashed forward toward him, Daffy jumping to the side to dodge the attack. He gathered his chakra, placing his hands on the ground. Ever white. Strings spread along the ground, traveling deep into the forest. Minato teleported to a tree branch to avoid them, Daffy standing up to observe his father. He was a tricky opponent. He wasn't as powerful as Pain, that was becoming obvious, but his speed made him difficult to hit and fight. If he could hinder his movement, and attack from multiple directions, then he should be able to stop him. I have to say, Naruto, I'm impressed. I've never seen techniques like these before. If you like that, then you're gonna love this. Flap thread. The sea of strings began to move, quickly forming spears and darting out to stab through the former Hokage. Minato moved quickly, teleporting around the spears to avoid them. Daffy jumped up, the spears continuing to attack. He rushed his father, quickly grabbing the kunai out of the air when he attempted to throw it. Minato grabbed him suddenly, using him to spring off into the air to continue dodging the attacks, or he tried to. As soon as he touched him, Daffy unraveled, revealing a string clone that quickly wrapped around Minato's body. The real Daffy slowly rose out of the sea of strings, quickly creating a shell of strings around his body. He waited for a moment, making sure that Minato didn't have another seal somewhere to teleport to. He released a heavy breath, the strings receding but still maintaining the shell around his father and dropping the kunai. He was beginning to tire. Recreating his awakening techniques gave him access to powerful attacks, but it was very chakra taxing. He had already spent quite a bit of chakra fighting Pain, and he was glad he didn't have to waste even more fighting Minato. He approached the shell, pulling out a brush and ink from his pouch to create a seal. He could simply use his strings, but it wouldn't be as strong, and it would be better to use ink to ensure nothing went wrong. He began writing, a bit conflicted as he did so. A part of him was just glad that this was almost over, Gaara still alive and all of them able to return home. Another was hoping to speak to his new father. Minato was proving to be an interesting man, and much different than Donquixote Homing. Minato was strong, and his words had shown that he was a man that trusted his family. When Daffy was first born in, he knew that the village had hated him, feared him even. He knew the cause as well, Kurama. They all knew that he was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and they hated him for it. Minato wasn't a naive fool, who thought that the village would simply revere him and welcome him with open arms. No, Minato had thought that Jiraiya would take him in. That he wouldn't be alone for almost all his childhood. It wasn't much, but it was far more than Donquixote Homing had ever given him in his eyes. Still, at the end of the day, Minato Namikaze was dead. Getting to know him wouldn't change that fact. While he wanted to know more about the man that had given him his new life, he knew that it wouldn't mean anything in the end. He wasn't some child who wished to meet his parents for the first time, he was a fully grown man that had already had his own parents, watched one of them die, and killed the other. He had no use for Minato at this point in his new life. But still, Daffy looked in surprise as the shell suddenly shifted, Minato fighting against it. He grimaced, focusing his haki and enveloping the shell in it, turning it black. He didn't want to do this as it made it harder to draw the seal, but it would have to do. His eyes widened seeing the hardened shell crack, Daffy jumping away from it. It exploded a second later, revealing Minato with a fist outstretched, a sheepish smile on his face. Sorry about that. I wish I could make this easier on you, honestly, I do. I hope Jiraiya taught you a lot more, because now we're gonna get more serious. Daffy grimaced, looking at the orange pigment that colored his eyelids. He could feel it as well, his own training allowing him to know exactly what this was. He and Jiraiya were never able to master it, but it seems his father was a different story. Jiraiya, when I see you again, I'm going to kill you. Of all the things you've told me, you never said he had mastered Sage Mode. His father rushed forward, the ground collapsing underneath him, the new level of speed surprising him. A fist rushed through the air, Daffy ducking underneath it and launching his own. He was stopped as soon as he tried to throw the punch, an invisible force striking him in the face. He was sent flying backward, his chakra trying to move to destroy the seal that Minato had placed on him. He wasn't fast enough, Minato appearing above him with a Rasengan in hand. Daffy brought up his arms, reinforcing his entire body with Haki, earth chakra coursing through him to increase his durability as much as possible. There was no way he could avoid that. Sage Art, massive Rasengan. The enormous sphere came down, slamming him into the ground. It exploded a second later, the surrounding forest quickly disappearing. Demon Bamboo. His Haki coursed through him as he clashed against the clone of his sensei, the powerful kick it had unleashed being stopped by him Bamboo. The meeting created a massive shockwave, the nearby rock faces shattering due to the pressure. Virgo frowned at that, seeing the strength that his enemy was putting out. He pushed, sending the clone away as he dropped toward the river below, joining the rest of his team. He turned toward them, curious to see what they wanted to do as the clone began to rush after them. Guy spoke quickly, already thinking of a strategy to use against him. Virgo wasn't surprised, it was only natural that someone would know how to defeat themselves. Beat him before he opens the 8th gate. An excellent strategy, his sensei was truly wise. They couldn't let the clone get to the 8th gate, so they had to beat him as quickly and efficiently as possible. The clone had already reached them, the 4 jumping onto solid ground nearby, 10-10 letting her own thoughts known. Yeah, no shit. They landed, watching as the clone slowly walked out of the water, approaching them. The water evaporated like steam, only adding to its foreboding appearance. They took up a stance, Niji wanting to further expand on their plan. Yes, I think that's rather obvious, Sensei. The question is how we go about doing that. You're not exactly the easiest person to take down, and if we expend too much energy, we won't be able to help Kakashi's team effectively. That was true as well. Guy was already a powerful fighter by himself. Add the power of the 8 gates and he was almost unstoppable. Virgo decided to speak up first, thinking about what to do. There are 2 options in this scenario. We can do as Guy says, and defeat the clone as quickly as possible, expending as much energy and chakra as needed to do so. 10-10 nodded, watching nervously as the clone approached. Why yeah, and the other? The other is we simply draw out the 8th gate and try and survive. Neither of those are good ideas, Lee. Niji and Guy hummed in thought, ignoring the clone as he kept approaching. What do you think, Guy-sensei, what should we do? Guys, he's getting close. I'm not sure, Niji. I mean, I know the 8th gate is strong, but I don't know how strong I am when I open it. Never really got a chance to practice it. Niji nodded sagely, a hand cusping his chin. That's true, but with how strong the 7th gate is, the 8th is no doubt at least as strong as that. Okay, seriously, he's almost true, but the clone finally rushed toward them, a devastating punch coursing through the air. Virgo moved forward, his bamboo held in both hands as he held it in front of the fist, stopping it cold before it could reach Guy, who continued speaking. Maybe it would be better to just run away. I mean, how long could he chase us down for? 10-10, it seemed, finally had enough and decided their strategy for them. All right. That's it. From now on we're just gonna kill the damn thing and get out of here, got it. There was silence as Virgo continued to hold off the clone of Guy, the real one, and Niji swiftly nodding and turning to help him. Niji attacked first, his hands glowing with chakra as he rushed around behind the clone. 8 trigrams 128 palms. The flurry of attacks digs into the clone's back, Guy himself rushing upward to deliver his own attack. A powerful kick lands on the side of its head, just after Niji lands the final hit. The clone was sent flying away, but was quickly wrapped at a spiked chain, 10-10 grabbing a hold of it and reeling it back with a surge of strength. Virgo focused his chakra and Haki, swinging his bamboo at the clone as hard as he could as it flew towards him. Just before it got close enough, a swell of chakra unfolded, the chain breaking and a heavy wind blowing through the area. The ground buckled as the clone opened the 6th gate, seeming to kick off the air as it went up into the sky. Interesting, it can use one of the 6 powers by sheer strength alone, not needing any technique or formal training. However, it isn't as good as at the technique as someone with that training. Virgo launched himself into the air, following the clone as fast as he could. It had the 6th gate open now, meaning it was stronger and faster than before. But up here, Virgo had the advantage, being better at aerial combat. He swung his bamboo at the clone, who swiftly jumped higher into the air to avoid. They dropped back down, a leg stretched out to land a devastating kick. Virgo grabbed the leg, shifting his weight to throw the clone back toward the ground. The clone sped through the air toward the earth, where Niji was waiting for him. Virgo quickly sped out of the way, watching as Niji began opening several of the gates himself. 8 trigrams air palm. An explosion of air pressure fired out from Niji's hand, slamming into the clone. An explosion rang out in midair, the gentle clouds in the sky separating and dispersing as a powerful shockwave struck them head-on. Virgo landed on the ground, watching as the clone guy fell from the sky, limp. Niji quickly fell to one knee, panting. Virgo and everyone else rushed to his side, helping him to his feet. Niji looked over to them, a small smile on his face. Sorry about that, it looks like opening the gates still takes a lot out of me. I'm not as good at it as you are yet, Guy-sensei. Guy smiled toward him, giving him a thumbs up and his signature grin. Don't worry about that, Niji. Opening the 5th gate is no easy task. Even I wasn't able to open easily at your age. Tenten shook her head at them, a small frown on her face. You know, you two are way too reckless. Why can't you be like Lee and just fight without ripping your bodies in half in the pros? She was interrupted by an explosion of chakra and pressure, the team looking over to see the clone slowly get to his feet. It was surrounded by a blue mist, its eyes having a look of complete enragement, surprising given his thoughts about them being mere puppets. It looked like things were starting to get serious, Tenten voicing his thoughts. Okay, that is not good. Seriously, just how tough is this thing? Now what are we gonna do? Guy shook his head, taking his stance while putting Niji behind him. I'm not too sure. I've already opened the 6th gate today, and I don't know if I can open the 7th to match him right now. Niji needs rest from opening the gates as well. What about you two, anything that you've been holding back? We will probably need it. Tenten shook her head, waving her hands wildly. Hell no. What am I supposed to do against that? They turned toward him, Virgo giving a curt nod. Yes, I suppose I can fight a bit more seriously. I was hoping to wait until we met up with everyone else, but it seems I waited too long. I will try and end this as quickly as I can. Guy nodded, stepping back and bringing Tenten with him. All right, we'll support you when we can. I don't know what you're planning, but give it a try. Virgo nodded, his haki and chakra coursing through him as he slowly walked toward the clone. Haki began covering his entire body, earth chakra running through him to further enhance himself. He felt his team jump back as the clone rushed toward him. The clone threw a powerful punch, Virgo throwing away his weapon and meeting it with his own. They clashed, a shockwave of force bellowing outward. Virgo felt his ears pop as the force of their attacks created a small vacuum, the air rushing back in a second later. The clone tried to pull its fist back in, but Virgo didn't let him, grabbing its wrist and pulling it closer. A fist was sent flying, crashing into the clone's stomach. The clone retaliated, a powerful punch of its own flying into Virgo's chin. His head tilted upward slightly, a bit of blood dripping from his mouth as he bit the inside of his cheek. Virgo reared his head back swiftly, slamming his forehead into the enemies, slamming his foot down at the same time. Spikes of stone erupted from the ground behind the clone, with the copy swiftly recovering from Virgo's blow, releasing his hold on him and flipping up and backwards, dodging the attack. It kicked off the air once again, rushing back toward him and Virgo readily greeted him. The clone lifted a leg into the air, bringing it down toward Virgo's head. Virgo brought one arm upward, blocking it, and his other hand stretched to his side, gathering chakra. The earth responded to his chakra, rising and gathering around his fist. It formed a serrated spear, soon turning black as his haki covered it completely. He gripped the spear tightly, stabbing forward at the midair clone, slicing through the air. The clone sprung off Virgo's arm and back into the air, dodging the spear as he sped away, but he wasn't done. Rather than stop, the spear began to extend, and then began to chase the clone as he fled, pursuing him endlessly. Virgo shifted a foot, the land around him responding. 3 large walls of earth formed, soon surrounding the midair ninja. They were slanted slightly, coming together to form a roof above him. The walls formed hard spikes, Virgo concentrating intently to make sure each spike was imbued with his haki. The clone saw what he was doing, turning to meet the spear head-on. He waited for its approach, and as soon as it did, he smashed his fists into the flat of the blade, attempting to stop it. Instead, the blade continued onward, pushing him further into the colossal walls behind him. Virgo saw his chance, forming a hand sign with his other hand. The spikes on the walls extended suddenly, surrounding the clone in a storm of death. Before they could impact, the clone leaned to the side, rolling around the blade of his spear and dashing straight toward him. Virgo dropped the spear, the spikes from the walls continuing to chase its prey. He watched as the clone put his palms together in front of him, the real guy seeming to cry out in alarm far behind him. That's Lee, get out of there. Now. The blue mist surrounding the clone seemed to thicken, Virgo spears getting closer to his enemy. The clone thrust his hands forward, his momentum stopping quickly and going backward slightly. A wave of pressure quickly formed, rocketing towards him. It was large, fast and, if the strong breeze rushing past him was any indication, very powerful. The clone's voice cried out, surprising him, since he hadn't heard it speak before. The name of the technique echoed across the landscape. Daytime Tiger. Gaara slowly began to open his eyes, his body feeling rather sore and difficult to move. He was on the floor, on his back more specifically, and was looking up to the roof of a large cave, a pair of red eyes looking back toward him. He spoke, his voice hoarse and dry, coming out as more of a whisper than anything else. Sasuke? What's going on? Where are we? The raven-haired boy smiled lightly toward him, placing a hand underneath him to help him sit up. It was a bit painful, his body protesting at the mere thought of moving. It was strange, never had he felt like this before. Even his fight with Naruto didn't leave his body like this. Just what had happened to him? Welcome back to the land of living, Gaara. His eyes widened at Sasuke's words, memories flooding back into him. The village, the Akatsuki, Deidara and Sasori along with Itachi and Kisame as well. It seemed that he was defeated and had been captured by them. If so, what happened next? Had Sasuke managed to rescue him? He looked over to his left, seeing the corpse of one of the elders, Lady Chiyo. Now he understood. He had been dying, and it seemed that Lady Chiyo used the last of her chakra to heal him. Another life lost because of him. He had a realization, a stunning conclusion that made dread well up inside him. The voice, Shikaku's voice, it was gone. It was almost always there, ranting on and on about something or other, though usually about wanting him to start killing everyone around him. For the first time, Shikaku's voice was absent from his mind, no longer invading his thoughts, no longer trying to twist him into becoming a monster. It was strange, to say the least. Shikaku had been the cause of so much grief in his life. The death of so many close to him, and the cause for his insanity before he had met Naruto. Still, a part of him missed the psychotic being, the world seeming a bit too quiet without its ramblings. But he couldn't worry about that right now. Sasuke seemed injured, tired as well, and he knew it would take a lot to injure someone trained by Naruto himself. He slowly began to rise to his feet, Sasuke helping him all the while. He groaned lightly, feeling blood rush through his legs, leaving him slightly dizzy. As he attempted to regain some semblance of coherence, he asked about their situation. Sasuke, what is going on? Where are the Akatsuki? Sasuke gave him a fierce and determined look, snapping Gaara to attention. He felt his heart rate rise as he realized they may still be in danger. He spotted his gourd laying on the cavern ground a bit further away, calling for it and making it slowly float toward him. Your village sent an urgent message to us asking for aid, telling us you had been kidnapped. Sakura, Temari, Kakashi and I were sent out to get more information and track you down. Team Guy was sent out as backup once we discovered your location, and Naruto has just arrived on the battlefield as well. Gaara nodded, affixing the gourd onto his back. He couldn't help but feel relief flood through him, knowing that he had so many strong fighters at his back. It was certainly better than fighting 4S rank ninja by himself. And who are we fighting right now? He couldn't assume that there weren't more or less of the Akatsuki members that he had fought. He had assumed that there was only one in his first bout with them, and he had paid the price for that, ending up having to face 4 instead. He didn't know what to expect this time, and he hoped that Sasuke could shed some light on the situation. That's a bit complicated. He looked toward him questionably, wondering what he meant. Sasuke sighed, continuing his explanation. Team Guy is currently fighting an unknown enemy and haven't been able to meet up with us yet. When we arrived here, only Sasori and Deidara were here, Itachi and Kisame were nowhere to be found. He nodded toward him, feeling his chakra begin to slowly course through him. And Sasori and Deidara? Who is fighting them currently? At the moment? No one. The two fled almost immediately and left someone to fight us off to cover their retreat. He was starting to get tired of the suspense, suppressing a sigh and urging him to continue. And? Who was it? The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze? The fourth Hokage? That was dangerous. But how exactly was he here anyway, and why was he fighting against them? Sasuke seemed to know his confused look, explaining quickly. Orochimaru brought him back with a forbidden technique and has seemed to have joined the Akatsuki. The fourth is being controlled by him, and his body is virtually indestructible and has almost unlimited amounts of chakra. He's a difficult opponent. Luckily, Naruto has arrived and is probably fighting him right now. He nodded, turning his head as he heard several people enter the cave. He smiled seeing familiar faces enter his vision. Temari sprinted over first, quickly enveloping him in a hug that almost knocked him over. He awkwardly and hesitantly patted her on the back, unsure what to do in this situation. The rest of Team Kakashi joined them soon after, Temari letting him go with a smile on her face. "Thank you, all of you, for your help." Naruto began to chuckle lightly, walking over to Sasuke as he did. "Of course, it's what family does, after all. I'm glad to see you're all right, Gaara." He nodded, a little bewildered at how tall Naruto had grown. He had read about it in Temari's letters, but seeing it was surprising. Not too long ago, he was only a couple inches taller than him, but that didn't matter right now. Naruto was inspecting Sasuke's hand, the boy questioning him a second later. "Naruto, what are you doing?" He gently tapped a part of Sasuke's hand, letting it go and stepping back. "Minato placed one of his flying thunder god seals on you, I was just removing it." Sasuke nodded toward him, Gaara asking about their next move. "So, what now, Naruto?" He was silent for a moment before speaking, a serious expression on his face and his voice stern as he spoke. "Now, I want you to go and track down Deidara and Sasori. It wasn't very long ago that they left according to Kakashi, so you should be able to catch up if you move quickly." Gaara shook his head toward him, disagreeing with Naruto. "No, if Deidara is using that bird to travel, then we will have difficulty keeping up with him. It's fast, and you all seem to be rather tired. It would be too difficult." Naruto seemed to grin toward him, jumping out of the cavern, everyone else following him. Gaara looked back to Lady Chiyo, promising to come back for her. They walked along the water, Naruto looking up at the sky. "Kakashi, what direction did they go?" Kakashi hesitated for a moment before pointing, Naruto seeming to concentrate for a moment. He grinned suddenly, pulling an arm backward. He thrusted the arm up into the air suddenly. He called out the name of the attack, Gaara recognizing it from their own battle during the Chunin exams. Fulbright. There was silence as Daffy watched the distance intently, seeming to wait for something. A few seconds later, he began laughing, turning back towards them. "They have good distances, not surprising for S-rank ninja. Still, you should be able to catch up to them now. Go, quickly. Make sure they never harm another member of our family." They nodded, Sakura bringing up a question. "What about you, Naruto? Are you sending your clone with us?" Ah, so this was a clone. It made sense, the real one most likely fighting the fourth Hokage. He was just about to answer, when a large explosion appeared off in the distance, sending hundreds of trees and debris flying into the air. "No, the real Naruto is going to need my chakra. We already had to fight a powerful member of the Akatsuki, so I'm going to need all the chakra I can get." They nodded, the clone disappearing soon after. Gaara and the rest of the group began running toward the two Akatsuki members, eager to catch up to them. They took to the trees, Gaara feeling his body slowly recover from his injuries. Well, it wasn't so much injury, more like fatigue or exhaustion. He actually didn't have any injuries, but he couldn't help but feel slightly off. Perhaps it was because Shikaku was no longer sealed inside of him. "So Kakashi-sensei, what's the plan?" He turned his head at Sakura's words, wondering what the famous ninja had planned. "We're gonna have to split up for this fight. The Akatsuki work in pairs, and we can't let them work together or we'll make this more difficult. We'll take advantage of our numbers and split into teams." Gaara nodded, putting in his own opinion. "I will help take on Deidara. I fought him before, so I have experience fighting him already." Kakashi nodded, continuing his plan. "Alright, Gaara and Temari will take on Deidara. He's already injured, so he should be the easiest to take down. Sakura, Sasuke, and I will take on Sasori. Any questions?" There was no reply as they kept moving forward, somewhat of a strategy formed in their minds. It took them a few minutes, but they had eventually reached their crash site. They didn't seem to be traveling very quickly, probably confident that the fourth would cover their escape. "Deidara, you imbecile." The two were arguing with each other, standing in front of bird that was sliced in several pieces. "Me? How am I an imbecile? This is your fault." They hid in the treetops, watching the two interact and waiting for an opening. Gaara could hear Sasori growl at his partner, anger in his voice. "My fault? You're the one who was controlling that hideous thing you call art? All you had to do was move out of the way of those threads. Wow, you don't say? Well, maybe if someone had, actually warned me about them, then maybe I could have. You're lucky I was feeling generous enough to pull you out of the way in the first place, otherwise you would have lost more than an arm. And what idiot loses both their arms in less than a week?" Gaara looked over, seeing Kakashi nod and signal them to begin the attack. Gaara moved first, his sand flying out of his gourd and toward Deidara, trying to separate the two. The two Akatsuki members jumped back, but Gaara was able to latch onto Deidara's ankle, whipping him to the side, and throwing him deeper into the forest, away from Sasori. He and Temari rushed over to him as Deidara kicked the sand off him, Kakashi and his team rushing down to fight Sasori. He and his sister stood before Deidara, who seemed a bit surprised to see him. Okay, so what the hell? How are you even alive right now? He ignored the man, his sand spreading out to form walls all around them. It surrounded all of them, forming an arena of sand, Temari taking out her large fan to fight their foe. Deidara began chuckling, the bag on his side, slowly sliding down and falling on the ground. He kicked the bag upward, the clay inside rising into the air, Deidara taking a large bit out of it. Man, he said between chewing. This really isn't my week, is it? First, I lose one arm to you, then Sasori makes me lose the other, and now I have to fight the two of you, by myself, with no arms and almost no explosive clay. His lips smacked together loudly, Gaara feeling large amounts of chakra being formed. The ground began to crack as Deidara began channeling more and more chakra. Well, you know what? Screw you. I know I'm not gonna win against you, so instead, I'll show this world what true art is. Ha ha ha. Gaara's eyes widened, seeing what he was planning. He gathered his sand, the walls suddenly rushing inward and collapsing onto Deidara, who didn't even attempt to escape. Gaara formed a tight fist, trying to crush the man to paste. The orb of sand began to expand, large spheres began bubbling to the surface. Deidara's voice could still be heard, traveling through the grains of sand trying to end his life. True art dash. He turned to Temari, who wasn't sure what was happening. Temari, get out of dash. Is an explosion? Sakura eyed the Akatsuki member with curiosity, her guard up and ready for any of his attacks. She relaxed her breathing, getting ready with yet another fight with an S-rank ninja. Honestly, she couldn't wait until this was all over and she could go home and take a nice, long bath. But, until then, she had a job to do. So, this is who they send after me? How disappointing. Hurry up and come at me already. I have places to be, and I hate to keep people waiting. They hesitated, analyzing their opponent carefully. From what she knew, Sasori of the Red Sands was supposed to be a puppet user. The only problem was, where was the puppet? She eyed the tree line around her, trying to spot any discrepancies that may clue her into a trap, but she found nothing. Was he just going to fight them head-on? Well, get on with it. You're starting to annoy me. How many times do I have to tell people I don't like to be kept waiting? A tick mark appeared over Sakura's head, starting to get tired of the man's complaints. She rushed forward after him, throwing a kunai ahead of her as she did. Before it could land, a long, metallic limb came from behind Sasori, knocking the kunai out of the air. It was some kind of tail, with a pointed tip visibly dripping with poison. It rushed toward her, Sakura jumping and twisting into the air to avoid it. She hoped back to join her team, wondering what to do next. Sasuke seemed to speak next. Kakashi, are you seeing it too? Yeah, I see it. She looked over to them curiously, wondering what they meant. Sasuke explained quickly. That isn't Sasori, it's just another puppet. Our Sharingan can see that he isn't a real person. Sakura nodded, facing Sasori once again before Kakashi continued Sasuke's thought. But there's something else. The little we can see of his face, that isn't wood. She tilted her head in confusion. It's dead skin. Her heart skipped a beat, quickly turning to face Sasori who began laughing ominously. I see why Orochimaru wanted those eyes so badly. There's no hiding anything from you, is there? Yes, this is one of my favorite puppets, Hirako, the corpse of a rather well-known shinobi. Deidara is always so eager to show off his art. But, now I have the chance to show my own. Sasori removed his cloak, revealing the puppet underneath. He was on all fours, his metallic tail swinging around wildly, coming out of the mouth of a large mask on its back. Its left arm seemed to be some strange metal contraption, no doubt holding various projectiles to use against his enemies. Sasori began chuckling, the chakra in the air thickening as he prepared to fight. Now, let's see how you handle my art. The tail extended suddenly, rushing toward all of them. The three-man team jumped away to avoid the attack, the tail spearing into the ground, causing the earth to crumble. Sasuke rushed toward him, kicking off the air and covering himself in lightning. He sent a powerful kick to the puppet's back, who took the attack head-on, with no difficulty. Sasori reached up with his right hand, grabbing Sasuke and slamming him onto the ground. He faced the Uchiha, lowering his face mask and opening his mouth, revealing a Senbon launcher. Kakashi was quick to save his student, ninja wire wrapping around Sasori's head and pulling tight, closing his jaw. Sakura rushed in with a fist reared back, Sasuke fighting off the puppet and getting out from underneath him. Sasori's tail rushed toward Sakura, trying to stop her from attacking, but Sasuke jumped up to kick it away from her. Sakura got close, approaching from the front and launching her punch. Sasori acted quickly though, his left arm spinning rapidly and opening, Senbon being launched in all directions. Kakashi quickly made a mud wall to defend himself, Sasuke kicking off the air to jump back behind Sasori, avoiding the needles. Sakura jumped backward, panicking and trying to avoid getting hit, but she was unable to. The needles dug deep into her skin, puncturing her legs and arms as she covered her face and curled up as small as possible. The needles stopped, Sakura opening her eyes and watching Sasori as she began to pull the needles out. Well, that's one down at least. My poison is one of the most powerful in the world, as well as being the hardest to cure. Your only hope of curing it would be to take it to that Hokage of yours as soon as possible. If you leave now, you just might end up living. Kakashi and Sasuke joined back up with her, looking toward her with concern. She simply smirked, pulling the needles out of her. Sorry, but that isn't going to happen. And you'll have to try harder than using a bit of poison if you want to beat me. Sasori's puppet narrowed its eyes at what it saw, looking at the holes his needles had created in Sakura's body. Rather than blood, a dark, purple liquid was coming out instead, the poison that he had used against her. How are you doing that, girl? She ignored him, rushing toward him with intent. She wouldn't let anything stop her this time. Kakashi and Sasuke followed, Sasuke encouraging her. Sakura, you're our best bet for breaking his puppet. We'll cover you, just keep going. She nodded, watching as the tail came back again to stab toward her. Sasuke jumped up and kicked it toward Kakashi, who wove several hand seals, water appearing from seemingly nowhere. Water style, water prison jutsu. The sphere of water locked the tail in place, the puppet opening its mouth and firing a barrage of Sanban. Sasuke countered it, lightning crackling in his hand. Chidori Sanban. The two types of needles clashed, Sasuke pushing Sasori's further back and giving Sakura the time she needed to get in close. She threw a punch, the puppet throwing its own to fight her off. Her other hand formed a chakra scalpel, swiping toward the offending appendage and blocking it, slowly cutting through it. It bought her just enough time to land her attack and shatter Hiriko. A figure jumped out from its remains, standing before them in Akatsuki robes. He was much different than Hiriko, skinnier and not as intimidating. He had bright red hair, and clear, almost perfect skin. In fact, he seemed to be just that, perfect. A form without a single flaw, eerily creating the image of perfection. He spoke, and his voice was soft, almost alluring, a stark contrast to the gruff and harsh voice that Hiriko seemed to have. My, how impressive. I didn't expect you to defeat Hiriko, nor that you would find a counter to my poison like that. An explosion rang off from not too far away, the location that Gaara and Temari were fighting Deidara. Sasori looked over at it, Team Kakashi forming up to continue their fight. She didn't look toward the explosion, knowing that Gaara and Temari would be just fine. And it seems that Deidara has gone off as well. I was hoping we could buy more time, but this should be more than enough. Huh? What is he? Sakura, Sasuke, we need to go. Sasuke nodded, confusing Sakura once again. She turned around and began running with them, looking back to Sasori curiously. She questioned Kakashi's orders, who responded urgently. That isn't Sasori, and it isn't a puppet either. She kept running, looking back and watching as Sasori's body began to quickly expand. It's made of clay. There was a bright light, Sakura quickly forming a wall between her and the clone, hoping it was enough to protect her and her team from the explosion. The tiger-shaped attack rushed toward him, Virgo quickly rushing toward the attack himself. It was truly an impressive attack, and would be difficult to defeat, but he was more than up for the challenge. He stopped the attack heading toward the clone's back, needing the energy to fight off this next move. He brought back a leg, kicking forward with all his strength. A large blade of wind rushed forward, crashing into the tiger's maw. He wasn't done yet though, pulling out a spare stick of bamboo, putting it to his lips. He took a breath, blowing into the stick, firing the arrow that lay within. It fired outward, slicing through the air at tremendous speed. An explosion of sound echoed out, the hockey-enhanced projectile breaking the sound barrier. It joined the slice of wind that he had fired earlier, spearing through the clone's attack with almost utter ease. The tiger fell apart immediately, the concentrated air pressure exploding outward as its form took too much damage. It radiated outward, a bright light forming from the power of the attack. The pressure expanded, the earth beneath them forming a large crater as it continued to grow. Virgo ignored it all, kicking off the frantic air and straight through the enormous explosion, eager to continue the fight. The clone had dodged the arrow but wasn't expecting him to approach so quickly. Virgo delivered a harsh knee into its gut, bringing both of his fists up and slamming it down onto the copy's back. It was sent flying downward, Virgo rushing down to follow it. It crashed into the center of the large crater, one that was easily a few dozen meters wide. It embedded into the ground, Virgo swiftly appearing in front of it. It got up on shaky legs, stepping toward him and firing off a rapid, powerful punch. It landed on the side of Virgo's chin, a blast of wind echoing off the side of his face from its strength. Virgo didn't move, letting the punch land, waiting for it to continue. It did, using its other hand to fire off another punch. It landed on his chest, the ground behind him buckling and parting as force of the attack traveled through his body. Virgo merely watched, waiting for another attack. He watched in curiosity as the clone's eyes narrowed at him, another punch being launched at him. He raised a palm, stopping the attack cold, a drop of blood slowly dripping down his face from the earlier attack. He tightened his grip, watching as the hand slowly began to creak, the pseudobones in its hands beginning to shatter. It attacked with the other hand, but Virgo caught it once again, throwing his bamboo staff into the ground. He reared his head back, slamming his forehead into the clone's, driving it to its knees. How disappointing. Here I was, ready for a real fight, and this is all I receive. Are you watching? Can you see just how pointless this puppet of yours truly is? He watched curiously as the clone stared at him with intent. He continued. Naruto took longer to get here than I anticipated. I wonder, are you the one that held my king back? It finally spoke, but the voice was not Guy's. King? Is that what he is to you, a king? He looked down at the clone, its wrists buckling and bending backwards. Virgo changed his grip, grabbing its forearms instead. You are in no position to ask questions. Now, who are you? The clone looked onward with a stoic face, its forearms soon being ground to dust. I have already told your king who I am, but I suppose telling you would not change anything. I am Pain. Virgo kicked the clone to the ground, placing a foot onto its chest, pushing downward as the remains of its arms turned to stone. Pain? A foolish name. You do not deserve the name until you face me and live. To think you would be so arrogant to fight Naruto. You're as foolish as your namesake, hiding behind your puppets. He felt the clone's chest buckle as his foot sank in deeper, the possessed clone giving out its final words. It would seem Naruto and his associates are quite strong. But do not forget, Rock Lee, one day I will teach you what pain truly is. He slammed down his foot, the clone crumbling into stone. He looked around, making sure that there were no more threats around him. Seeing nothing, he grabbed the stick of bamboo out of the ground, putting it back into his vest. He hopped out of the crater, walking back to his team through the cloud of dust and debris. Guy rushed over to him, clasping his hands on his shoulders in worry. Lee, are you okay? There were tears streaming down in his face, Niji and Tenten running up to join them. He peeled Guy's hands off his shoulders, trying to calm his sensei. I am fine, Guy. We should get moving though, Team Kakashi might need our help. The tears stopped, explosions ringing off in the distance. They looked toward them for a moment, before looking back toward each other. Guy turned on his radio, trying to reach Kakashi and his team. Kakashi, it's Guy, come in. They waited for a few seconds but were met with silence. Niji gave his opinion, trying to decide their next move. If Kakashi is where those explosions sounded off, they might be out of range of the radios. We should go and check it out. They nodded, jumping to go and check out the situation. Virgo shifted his eyes slightly, seeing Guy give him a strange look. The green-clad man looked away a moment later, continuing to join Kakashi. Daffy jumped out of the crater, his body smoking, a small crack in one of the lenses of his sunglasses. He was not happy. The attack that Minato had used hurt. He landed on the ground, erasing the seal Minato created on his face from before. His father stood there for a moment, a slightly shocked look on his face. Wow, I'm surprised you took that so well. I mean, I'm happy about it, don't get me wrong. He ignored the man, raising a finger toward him. Lightning style, bullet string. A spark of electricity, and the bullet raced toward his father, who swiftly ducked under the attack. He fired several more, his father expertly dodging around the attacks, starting to rush forward to attack him. Daffy clenched a fist, grabbing the strings that trailed behind the bullets, making them close around his father. He reached up and grabbed his headband, marking it with his seal and throwing it to his side, around the various threads. He teleported to it, dodging the attack and continuing to rush toward him. Daffy took the small collection of strings, making them unravel and the ends in the forest race toward Minato's back. He channeled his chakra, Rasengan forming on the ends of the strings and chasing the blonde Hokage. His father seemed to sense the attack, ducking under one of the orbs and flipping over the next. It didn't matter, he was within range. Demon strings, spiraling threads. The various Rasengan exploded, the strings inside them that he was creating expanding outward to shred the Kage to pieces. The chakra cleared, Minato no longer there. Daffy grit his teeth, turning around as his father rushed him from behind. He had his kunai, probably picking it up after breaking through the shell of strings that he created, remaking the seal on it. Minato threw a punch, Daffy ducking underneath it and attacking with his own. He was stopped as an invisible force slammed into his face, snapping his head backward. Damn it! This must be what that old frog was talking about, using the natural energy of the world to attack your opponents. It's strong too, I can't afford to keep getting hit by those. He jumped back, Minato following him and launching another punch. Daffy deflected the attack, flinching as the invisible force slammed into his stomach anyways. He kicked at the man, trying to gain some room. Minato caught his foot, using his sage-enhanced strength to pull him closer and send a kick toward his face. Daffy raised his arms to his face, trying to block the attack. It crashed into his arms, the strength of the attack increasing when that invisible force slammed into him, breaking his guard and striking his face once again. He was launched backward, feeling blood begin to drip down his chin. He landed on his feet, eyeing his father as he began to slowly walk toward him, putting his headband back on. Daffy grinned, wiping the blood away from his chin. He took it back, Minato might be even stronger than Pain. He didn't use flashy and powerful attacks that could reshape the land, but he didn't need them. With Sage Mode, he was a complete monster, too fast and strong for almost any fighter to have a chance of defeating without their own unique abilities. He had his haki, but Minato's undeath seemed to be messing with his observation haki, and his armament haki was being matched with the perks of Sage Mode. He took a deep breath, concentrating intently. He needed to calm down and focus. His chakra fell for a moment, before slowly intensifying as Minato began to rush toward him. Daffy narrowed his eyes, waiting for Minato's next move. He was moving quickly, the damaged ground beneath him being displaced by his movement. He kept concentrating, waiting for an opening, focusing his haki as much as he could for any advantage. Minato threw his kunai toward him, Daffy watching as if it were moving in slow motion. Minato would teleport to his kunai, forming two Rasengan in his hands. Minato would push them forward, kicking his kunai to the other side of Daffy and teleporting again to catch him off guard. The world snapped back into focus, stunning Daffy for a moment. What was dash? Minato teleported to his kunai, appearing in front of him with two Rasengan in his hands. Daffy watched with a sense of déjà vu, turning to his left as his kunai began flying to his side. Minato teleported again, trying to catch him off guard. Daffy saw it coming, his hands reaching up and grasping Minato's wrists, stopping him cold. He covered Minato's wrists in strings, kicking him backward and grabbing his kunai out of the air. Minato was sent flying backward, Daffy grabbing the strings he attacked to his wrists to pull him back toward him with one hand. The other was raised in the air, quickly forming a Raisin Shuriken, throwing it at the airborne blonde. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. Minato grabbed his headband once again, throwing it to the side of him and opening his hands. Guiding lightning. A seal appeared in the air, his Raisin Shuriken being absorbed by it and reappearing near Minato's headband, heading for Daffy instead. He heard the crackling of lightning, Minato sending electricity down through his strings to electrocute him. He dropped the strings, both fighters jumping away as the Raisin Shuriken exploded outward, further scarring the land. They ran at each other once again, Daffy throwing his strings into the air to rain down onto Minato. Fulbright. Minato began dodging the rain of strings, Daffy forming a shadow clone. The two began weaving signs, casting their techniques less than a second later. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. The two techniques fused together, forming an unstoppable inferno that raced toward Minato. The clone dispersed, Daffy needing the chakra as he prepared his next technique. He raised his hand to either side of him, acting quickly as the flames continued to burn. Break white. Two large sheets of white string erupted from the ground, wrapping around the area Minato was, quickly coiling around him and tightening, recreating a much larger shell of strings. He focused wind chakra into the strings, tightening the threads further to rip the undead man to pieces. The strings faded and disappeared soon after, Daffy cutting the chakra to them. Minato was standing there, his body bearing hundreds of cuts, ash slowly filling in the wounds as he eyed him. The two stood there, neither one making a move. Minato did first, speaking rather than attacking. You don't know how happy I am, Naruto. Being here in front of you, seeing how strong you've become, seeing the man you've become. I can't express how happy that makes me. But. Daffy didn't speak, didn't reply, waiting for Minato to continue. But you don't know how sad I am either, knowing that I didn't have a hand in any of it. Daffy started at his father with a grim frown, Minato instead bearing a torn, sad smile. You know, when your mother said she was pregnant, I threw myself into my training. I studied and trained constantly, wanting to know anything and everything that I could. Do you know why? Daffy hesitated before asking, his voice hollow as he stood before the man that gave him life. Why? Minato laughed. It was filled with joy and sadness, one that Daffy knew didn't belong, one that shouldn't be coming from the one known as Minato Namikaze. Because, when you came into this world, I wanted to make sure that there was nothing I couldn't teach you, nothing I couldn't protect you from. I wanted to give you everything I could, everything that Kushina and I didn't have. But, as you can see, things didn't really go as planned. Silence took over the forest again, the only sound being the creaking and snapping of wood as the debris settled around them. You know, I can't tell whether you're angry with me, or just indifferent toward me. I can't really blame you though. In the end, I failed you, Naruto. My very first day as a father, and I failed. Minato seemed to take an unneeded deep breath, and Daffy knew that if the man was physically capable, he would probably be crying now. There are several sand ninja approaching us right now, probably trying to save the Kazekage. Orochimaru is going to call me back soon. He knew what Minato wanted. He wanted him to say something, to say anything really, but what was there to say? Daffy wasn't a child longing to see parents, he was a near 60-year-old man, someone who had seen both heaven and hell at a young age. The time for a set of loving parents was far beyond him. And Naruto, I just want you to know that it's okay. You can hate me as much as you want. I'm the reason we had to leave you in Jiraiya's care, and I'm the one that made you the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But forgive your mother, okay? She had nothing to do with it, it was all my idea. He watched sadly as Minato kept going on, Daffy biting his lip, trying to think of something, anything to say. His father hesitated before giving him a defeated smile, turning slightly to leave. Well, I guess this is goodbye, for now. Father. Minato stopped, looking behind him with widened eyes. Daffy's opinions hadn't changed. He didn't need a loving and caring father in his life. He didn't need a warm and compassionate mother either. The two had interested him, but that was all it was to him, interest in the two people that had given him life. But, like it or not, the two were family, and Daffy took care of his family. He may not need a loving and caring father, but Minato needed a strong and caring son, one that he could be proud of. He may not need a warm and compassionate mother, but Kushina needed a kind and caring son she could happy for. He gave Minato the sincerest smile he could muster, idly hoping that it would be enough. He didn't know how to do this, he was never exactly a model child in either of his lives, but right now, he could try his damnedest to be just that. He always made sure to give his family what they needed. I'm glad I got to meet you, father. He watched as a smile spread across his father's face, disappearing a moment later. He heard footsteps as troops from the hidden sand began to arrive, one of the Jonin with the face mask across the side of his face asking him what had happened. He didn't answer, forming a throne with his strings and taking a seat, his mouth set in a firm line. He leaned back in the chair, thinking about what had to be done. Orochimaru, the next time I see you, you're dead. He looked down his nose as Team Guy approached, helping carry Team Kakashi back with them. Gaara and Temari seemed to be in good shape, but Kakashi, Sakura and Sasuke were a bit worse for wear. The important thing was that they were all alive. The Sand Shinobi began to cheer at the sight of their Kage, soon rushing to surround the red head. They clamored around him, singing their praises and yelling about how happy they were to see he was okay. He couldn't help but grin at the uncomfortable look Gaara had adopted, not used to such things. Minato, don't worry, I'll free you from that worm's grasp, just you wait. After the crowd had settled down, they recovered the corpse of Lady Chiyo, the woman that had saved Gaara's life, and began their return to the hidden sand. Gah! This sucks. You hear me, Sasori? This is the worst. Quit your babbling and keep moving. We're late. The two moved through the rainy weather, heading back to the hidden rain village. You're not the one who had to expend a bunch of chakra creating those clones. Seriously, do you know how much chakra those things take? Besides, you barely did anything. Sasori grunted, continuing their walk into one of the hidden entrances to Pain's tower. If you remember, I had to waste one of my puppets, one that you must have used horribly if it was defeated so easily. They reached the end of the hallway, opening a door that led to a small room, a lobby with several couches and tables set up. Hey, it isn't my fault you designed the thing, so it was hard to use. You can't blame me for that. Sasori's eyes narrowed in irritation, his head whipping over to face Deidara just as they entered the next room. All right, that's enough. He stopped speaking, his head turning as he looked into the room. There was a large table in the middle of the room, several chairs on either side, with just one on the very end. Their leader, Pain, was sitting there, with his partner Konan standing beside him. The rest of the Akatsuki were there as well, all taking a different seat. Deidara and Sasori grabbed a seat as well, waiting for Pain to begin this little meeting that he had called. It was very strange, since before they had always chosen to meet remotely, instead of meeting in person like this. Now that everyone is here, we can begin. We will start with a threat assessment of Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Hayden snorted loudly, kicking his feet up onto the table. Please, like some little twerp is any real threat to us. Just send me and Kakuzu and we'll get the job done in no time at all. Kisame laughed at the Jashinist, slamming a palm onto the table. Do you hear that, Itachi? The human voodoo doll thinks he can play in the big leagues. Maybe I should teach him his place. You're underestimating the Nine-Tails kid. He's gotten quite strong, stronger than most of you in fact. Zetsu's words quieted everyone, Pain ending the silence a moment later. Naruto is becoming a problem. He has trained a few others during his trip with the Toad Sage, and they have grown powerful in their own right. From this moment onward, you are to avoid Naruto Uzumaki and Rock Lee at all costs. Do not engage them alone. Deidara leaned back in his chair, his dismembered arm laying in front of him. So, what? Are we just going to keep running away from him all the time? We have to face the brat eventually. Pain glanced over with his purple eyes, which started to glow ominously. Naruto is not a priority right now. He must be sealed into the statue last. But, when that moment comes, the whole of the Akatsuki will gather to fight the Hidden Leaf. Itachi raised an eyebrow at that, leaning in with sudden interest. The Hidden Leaf? Pain nodded toward him. Yes, the Leaf has proven to have several powerful warriors as part of their ranks. If left alone, they will be a problem for years to come. To achieve our goal, the Leaf will have to be taken care of. Haiden gave their leader a wide grin, chakra leaking out from him slightly. Now that's what I'm taking about. Some good, old-fashioned killing. I love it. Ha ha ha. Pain merely nodded toward them, continuing the meeting. Also, we have a new member joining the Akatsuki today. Come in, Toby. A masked head suddenly popped out from behind Pain, a hand showing up a moment later, waving enthusiastically. Hiya. I'm Toby. Pleased to meet ya. Chapter 18. Zabuza Momochi considered himself as someone with nerves of steel. Little could shake or disturb him, and there was never a time where he would fear his own death. He was the type of man that refused to falter, who would never break under any circumstance. Nevertheless, the one-known Naruto Uzumaki was seriously testing that belief. He still remembered the day he had first met him, when the boy was much shorter and seemingly a simple genin on a mission way above his league. He remembered when his first impression of him had changed in an instant, after the boy had almost killed him. Meeting Naruto Uzumaki again was an experience he hadn't been looking forward to, much to his own surprise. There was something about him that was never quite right. He was too strong, too powerful, and seemed to have far too much experience. Seeing him again only reinforced that fact. The Naruto he had met on the center of that lake was far different. No, different wasn't the right word. He seemed like he was whole again. The way he walked and moved, gestures and mannerisms that seemed so odd as his younger self, suddenly came together. Naruto had become a true predator, a monster in every definition of the word. For the first time, Zabuza found himself shaken at the thought of a fight. He remembered eyeing the boy's work, seeing how brutally and effectively he would take down the rebels that fought against Mei and her people. The ninja had been utterly butchered, and Naruto had gone through it all without a scratch. There was no doubt in his mind that Zabuza had now been looking at one of the strongest ninja on the world, one worthy of the name Kage. When the boy had suddenly left, shattering the very earth beneath him with his strength, Zabuza had released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The presence that he held now was both awe-inspiring and dangerous. Who never wanted to meet someone who could go face to face with such a man? If he did, he was sure that a swift death would follow. He relayed all of this to the Mizukage standing in front of him, waiting to hear her thoughts. He had waited for Naruto to return, but he never did, even after a couple hours. After that, Zabuza decided to return to Mei and deliver his report. He wasn't sure why Naruto had left in such a hurry, but there wasn't really a reason for him to stay either. He accomplished his mission after all, but he wasn't expecting the extravagant blonde to leave without a word like that. Well, Lady Mizukage? It's obvious that this Naruto is a powerful ninja, a clear threat to the hidden mist. What are we going to do about it? Ao spoke from Mei's side, his ever-stern look upon his face. Zabuza had never really liked Ao very much, finding the man rather pretentious and, to be blunt, a know-it-all. Still, the man was very skilled. He wouldn't be Mei's right hand if he wasn't. Mei chuckled sweetly a moment later, interrupting Zabuza's thoughts. Oh yes, he seems to be quite strong. Great husband material, don't you think? Ho ho ho. Mei laughed haughtily, making Zabuza sigh a bit at her antics. Mei was a powerful kunoichi, easily deserving the title of Mizukage. Her quirks, however, often got on his nerves, not always taking the situation completely seriously or too confident for her own good at times. Still, she was his Kage, and he had her to thank for reinstating him as a mist ninja. Mei resumed a moment later, a sly smile on her face. Still, what do you think of him, Zabuza? Do you think he's the one causing such a ruckus among the various nations? Zabuza gave it a brief thought before shaking his head. No. Naruto doesn't seem like the type to go around killing ninja for no apparent reason, or, if he is the one, there's someone behind him pulling the strings, though I doubt that is the case as well. Ao raised an eyebrow at that, folding his arms in front of his chest. Oh? And why is that, Zabuza? He glared at the man's raised eyebrow, not quite liking that the man was questioning him as if he were a superior. Mei apparently saw the look, repeating Ao's question. He answered a moment later. Because you haven't met him. Naruto isn't that type that is manipulated easily. If someone were strong enough to manipulate him, then there wouldn't really be a reason for them to slinking around like this. Mei nodded, humming thoughtfully with her chin cusped in one hand. I see, this is most unlike you, Zabuza. His eyes widened slightly at the unexpected observation, leaning forward in curiosity. Mei merely chuckled toward him, folding her hands in front of her as she sat behind her desk. What I mean is that you aren't really one to be singing another ninja's praises, especially a leaf ninja. It's very unlike you, though I suppose that goes to show just how special this Naruto character really is. She smiled sweetly, turning toward Ao while clapping her hands together. What do you think, Ao? Should I send a marriage proposal to the leaf? Zabuza stared at the man, silently begging the man to humor the Kage for once. Ao gave a thoughtful look, actually considering her words before shaking his head. I don't think that is a good idea, Lady Mizukage. Naruto is 16 or 17 years old, making him far too young for you, and you far too old for him. Instead, perhaps we show. Zabuza sighed, his fingers pinching the bridge of his nose as the pressure in the room suddenly increased, just as he anticipated. Ao, shut up, or I'll kill you. Zabuza was quick to continue the conversation to somewhere actually helpful while Ao was suddenly silenced. Besides that, what are you going to do, Mei? Someone is trying to raise tensions between the villages, and we are still recovering from the civil war. It isn't the hidden leaf, and the sand is still trying to consolidate after the death of Raza. That leaves the stone and cloud? Mei nodded, leaning back in her chair. Yes, the fact is if another war broke out right now, we wouldn't be in a good spot. That leaves us with no other option? Ao had seemed to recover finally, giving his Kage a curious but wary look. Mei merely smiled, tilting her head and folding her arms in front of her. We ally with the Hidden Leaf Village. The office was silent for a moment, Ao being the first to voice his rejection. Lady Mizukage, you can't be serious. Zabuza was with Ao on this one, much to his displeasure. An alliance with another village was a monumental decision, one that couldn't be made lightly. Creating one was a sure way to disrupt and change the balance of power, and both villages were almost guaranteed to try and find a way to be the one on top. If the Mist tried to ally with the Leaf would be the ones on top. The Hidden Leaf had no need for such an alliance, the Mist being the ones compromising to make things work. If they weren't careful, they could find themselves at the Leaf's beck and call, utterly reliant on them. That wasn't even considering the political ramifications of such a thing. There were many that would not be happy. He's right, Mei. Besides, do you really think that the Hidden Leaf would ally with the Blood Mist Village? Mei gave him a sharp glare, making him stand a bit straighter as her voice became quiet, almost a hiss. You know we aren't like that anymore, Zabuza. He nodded, not backing down in the slightest. That's true, but the rest of the world doesn't know that yet. The Leaf would be taking a major risk in everything. They have a lot to lose with little to gain. Offering an alliance would just be a show of weakness. Ao nodded, continuing after Zabuza to convince her to reverse her decision. Along with that, the village would never agree with it. There would be tension between us for years to come. Even if we were to establish an agreement, it would never last. Mei sighed heavily, seeming to slump in her chair before sitting up again, leaning over the desk. Look, you two, I'm not making this decision lightly. You don't think I know all that already? The fact is that we're in trouble here. Just think about this for a second. Right now, we're as weak as ever. We've lost so many clans to the bloodline purges, we're still building our military back up and we're seeing signs of conflict on the horizon. She was silent for a moment, letting he and Ao absorb her words. The fact is we won't survive long if there are ninja like Naruto Uzumaki on our heels. You've made it clear, Zabuza, that the Hidden Leaf is beginning to swell in strength. I don't doubt that this Naruto will be the next Hokage, and when that happens, do you want to be on his side, or against him? Zabuza was silent, Ao shaking his head toward her. You're making this decision based on a single ninja? Even if he is a powerful shinobi, there is no guarantee that he will be Hokage and there is no guarantee that he wouldn't betray us at the earliest convenience. Mei shook her head slowly, trying to drive home her point. It doesn't matter, Ao. The fact is that we won't last long by ourselves either way. We already know that the Cloud is building up their military, and I doubt that Oanoki wouldn't be doing the same. Right now, our only hope is to have faith and trust that the Hidden Leaf will be able to help us, that Naruto will be able to help lead the Hidden Mist to a better future. Ao seemed to be at a loss for words, Zabuza thinking carefully about what she was saying. She was right in many ways. The mist was at a record low for shinobi forces, they had lost their tailed beast, and their clans were either scattered or dead. If they were to go head-to-head with another village, Zabuza doubted they would do well, perhaps even be defeated entirely. He looked into her eyes with determination, looking for any hint of hesitance or doubt. Is this what you think we should do? Is this the path that you want the hidden mist to take? He felt Ao turn toward him in surprise but ignored him, waiting for May's response. She nodded curtly to him. Absolutely. The office was silent for a moment, Zabuza eventually breaking eye contact and letting out a heavy sigh. All right then, we'll do it your way. Ao sputtered slightly, something that was quite unlike the usually calm and stern man. Zabuza, you can't really be support. Oh, be quiet Ao, I've had enough of your rambling today. The woman made her decision so shut it. Ao's mouth snapped shut, May giggling silently at the two of them. It wasn't an easy decision for him to make, supporting this alliance of hers. But he had tried to save the hidden mist once already, and he had failed completely. Because of that, the demon brothers were dead. Because of him, Haku was dead. He may not have done the deed, but if he wasn't trying to do it all himself, if he had simply gone with May and let her take the reins, Haku would be right here with him, living in the village that he had wanted to save. He was done trying to be the hero, he wasn't suited for it. May had liberated the mist once before, and Zabuza was willing to trust it to her once again. He turned around, walking toward the door to leave the office. He stopped once he had gotten there, turning his head toward the Mizukage. I'll start spreading the word to the other officials then. I trust you'll be writing a letter to the Hokage. May nodded toward him, a small smile on his face, a stark contrast to the deep frown on Ao's own expression. I swear, back in my day Akage would listen to their advisors. Nowadays. Shut up, Ao. Shut up, Ao. Zabuza walked out of the room, his thoughts a whirlwind as he pictured the future of the hidden mist. There was a lot at stake here. So many risks, but the reward for it all could be just what the hidden mist needed, even if it didn't know it. He thought back to the tall blonde that he reacquainted with. Naruto Uzumaki, huh? I wonder, what else do you have in store for this shinobi world of ours? Daffy walked behind Gaara and his rather large entourage, looking down at Kakashi as he lay on a bed of floating sand. They were all making their way back to the village, the various sand ninja rather happy to see their Kage alive and well. Sasuke and Sakura were walking beside Kakashi and his floating platform, Virgo walking beside him. The rest of Team Guy were walking far ahead of them, leading the entire group, and Daffy took a moment to question just what had happened to take down a man like Kakashi. So, age catching up to you, huh? He gave the Jonin a wide grin as he groaned, rubbing his temples in slow, circular motions. Why does everyone think I'm so old? I'm not even 30 yet. Sakura slapped Kakashi's hands away, placing her own hands at the sides of his head. There was a green glow, healing chakra flooding through Kakashi's skull. Stop that Kakashi-sensei, you're just gonna make it worse. Just lie down like a good Jonin and relax. Daffy looked down to him expectantly, waiting for an explanation. Sasuke spoke up as well, apparently eager for one as well. Kakashi, just what was it that you did back there anyway? Kakashi gave a light sigh, before waving a hand toward him, brushing him off. I'll explain it later to you guys. To be brief, it's a unique ability for the Sharingan. I haven't quite mastered it yet though. Daffy shrugged, dropping the subject for now and looking forward. Gaara was walking slightly ahead of him, with Temari at her side. He couldn't see Gaara's face, but Temari was looking toward him, clearly talking to him about something with a small smile on her face. Most likely, they were simply catching up, not having seen each other for nearly 3 years. Daffy turned slightly to the right, seeing the missing sibling trying to blend in with the crowd. Daffy slowed his walking, separating from the group to be more alone with Virgo. His haki had told him that Virgo was slowing down on purpose, and he was curious to see why. Virgo had spoken first though. Interesting development, isn't it? He gave Virgo a questioning look, wondering what he meant. He nodded in Kankuro's direction. The Sand siblings. If I were to be honest, it reminds me of something. Daffy stopped, the pressure around him increasing, the cracks in his sunglasses spreading rapidly. Virgo's own glasses began to chip as well, the man stopping at the same time. Lee, you may be a close friend of mine, but you should also know to watch your tongue. We do not speak of him ever again, you know this. Virgo nodded coolly, Daffy continuing to walk forward with Virgo trailing close behind him. Forgive me, I was just curious about something. Daffy turned slightly, giving him an unhappy look. About what? He snapped, ready to hear an explanation. Had I said something like that 20 years ago, I would probably be halfway across this desert right now. To be frank, you've changed, Naruto. He stopped, his eyes widening at Virgo's words. He thought about it, wondering about what had just transpired. He quickly realized that Virgo was right. Had they been in Dressrosa, and Virgo had said those words, he would have sent the man across the city. He wouldn't have killed him, but he wouldn't take such disrespect either, not when it came to that. So, what was different? What had changed? He thought about it for a moment, walking forward again and looking ahead at Sakura and Sasuke. Sakura was prodding at Kakashi, green chakra flaring now and again as she tried to ease the Jonin's pain. Sasuke had walked ahead to join Gaara and Temari, joining in on their conversation. He doubted it was just them. They were family to him, yes, but he had family before as well, and never had it caused such a change in him. Perhaps it was this place, this new environment, free from all mentions of his previous life. Before, he was constantly reminded of his past. The world government, the celestial dragons, all of it. There was never a single day where he wasn't reminded of the heaven he had been born in, and the hell that had been delivered upon him. But here, things were different. For over a decade, his only reminder of all of it had been a single fishman. No world government, no celestial dragons, no warlords, marines, pirates, devil fruits, or One Piece. No, here there was only his family and everyone trying to get between them. It was a stark realization, one that had left him slightly reeling. Just how much had he changed? He thought about it further, looking up at the approaching village gates. Doflamingo would never sympathize with an old, washed-up drunkard like Jiraiya. Doflamingo would never force himself to make a dead man like Minato happy. Doflamingo wouldn't bother making a woman like Tsunade's life easier by not killing a thorn named Danzo. No, Donquixote Doflamingo would have never done these things, so then, it's because of you that we are who we are today, so none of us will hesitate to help you become who you want to be either, okay? He slowly reached into the pouch on his leg, palming the worn book that lay within. Were they the ones doing this? Had they really changed him that much? He pulled his hand out of the pouch, seeing Sakura turn around to look for him. He looked up, seeing that they had reached the village gates. He sped up to meet up with Sakura, getting there just as everyone began to stop, making a path for Gaara to enter the village. Gaara began to walk ahead, Daffy, Virgo, Sakura and Sasuke following him with Kakashi's bed of sand following close behind. Temari hung back and started walking beside himself, Team Guy waiting at the village gate. Gaara continued to walk, the sand ninja forming a path for them as they began to cheer. He looked ahead, seeing both ninja and villagers waiting at the gate, eager to see their Kage's return. Gaara stopped, turning around to look at Daffy and his group. They stopped in front of him, Team Guy walking over to join them. Gaara tilted his head upward, raising his voice as the crowd began to grow quieter. Everyone, I must thank you all for greeting and celebrating my return. But, I must make it clear that without the help of the Hidden Leaf and Lady Chio, I would not be here today to stand before you all. He was silent as he waited for his words to roll over the crowd, Daffy placing his hands in his pockets with a wide grin spreading across his face. It was interesting watching Gaara at work, reminding him of his own time as King of Dressrosa. The Hidden Leaf has proven today that they are our closest allies. Despite everything, they risked their most powerful ninja to save my life. They were under no obligation to do so, and after our betrayal of them 3 years ago were in the right to ignore our plea. Even so, they helped us in our most dire need, and for that, the leaf will always be a dear friend to the sand. The crowd began cheering at that, several smiles lighting up among the villagers in the crowd. Daffy looked around, seeing Gaara's village for the first time, even if he was still outside it. It wasn't the most extravagant place he had ever seen. It was hot, windy and dry and didn't seem very hospitable. He was snapped out of his thoughts as Gaara continued. Most of all, I must thank this man for everything he has done for us. Without him, I wouldn't be the person I am today. Without him, the sand would not be recovering as well as it has. I invite you all to join me in thanking. Gaara walked forward, a hand extended to offer a handshake. Daffy chuckled lightly at the theatrics, extending his own and giving Gaara a firm handshake. Naruto Uzumaki. The crowd cheered even louder, Daffy shaking his head lightly. Several ninja, this village's Umbu most likely, appeared to create a path through the crowd, giving them all a way into the village. Gaara began walking, turning his head to talk to them before they left. You can all stay here for today and leave tomorrow. It seems like Kakashi needs some rest anyways. Daffy looked behind him, seeing Sakura give a brief shrug and Sasuke giving a nod. Kakashi just seemed to groan lightly, Guy trying to get the man to show some youth. He turned back toward Gaara, giving him a nod. All right then, lead the way. They walked through the village, Daffy taking a close look around. It was a sharp contrast compared to the Hidden Leaf, and now he saw why Temari was so enamored with the Hidden Leaf 3 years ago. This place seemed mellow, or maybe just boring. It was so dull, almost lifeless. If it weren't for the various villagers celebrating Gaara's return, he would be inclined to compare it to a ghost town. If this is what it was like now, he couldn't help but wonder what it was like before Gaara was Kazekage. From everyone's reactions, the people seemed to adore him, even overlooking his bloody past. It was quite impressive to say the least. The group began walking up a small flight of stairs, coming up to a rather large home, similar to Sasuke's in fact. Gaara opened the door, inviting them all in. Kankuro and I live here, but there is more than enough room for all of you. There are always several Umbu around, so feel free to ask them for anything you need. Daffy stepped aside and let everyone walk in ahead of him, looking into the sky and checking the time. It was getting late, the sun already beginning to set. That was good, because he was quite honestly exhausted. Fighting both Pain and Minato back-to-back while traveling non-stop had taken a toll on his stamina, but a quick night of rest should be more than enough to get him back on his feet. He walked into the home, looking around the house. It was quite modern and far more hospitable than the small, dinky apartment that he was living in back in the Leaf Village. He wasn't very surprised though. Gaara was the Kazekage, and he was the son of the fourth Kazekage before that. It was only natural that he would be living rather comfortably. They walked through a hallway into a large living room. They all began to sit down on the couches within, Daffy kicking his feet up and resting them on the coffee table in front of him. They all relaxed for a moment, basking in relief at a successful rescue. The reprieve was interrupted as Kakashi began to slump forward, Guy trying to get him to sit still. Gaara gestured to one of the Umbu, who was quick to come to his aid. Take Kakashi to the hospital. He seems to be rather injured. The Umbu nodded, about to take him before Sakura intervened. No, that's okay, I can take care of him. He just needs to rest is all. We'll lay him down in a bed and let him sleep for the night. The Umbu looked to Gaara for orders, the Kazekage nodding at Sakura's words in agreement. He grabbed Kakashi and began walking him down another hall, probably towards spare bedrooms in the rather large house. The silence came back, but it didn't last long. Gaara quickly showed that he was not one who liked to sit idly by, and immediately wanted to form a consensus about the Akatsuki issue. Well? What do you all think? What are we going to do about the Akatsuki? The room was silent, Gaara waiting for someone to speak first. Daffy waited as well, wanting to hear what everyone else had to say first. Sasuke spoke first, leaning forward in his seat. They're strong, all of them, but they aren't invincible. If we stick together, we can team up against them and take them down one by one. We just need to track them down. Sakura shook her head at that, joining in on the conversation. Yeah, but they clearly know that, Sasuke. As soon as we confronted them they began to retreat. They aren't going to let us take them down one by one. They aren't idiots, these are some of the most dangerous people in the world. Niji joined in next, wanting to know more about the situation. Before that, we need to know something. Lord Kazekage, we know that the Akatsuki are criminals, and that they are a threat to the hidden villages, but that doesn't explain their actions. Why were you kidnapped? What are the Akatsuki after? Gaara looked toward the Byakugan prodigy, nodding toward him. Yes, I suppose I should make it clear to everyone here. The Akatsuki are not simply a terrorist organization. No, they are far more dangerous than that. From what we've been able to gather, they are looking to capture the tailed beasts contained within the hidden villages. I was captured because I was the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast, Shikaku. Tenten gave a small look of confusion. A Jinchuriki? What's that? Gaara explained, his monotone voice echoing off the walls. A Jinchuriki is someone who has had a tailed beast sealed within them. Honestly, I thought you would be more aware of it, given that it was the leaf that had started creating them. Often, a Jinchuriki is used as both a weapon and a deterrent for war. Guy nodded sagely, his chin cusped in his hand. Yes, the first Hokage's wife was the first Jinchuriki, the practice quickly spreading after he had gifted the tailed beasts to the other villages. Sasuke continued, absorbing the new information. Alright then. If we want to track down the Akatsuki, then we need to track down the other Jinchuriki then. Niji nodded, clearly in deep thought. True, but there is a problem with that. If these Jinchuriki are so important, then finding their identities is going to be rather difficult. Not to mention that the other villages are most likely not going to trust us getting too close to them. Sakura nodded, leaning back into the couch. Yeah, we'll need to gain the trust of the other villages to even start doing this. I don't think that's going to end very well. Tenten sighed audibly, rubbing her forehead. I miss the good old days when it was just normal training and normal enemies. Now we got terrorists and magical tailed beasts and all this other stuff. There was a look of realization, Tenten sitting up straight. Wait a minute. You said the leaf started creating the Jinchuriki, right? So, then who is our Jinchuriki? There was a sudden silence, Guy suddenly having a look of nervousness on his face. Heh, gee I wonder. He grinned as the rest of Team Guy and Kakashi looked at him, Temari having a peculiar look on her face. Wait, you guys didn't know? Sakura gave her an incredulous look. Temari raising her hands up in self-defense. Hey! I thought it was obvious. You guys seriously thought someone as strong as Naruto just kind of appeared out of nowhere? Sasuke sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Well, we know they aren't going to be getting the nine-tails then. That leaves 7 more tailed beasts to track down. Gaara nodded, explaining further. From what we in the Leaf know, the Mist no longer has their Jinchuriki either, one of them on the run and the other having already passed. That leaves the only ones in the Hidden Stone, Cloud, and Waterfall, as well as a freed-tailed beast somewhere out there. Virgo nodded sharply, trying to contribute a plan. Very well, we should begin by tracking down either the Jinchuriki from the Mist or the one that has no Jinchuriki. They will be the easiest to find. Daffy chuckled, leaning back into the chair. Yes, but don't forget, Lee, that the Akatsuki probably know that as well. They have an impressive network of spies, able to find out about my arrival to the Hidden Mist and already set a trap for me. They will most likely already be after them. I say we start with the hardest ones first, the ones that will give the Akatsuki the hardest time and the most unlikely for them to capture. Sasuke nodded, seeming to agree with him. Yeah, he's probably right. So that leaves either the Hidden Stone or Cloud. The 2 villages we aren't exactly on good terms with. Heh. Don't worry so much, Sasuke. You should know that I can be very persuasive. Sakura gave him a doubtful look, quickly looking toward Gaara. I hope we can trust you to try and sort things out before we have to send Naruto in? He really should be our last resort. Gaara gave a small smile, replying to her quickly. I will try my... He was interrupted as the door opened, Kankuro stepping in a second later. He stopped as he looked at all of them, his eyes widened in surprise. Oh, I thought you guys would be asleep by now. I'll come back later. He walked back out, the room feeling a bit colder as he left. Daffy clapped his hands together, gathering everyone's attention. Well, that's enough for tonight. It's getting late, so we should get to bed. We need to head back to the Leaf tomorrow, after all. He stood up, placing a hand on Temari's shoulder. She nodded in understanding, and Daffy walked to the hallway that the Umbu had taken Kakashi to. There were several doors on either side, Daffy choosing one and walking inside. It was a small bedroom with 2 beds on either side of the room. Daffy walked toward one of the beds, sitting down and taking a breath. He heard footsteps in the hall, and glanced toward the door, listening as they came closer. The door opened, Virgo walking inside and occupying the other bed. The 2 sat in the dark room in silence, Virgo reaching into his jacket. He pulled out a new pair of sunglasses, replacing the broken pair that was on his face. He grabbed another, an exact copy of Daffy's. He tossed it over to him, Daffy grabbing it out of the air. Daffy slowly took off the cracked pair of glasses, replacing it with the spare that Virgo had given him. He placed the broken pair in his pouch, taking that off as well and placing it on the nightstand by the bed. He looked up toward Virgo, who had a blank expression on his face. So, I've changed, have I? Virgo nodded a moment later. It would seem so, though I don't find it that surprising. It would seem that death can give you a new perspective on life. I suppose in some ways, I have changed as well. He raised an eyebrow at the man, curious at what he meant. Oh? And how so? Virgo turned his head, looking out the nearby window and into the darkening sky. I find myself a bit more attached to this new family of yours. It's strange really. Perhaps it's because I was away for so long before, but I find this new group rather endearing. Daffy couldn't help but snort at the word, not expecting to hear it from him. Endearing? I never thought I would hear that word from you. Virgo merely nodded in agreement, looking back toward him. Neither did I. Like I said, it seems I have changed as well. But even so, there are some things that will never change. You are still my king, now and always. No matter who you become, or what path you take, that will not change. Daffy gave a small grin at the man, looking out the window himself to look at the sky. It was slightly different than in the Leaf. The sky was clearer, the stars seeming to shine brighter. Temari never mentioned the night sky in the hidden sand, but maybe she never really noticed it. He got into bed and laid down, closing his eyes. Good night, Lee. He heard Virgo grunt in agreement, a rustling of bedsheets following. His haki felt everyone else settling into bed, and Temari leaving the house as well. He closed his eyes, hearing the dripping of water as he appeared in front of Kurama once again. He looked up toward the large fox, who was laying down with his head resting in one of his hands. Naruto. Is there something else you needed? He nodded, placing his hands in his pockets as he questioned the fox. Yes, there's still some things we need to discuss. The fox huffed, the water rippling beneath his feet as Kurama shifted, sitting upward. Very well. Then let's continue our conversation. Where do you wish to start? He looked the fox in the eye, his lips forming a neat line as he began the conversation. The Akatsuki, we need to know where the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts are. Are you able to locate them? The fox hummed thoughtfully, before answering. As of now, no, I cannot. My ability to sense the outside world is limited while the seal is in place. This includes being able to speak to the others. If it were removed, I could speak to them and locate them, but not before that happens. Daffy gave him a questioning look, curious about something. The seal allows you to access my senses to see some of the outside world, but nothing more, right? The fox nodded, Daffy continuing. Then how was it you were able to sense Minato before I could? There was a look of realization on its face as Kurama nodded toward him. Right, that. You see, Naruto, I am currently not at my maximum strength. When your father sealed me inside of you, he most likely feared that your infant form would not be able to contain my full strength. Because of this, he spilt my power in half. One, inside of you, and the other in himself. That power still remains inside of his body even now, a power I was easily able to sense. Wait, but that would mean. He stopped, thinking about what Kurama had said. There were two serious implications to that. The first, was that Minato was holding back for some reason, possibly able to draw on Kurama's power. But that wasn't the most worrying. So, what you're saying is that the Akatsuki already have half of your strength already? Kurama nodded, Daffy deep in thought. Kurama, if you were to compare yourself to the other tailed beasts, how strong are you? He didn't hesitate to answer. Even at half my strength, I don't doubt I could fight all of them at once and come out the victor. He grit his teeth at the information. This was a problem, a big one. Minato was strong, the Akatsuki were strong, and with Kurama's power who knew what they could do. Not even mentioning that they had Shikaku and who knows who else. How likely would it be that they would be able to use your strength? Kurama gave a thoughtful look, answering his question soon after. With both Pain's Rinnegan and Itachi's Sharingan, they would most likely be able to put an illusion over my other half and have full access to its strength. Why Minato never used it I do not know. It could be possible they are not aware I am sealed within him, but with how intelligent that snake has shown himself to be, I doubt that very much so. There had to be a reason why Minato never used that strength. If he had, Daffy wasn't sure what would have happened. He still had other moves and techniques to use, but Sage Mode had proven to be a powerful weapon. That, along with Kurama's chakra, would probably be too much for him by himself. Do you see it now, Naruto? You must learn to. I know, Kurama. I know. He took a breath, eyeing the seal that lay upon the large gate. He knew that the paper was just a representation, that the true seal wasn't so easy to unlock. The seal required a key, one that Jiraiya held. If he wanted to unlock it, he needed to convince Jiraiya that he could handle Kurama's chakra. He never told him that he and Kurama were working together, doubting that the man would understand. It seemed everyone thought of the tailed beasts as just that, beasts. Masses of chakra and harbingers of destruction. Still, he needed to grow stronger. Sage Mode was proving difficult, and training like he normally did would only take him so far so quickly. He needed Kurama's help, just as he said. I will have Jiraiya unlock the seal when I see him again. We'll track down the other Jinchuriki and try and save the other tailed beasts. After that, we're going to tear the Akatsuki apart. Kurama chuckled lightly, laying back down. Sounds like a plan. I'll be waiting, Naruto. He was silent for a moment, before bringing up another question. Before, you said that there was a reason why everyone was expecting me to bring change to this world. What did you mean? Kurama grinned toward him, revealing sharp white teeth. I think I'll save that answer for another time. Who knows, maybe you'll discover the reason by yourself. The sewer began darkening quickly, Daffy being thrown from the seal and entering a deep sleep. Temari jumped along the rooftops, thoughts whirling around in her mind. She knew what she had to do, but she wasn't looking forward to it. She knew that she had hurt Kankuro, that she had betrayed her village. In her eyes, she had done what was right, putting her family above all else. Still, Kankuro clearly didn't see it that way. It didn't take her long to find him, sitting on the edge of a building and looking up at the night sky. She found herself slowing down, hesitating to meet him. Honestly, if Naruto hadn't suggested for her to go to him like this, she probably wouldn't have. She had no idea what to say, no idea what to do. Kankuro never wrote her, never tried to contact her, and according to Gaara never even talked about her. Knowing that had hurt, but she didn't blame him. No, she admired her brother for his decision. She knew that it wasn't easy for him either. He had to choose between his family and his village, and he made his choice. Kankuro loved this village, saw it as family, and she could never blame him for that. She jumped on the rooftop, slowly walking up to stand behind him. He knew she was there, but he never said a word. She sat down beside him, looking up at the night sky with him. The moon was full, a pale glow shining through the wispy clouds, the stars dotting the night sky. The two simply sat beside each other, neither saying a word. She tried to think of what to say, but Kankuro was faster on the draw. You know, I used to hate seeing the full moon like this. You remember, don't you? She looked toward him, but he didn't meet her gaze. He continued to look upward with hardened eyes. She replied sadly, not knowing what else to say. Yeah. I remember. She knew what he spoke of. The full moon was something that used to haunt her, often being accompanied by screams and death. Other villages probably saw the moon as a symbol of peace or serenity, but it only reminded her of the scent of blood. The full moon was when Shikaku would run wild, when Gaara would run wild. I never hated Gaara. No matter what he did or who he killed. Through everything, he was still my brother, he was still our brother. I would fight through the fear, knowing that one day he may snap and kill me, but I still couldn't let him go through everything alone. She bit her lip at his words, no longer content with staying silent. Then why, Kankuro? Why couldn't you just trust me? The leaf could help Gaara. Naruto could help him. So why didn't you just? Because, Temari dash. He quickly faced her, his eyes having softened as he looked upon her. He softened his voice, continuing. If I had done that, if I let you abandon everything, the sand would die. All our people, everyone we grew up with and everyone who trusted us to help them, they would lose everything. Gaara is important to me, and so are you, but sometimes there are things more important than family, and for me, this village is one of them. She looked down at the streets below in shame, absorbing his words. He was right, and in so many ways. She had abandoned all of this, every man, woman and child. She had left them all to help Gaara. Without him, the sand wouldn't survive. She had known that, she had always known. Even still, she didn't waver, didn't want to accept that bitter reality. Clearly, that truth was just as obvious to Kankuro. I can't forgive you for abandoning this village, Temari. This has nothing to do with how you hurt me or anything like that. The people here needed you, and you left them to rot? She stood up, nodding in acceptance. It was better this way, at least that's what she wanted to believe. Kankuro had every right to hate her. She was in the wrong, she was the cause for all of this. The looks that every sand shinobi had given her had cemented that fact. This wasn't her village anymore, and she wasn't a sister to Kankuro anymore, not in his eyes. She turned around, beginning to walk back to the house. It was late, and she was thoroughly over this mission already. She was glad Gaara convinced her not to come back with him. He had been right all along. She reached the other side of the roof, and jumped off. At least, that's what I should say to you. She stopped, slowly turning her head. Kankuro was standing now, facing toward her. My mind keeps telling me the same thing. That you're a traitor, that I should never forgive you for what you've done. It keeps telling me that the Temari I know abandoned her people for her own selfishness. It's been telling me that for the past 3 years. She walked forward hesitantly, silently pleading for him to continue. But, she asked, waiting to hear more. She didn't wait long, Kankuro gulping visibly. But standing in front of you now, seeing you face to face, I can't believe it. If I could care about Gaara after all the shit he's done, then I don't see why I can't do the same for you as well. I don't agree with what you did, Temari, but I don't want to keep going like this either. Baki-sensei seems to have forgiven you, so, I guess I can too. She couldn't stop the wide smile on her face even if she wanted to, quickly wiping away some tears that began to fall down her face. She rushed toward him, quickly enveloping him in a hug. He instantly showed signs of disapproval. Hey, come on. Get off me EW. You're getting me all wet, Temari. She released him, laughing at his words and drying her face and eyes. She looked back to him, not quite believing what had just happened. So, you're finally going to stop ignoring my letters? Kankuro sighed heavily, rolling his eyes. Yes, and you're actually gonna write back to me, right? I guess, and you're going to send me gifts from time to time too? Well, if it's your birthday maybe, but... And don't forget to convince Gaara to visit every now and then. Now, hold on. Oh, and make sure you tell me if you meet any lady friends? Okay, now seriously. Wait, you haven't met any already, have you? What? No, that's... Yeah, didn't think so. Anyway, I'm exhausted, so I'm heading back. Night, Kankuro. Huh? Oh, good night hey. What do you mean I didn't think so, huh? She laughed as she raced back to the house, a feeling of relief and joy flooding through her. Tonight had gone far better than she had expected. She was glad that Naruto gave her that extra push, she wasn't sure she would have been willing to do this without it. It wasn't much, true, but it was enough, and it had done wonders. She reached the window of her old bedroom, waving to the umbu that spotted her approach. She opened it, stepping inside. It was dusty, but as neat as ever. She walked around the room for a moment, letting her rapid heartbeat slow from both the conversation and her rush back. She spotted a small potted cactus on her nightstand, surprised that it was still alive with no one to water it. That didn't take as long as I thought. She jumped slightly as she turned around, seeing Gaara standing in the corner of her room. She placed a hand over her chest, trying to calm down. Geez, Gaara. Just because you're a ninja doesn't mean you can sneak up on your sister like that. Gaara grunted slightly, Temari picking up the small cactus and presenting it to the young Kage. I take it you've been keeping this little guy alive? Never thought you had much of a green thumb. Gaara shook his head, walking toward her bed and taking a seat. No, actually. I never even knew you owned one. I haven't been in this room for a long time. Her eyes widened, gently placing the plant back down. I see, so Kankuro was. I take it things are better between you two now? She smiled, sitting down next to him and leaning back. Yeah. I guess things worked out in the end, huh? Even if it took a few years to get settled? Gaara nodded, agreeing with her. Yes, I suppose we should be thankful to Naruto for that. Even now, we continue to owe him more and more. She smirked at his words, thinking about her two brothers. Yeah, I just hope that Kankuro doesn't try and mess with him while he's here. I think we both know that Kankuro's pride would be taken down a few notches. Humph, I hope Kankuro is a bit more cheerful now. I'm supposed to be the stoic one in this family. She gave her brother a bewildered look as he sat up, beginning to walk out of the room. Gaara of the desert, did you just make a joke? He opened the door, picking up his pace. Good night, Temari. He closed the door, Temari laying down fully in the bed. It felt so much smaller now, her having grown since she was last here. Still, it was a nice feeling, looking up to a familiar ceiling. The glow of the moonlight drifted into her room, but for once, she welcomed it with open arms, drifting into a heavy sleep. Maybe the full moon isn't so bad after all. And how has this plan been working for you so far, Madara? Pain looked at the masked man's eye, waiting for a response. He, Madara, Konan and Zetsu were having a meeting, trying to decide what their next move would be after kidnapping the Kazekage and capturing Shikaku. Pain resumed his critique, curious to see what the powerful man had to say. Your plan to cause conflict between the villages seems to have backfired. Zetsu says that the mist now wishes to ally with the leaf, and the hidden stone and cloud have shown no signs of being bothered by your assassinations. The masked man nodded, leaning against the wall in the small office. Yes, perhaps. It was a long shot at best, disguising myself as the Nine Tails and trying to foster a bit of hatred toward the leaf. It seems that it wasn't enough, but that hardly matters. No matter what happens, the Akatsuki will not be stopped, and Naruto Uzumaki will be taken care of. Konan had a doubtful look on her face, looking toward Yahiko's body. What do you think, Pain? You fought Naruto. Do you think it will be that easy? He closed his eyes in thought, thinking back to his fight with the powerful blonde. He was truly impressive, a prodigy of the highest degree. He was strong, fast, smart, and used every advantage he had expertly. From a perspective of pure skill, they were almost equal, but Naruto's abilities were unique and dangerous, his Rinnegan being the only thing that let him survive effectively. All of that, combined with the fact that he wasn't using the Nine Tails chakra? Naruto is a problem that must be taken care of soon, Madara. He is strong, dangerously so. If we allow him to grow stronger we risk everything. I will not allow you to risk so much because of mere pride. He could feel Madara raise an eyebrow toward him, watching him kick off the wall. Oh? Pride? And just what do you mean by that, Nagato? His real body twitched slightly at the use of his real name, but he ignored it, continuing onward. Do not think you can fool me, Madara. You wish to fight the Nine Tails yourself, don't you? From what history tells, you were a man who prided himself with his fighting prowess. A man like Naruto must seem like a prize to you. Madara chuckled, his voice echoing off the walls in the room. Perhaps, but not this time. Our plan is much more important than one simple fight. No, in the grand scheme of things, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is someone to be captured. However, you have made it clear that he is strong. If we were to go after him now, we would have to contain him here until we gathered the rest of the tailed beasts. Remember, the Nine Tails must be sealed last. Are you so confident that you could keep him locked up until the time is right? Konan stepped forward slightly, speaking before he could. Couldn't you simply use your Sharingan to keep him sedated? Zetsu chuckled darkly, answering her question. Naruto was able to break through the Tsukuyomi, one of the strongest genjutsu in existence. He did it years ago, too. Who knows what it would take to keep him down now? Pain grabbed a hold of the conversation again, wanting to get back on track. Madara, are you prepared for what is going to happen? At this rate, a new shinobi world war will erupt. Does that fit in so well with your plans? Yes, actually, it does. Madara walked past him, stepping outside and into the ever-present rainfall around the hidden rain. With the amount of ninja we have gathered, along with the enhancements given to them by Orochimaru, we are more than prepared for just that. He followed the masked man, not done with the conversation. I did not agree to start a war, Madara. Orochimaru and the ninja we gathered were to be a last resort. Something to defend ourselves if necessary or use to gather Naruto when it was all said and done. War was never a part of the agreement. Madara turned his head, glaring at him with a glowing Sharingan eye. Do not be so naive, Nagato. What we are planning requires sacrifice. We must do what is necessary to achieve a greater goal. If it makes you feel better, think of it as a war to end all wars. A prelude to the peace that we shall bring about. He stared into that eye, his own Rinnegan glowing ominously. Very well, we will continue to go along with this, for now. But know this, Madara. He turned around, walking back inside and approaching the door, preparing to leave. Should you even think about betraying me or the Akatsuki, I will not hesitate to rip out your soul from you body. I am the leader of this organization. I am the one in charge. Do not forget it. He walked out, thoughts swirling around in his mind. It was supposed to be so easy. He just had to gather the tailed beasts, and he would have a weapon able to suppress the nations into peace, creating the ultimate deterrent to warfare. He didn't like the idea of starting a war to achieve it, but he knew that there was little choice. Are you all right, Nagato? He stopped, turning around to look at Konan, who had a concerned look on her face. He didn't blame her. Madara was a powerful shinobi. They had fought briefly in the past, though no winner was decided. He was a legendary shinobi, one whose power was sometimes thought to be mere myth and legend. But he knew better. If they were to fight to the death, he wasn't sure who would win. I'm fine, Konan. Just thinking about what to do next. She nodded, changing the subject to his relief. Kakuzu and Haiden are leaving soon to gather the two tails while she is on a mission. Do you wish to send anyone else with them? He thought about it for a moment, wondering who to send. The previous mission had gone well, but only because of Itachi and Kisame's intervention. Even then, they had to use one of Orochimaru's puppets to ensure Sasori and Deidara made it back safely, Itachi and Kisame separating from them early on. I will visit Orochimaru to see if there is someone appropriate to send with them. I want the rest of the Akatsuki finding out everything they can about the other Jinchuriki and their village's weaknesses. She nodded, swiftly turning into paper and flying through the hallway to inform Kakuzu and Haiden. Pain walked to a nearby door that led to a balcony, quickly jumping off the railing and flying to the laboratory that they had created for Orochimaru. It was rather unassuming at first glance, a simple clinic that was set up nearby his tower. Underneath it, however, was another story entirely. He walked into one of the secret entrances behind the building, walking inside and descending the stairway. He came across a large hallway, a large steel door at the end. He walked in front of it, typing in the password on the keypad next to the door and opening it, stepping inside. He walked past the various electronics and vats filled with different colored liquids. He saw Orochimaru leaning over his desk, reading various documents scattered everywhere. He turned around at the sound of his footsteps, a sly smile on his face. Ah, why hello there, Pain. Tell me, what is it you needed? It was odd, working with the snake again. He seemed different than before. When they had first met, the snake was hungry for power and knowledge, wanting to snatch it away from anyone and anywhere with no thoughts of the consequences. He was different now, like he had a better sense of purpose and direction. That didn't mean he liked the man, but he had his uses. Haiden and Kakuzu are heading out to retrieve the two tails soon. I want to send someone with them as insurance. The snake chuckled lightly, leaning onto the desk and folding his arms. I see, and you wanted to know what other toys I could offer, huh? Well, let's go take a look, shall we? He walked to another doorway, Pain following him. Orochimaru opened the door, walking inside. It was a strange room. It was mostly empty of everything but several large podiums, people standing on several of them. Well, people was the wrong word. They were just zombies really, immortal soldiers tied down by Orochimaru's will and chakra. He looked over to see the fourth Hokage standing on one of them, Pain walking up to him. Oh, him again? He was quite useful in your latest mission, but wouldn't it be a bit boring to use him again? He ignored the man as he looked the Minato in the eyes, the man looking straight back at him. Let him speak. There was a small flare of chakra, Minato gaining the ability to speak once again. Leave us, Orochimaru. Remember, I can tell if you're listening. The snake chuckled slightly, walking out of the room and closing the door behind him. Pain looked back to the fourth. It is interesting to see you in the flesh, fourth Hokage. Tell me, did you enjoy your time with your son? Minato glared at him, but he never moved, unable to because of Orochimaru. What do you want? Pain grunted slightly, continuing. I was curious about something. I wanted to know your thoughts, what you think about a subject very important to me, and important to you as well. What common interest could I possibly have with a criminal? Pain didn't falter at the words, expecting them from the angry man. As sibling students, I think we both share a common dream. Tell me, Minato, how would you achieve world peace? There was a look of surprise on Minato's face. Sibling students? What are you? I mean just that. Long ago, I too was taught by Jiraiya of the Sannin. He would often tell me about the cycle of hatred that this world had, and I don't doubt that he told you as well. I created the Akatsuki for that purpose, to break the cycle and establish peace and order. Minato narrowed his eyes toward him. Is that what all this is for? You formed an organization of terrorists and murderers for the sake of peace. He tilted his head toward the man. Is it really so strange? So many people say that the path to peace is through love and friendship, yet where does that lead them? Nowhere. Therefore, if that is not the proper path, then there can only be one more. To establish peace, one must become the greatest violence, the strongest hatred. I will take that hate of this world and use it as a weapon. Minato gained a sad look, surprising him slightly. If you are so confident in this plan of yours, if you believe your own words so full-heartedly, then why are you asking me this now? To me, it sounds like your mind is made up. Because, Minato, I want you to see the truth. I want you to see that everything I am doing is for the greater good. I want you to tell Naruto that my path is the only one. His eyes widened at the mentioning of his son. What does Naruto have to do with this? What would make you possibly think that he would ever join you? Pain looked him in the eye, thinking about the Jinchuriki that he had fought. Naruto is a powerful man, Minato. The Akatsuki want to gather the tailed beasts to create a weapon powerful enough to subjugate the rest of the nations. Minato nodded in understanding. A deterrent then, similar to what the first Hokage had tried to do. His real body smiled at his words, Yahiko continuing to speak for him. Exactly, however, this obviously is not without risks. There is the chance we could fail, and there is the chance that the other nations will ignore this deterrent, blinded by their own hatred. Minato closed his eyes, reopening them a moment later. So, what? What does this all mean to you? I want Naruto to see the world as I do. I want him to join me in our goal. With his strength and charisma, we would no longer need all the tailed beasts. I believe that Naruto could be the key to bringing the peace I have sought for so long. Minato stared at him in slight shock, not speaking for a moment. Pain continued anyway. As he is, Naruto does not care about our goal. He doesn't care for peace or bringing harmony in the ninja world. He is a simple man who cares for those close to him. Rather than hatred, he believes in justice, in vengeance. As he is now, he would only further the cycle of hatred. I've only cared about justice, about vengeance. If there is anything I can't forgive, it's those that hurt my family. Those that do, will know pain through these two things. He brushed away the memory of Naruto's words, looking into Minato's hardened eyes. All I am asking is for you to be the father that you always wanted to be. I will arrange for you to meet with him as much as I can. Show him that my way is the way to peace, for him to live happily with his so-called family. Minato finally spoke, his voice firm and defiant. And if I don't? Pain walked over to the door, grasping the handle. Then I will teach him the same lesson through pain instead. He opened it, walking out of the room. He threw a kunai behind him, hearing it land with a thud onto one of the podiums. Send that one with them, Orochimaru. I am going to be delaying their mission by a week. Use that time to get them ready and heal Deidara. He ignored the snake's chuckles, walking out of the laboratory. He didn't trust Madara. Madara clearly had other plans separate from the Akatsuki. He was hiding something. If he wanted to succeed, he would need a backup plan, and he saw that plan in Naruto. He knew that, if he could convince him, Naruto could do it. He could achieve what the Sage of Six Paths failed to do millennia ago. Whether it be through Minato or through pain, Naruto would end up being the one that decided this world's fate, even if he had to rip the 9 tails out of him by force. Daffy moved quickly as they rushed back to the Hidden Leaf Village. It was still early in the morning, and he was eager to get back. The goodbye to the Hidden Sand had been an interesting one. Crowds of ninja and villagers saying their goodbyes, as well as Kankuro being there to see them all off, no longer hiding in the crowd. That meant Temari and her brother had seemed to make up. A good thing, he supposed. They had been traveling for a couple days now, Daffy having to slow down to keep up with everyone else. It wasn't a bad thing really. They were in no rush and Kakashi still wasn't at 100%. Team Kakashi were close together, Kakashi finally letting them in on what had happened to put him down so much. It's called the Mangekyo Sharingan. He could see Sasuke's interest suddenly peak, Daffy taking interest as well. He watched as Kakashi's eye began to spin rapidly, changing forms suddenly. He knew what this was, having seen Itachi use the very same against him when he was with Jiraiya. It is an enhanced version of the regular Sharingan and also grants a unique ability to the user. So, it was that illusion the unique ability for Itachi then, or was there something else? So, what's yours, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked curiously. He rubbed the back of his head, adopting a look of thought. Well, it's a bit complex. Basically, I can create a hole in space-time wherever I'm looking, allowing me to absorb attacks or use it to attack opponents by sucking them into the rip. Sasuke seems to have a sudden realization. So, when that explosion broke through Sakura's wall, you used your Mangekyo to absorb the blast? Kakashi nodded in confirmation. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not very good at it, and it takes a lot of stamina. It probably wouldn't have been so bad if I used it on the epicenter of the blast, but with how far it had already traveled. Daffy nodded quickly, wanting to know a bit more. Yes, we get it, Kakashi. How do you unlock the Mangekyo, and how do you discover its abilities? Kakashi put a finger on his chin at that. Well, I have no clue. Sasuke seemed to falter slightly, Daffy quickly pulling him back up with a string, allowing him to recover. What do you mean you have no clue? You don't just suddenly get a powerful ability like that out of nowhere. Kakashi laughed nervously at Sasuke's accusation, trying to explain. Well, I don't really remember when I first activated it. I've been able to use it for a while, but like I said, it's very draining. The Mangekyo seems a little different than the regular Sharingan too. It seems to give you the knowledge about the ability it grants, though it feels a little vague. It took a lot of training to use it effectively, and even still it's hard to use. Daffy sighed but accepted the explanation. There is something else as well. Daffy looked over, surprised at the serious expression on his veiled face. Every time I use the Mangekyo, my vision seems to degrade slightly. It's a powerful tool but comes with severe consequences. Sasuke, I don't know how to achieve the Mangekyo, but if you do, be careful, alright? Sasuke nodded, Daffy seeing the village gate up ahead, finally arriving back at the village. Tsunade was there as well, waiting for them to return. Both teams stopped in front of her, Kakashi stepping forward to deliver the news. Mission complete, Lady Tsunade. The Kazekage was rescued and was returned to the hidden sand. Tsunade grinned at them, nodding. Yes, I've already heard. Good work, all of you. You all get the next couple weeks off, so go relax. Naruto, come with me for a moment. Daffy raised an eyebrow, wondering what the woman wanted this time. She took off, heading back to the tower, and Daffy followed. They arrived in her office, Daffy about to ask what she wanted before he was beaten to it. I have news from the hidden mist. Ah, he had forgotten about that. He did leave Zabuza in the dust, didn't he? Heh. And what did they have to say, eh? She leaned back in her chair, throwing a piece of paper toward him. He caught it, reading it quickly. This is... Yep. I don't know what you did, kid, but whatever it was, it impressed the Mizukage. They want to form an alliance with us. The letter's vague, of course, not saying whether it's just a trade agreement or a full military alliance, but it's big. He tossed the paper onto the desk, wondering what else she wanted. Is that all then? Tsunade sighed, leaning forward. Look, Naruto, I don't think you realize how important this is. Right now, we are already allied with the hidden sand, and it's quickly becoming the strongest one in village history. Now, the hidden mist wants to join us. Do you know what the common factor is between the two? Daffy stared into her eyes, waiting for her to continue. He already knew the answer. You are, Naruto. Whether you like it or not, everyone knows that you're the one we must thank for this. You stopped the One-Tails during the Chunin exams, you're a close friend to the Kazekage, and now even the Mizukage is. Get on with it, Tsunade. She sighed again, standing up and walking toward the pictures on the wall. Naruto, we both know that you are most likely the one everyone will want as Hokage. You're more than strong enough and you've proven that you have what it takes. What I want to know is, will you take the job if I step down? Daffy grinned lightly toward her. Thinking of retiring already? You really are getting old, aren't you? She chuckled, walking back to her desk and pulling out a bottle of sake. Maybe, but that doesn't change what I think. I lied to you earlier, you know. He narrowed his eyes, wondering what she meant. She took a deep drink, then continued. The mist never requested your aid, I offered it instead. Really? And why would you do that? She smiled, leaning back in her chair. You know, back when we had first met, Jiraiya told me that I should have some faith in you. He said that I should believe in you, just like he did. So, I took a gamble and for once it paid off. This was another one. This proved that the faith that Jiraiya had in you wasn't for nothing. I sent you to the mist because I truly believed that they would see the same thing that Jiraiya and I did. It seems like I wasn't wrong, was I? He grunted slightly, taking a seat in the chair opposite of Tsunade. I suppose not. You really aren't going to drop this Hokage thing, are you? She laughed, putting her drink down. You shouldn't worry so much about it, I'm not retiring anytime soon, not with this Akatsuki thing going on still. He nodded, looking over at the pictures on the wall. It was somewhat hard to imagine his face among the other Hokage. The job of Hokage was far different than being king was. Everyone there had sacrificed a lot during their time, something that he couldn't imagine himself doing. He looked into the eyes of the old man, wondering what he would say to him at a time like this. Fine, do what you want. Tell me, where is Jiraiya? I need to speak with him. She took another drink, replying to him shortly after. He left to the Land of Iron not long after you returned to the village. He wants to establish a Kage summit to speak about the Akatsuki, but so far, the Cloud and Stone seem unwilling. He went to visit Mifune, the leader of the Land of Iron, to have him help convince them, but there was no luck. He should be back in a couple days. Daffy nodded, getting up to leave the office. I'll tell him you're looking for him when he gets back. For now, enjoy your vacation. Goodbye, Tsunade. He opened the window, jumping down into the street below. He placed his hands in his pockets, walking down the streets as he thought about what to do next. He supposed he could go see how the new house was doing, knowing that Tsunade should have started with its construction when he left for the mist. He didn't get the chance to ponder the thought further, hearing someone call his name, footsteps striking the ground. He looked ahead, seeing a familiar face race down the street, bumping into various villagers and clamping down on his leg. Daffy looked down, seeing the bright face look back up at him. Whoa! You've sure gotten tall, boss. He grinned down at the boy, lifting his leg up and Konohamaru along with it. The boy let go of him, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. He had grown quite a bit, no longer having the strange metal cap on his head anymore either. He was also still wearing that orange jumpsuit, though it seems to have finally grown on him. Heh! Check it out, boss. I'm finally a ninja, just like you. He pointed to his forehead, showing the ninja headband wrapped securely around it. I see. Does that mean you want to spar then? I'm curious to see how strong you are now. The boy placed a fist on his hip, giving him a thumbs up. Huh. Don't worry about it, boss. I wouldn't want to embarrass you with how much stronger I am now. He grinned at the confidence, but it quickly fell at seeing Konohamaru's face fall slightly. I can't anyways. I was going to go visit the old man's grave. Did you want to come with me? I don't remember you visiting before you left. I don't think you were able to come to the funeral either. He thought about it for a moment, before nodding, gesturing for him to lead the way. It was true, he never did visit the third's grave. He avoided the funeral as well. It was a strange feeling, remembering the old man. He was never close to his grandparents in his first life, so Hiruzen Sarutobi had a role in his life he was not familiar with. His death had been something that weighed upon him, especially knowing that he could have saved him if he were stronger. Hiruzen was the first semblance of family he had in his new life, having been there before he found Virgo once again. He supposed he owed the man a visit, or if not, his grandson some company. They walked to the graveyard, Konohamaru seeming to improve in mood. He was talking about everything he was up to in the 3 years since he was gone. Daffy simply listened, idly nodding from time to time and laughing at the childish jokes he would make. They made it there soon enough, Konohamaru guiding him to the gravestone. It wasn't as extravagant as he would have thought, though he supposed Hiruzen was never that kind of man anyway. He wouldn't want an extravagant monument. Konohamaru knelt in front of the grave, praying. Daffy merely stood, looking down and watching as he did so. This wasn't something he was used to. He drowned his grief and nightmares in alcohol in his old life. Praying to a higher power was something he would never do. Still, that didn't mean he wanted Konohamaru to do the same. He waited patiently for him to finish, Konohamaru speaking after a moment. Thanks for coming with me, boss. Uncle Asuma was supposed to come with me, but he was busy today. He looked down at the boy as he continued to look down at the gravestone. It's not a problem, kid, don't worry so much about it. There was a silence again, the only sound being the footsteps of others as they visited the graves of family and friends. Hey, Naruto. He hummed lightly, waiting for him to continue. I want to be Hokage someday. I want to be like my grandpa was, someone that the entire village can look up to and respect. But you aren't strong enough, right? He nodded, looking up to him and continuing a second later. Do you think you could train me, boss? He raised an eyebrow, questioning the boy. Don't you have a Jonin sensei already? The boy scowled, crossing his arms. TCH, Ebisu is just a hack, he couldn't teach to save his life. You're a lot stronger than him, boss. He chuckled lightly at his words, thinking about it. He supposed he could train the boy, but he didn't really have the time to do so. Heh. Sorry kid, but I don't have the time to train you right now. Besides, I don't think it would do much good. Konohamaru tilted his head in confusion. Huh? But why, boss? He smirked. I don't think you really need me right now. I think you can go far all by yourself. Instead, I'll train you later down the road, and mold you into the perfect Hokage. Sound good? Konohamaru pouted slightly, getting up and looking up toward him. I guess, isn't there something you can give me though? It would be a huge help. He raised a hand, gathering his chakra. Alright then, pay close attention. Konohamaru brightened, nodding and staring at his palm carefully. His chakra swirled slowly, Daffy slowing the process to give Konohamaru time to see it form. It created a perfect Rasengan a minute later, Konohamaru admiring it. Whoa! What is that? He threw the orb up and down, Konohamaru's eyes following it. It's called the Rasengan, and I want you to recreate it. Konohamaru nodded hurriedly. How do you do it, boss? He grinned, stopping his chakra and letting the orb dissipate. He placed his hands in his pockets, turning around to leave the graveyard. That's for you to figure out, kid. Good luck. Eh? Wait a minute, all by myself? You're kidding. Come back, boss. He quickly moved faster than the boy could see, reappearing on a faraway street. Konohamaru would figure it out. It wasn't a complex technique once you figured it out, and he was a smart kid despite his antics. He took a breath, reorienting himself and walking toward the Uchiha compound. He was eager to see how the house was coming now and hoped there were no more interruptions. He sighed as he looked ahead, seeing where he was. He landed back near the Hyuga compound, and he could see Niji and Hinata in front of the compound's entrance. Something was clearly wrong, and he couldn't help but be curious about what it was. He sighed, wondering when he would finally be able to get a break for once. He walked slowly up to them, seeing what was going on. Hinata was on the ground for some reason, almost hysterical, Niji trying to help her. He reached them, wondering what was happening. Something wrong, Hinata? Hayashi Hyuga sat in the chair of his office, waiting for Niji and Hinata to arrive. Niji had finally gotten back from his mission, and he could finally have the meeting with him and his daughter that he had been dreading. Unlike what others thought, Hayashi did not hate his daughter. He did not think of her as a disappointment, nor did he regret having her. No, he loved his daughter very much, but he cared for his clan more so. All those years ago, Hayashi put Hinata up against Niji to try and prove that she had the strength necessary to be a part of the main branch. All she needed to do was use the curse seal against him. If she just did that, she would have won, and proved that she had what it took. In his years among the Hyuga, he quickly learned that his family was a cruel one. The branch family had been subjugated for centuries, and there was a lot of bad blood between the two sides of the family. Hayashi did not agree with his ancestors. He did not think that separating the family was necessary, but it was far too late for that now. Maybe he was simply a coward, but he couldn't imagine joining the two families as one, not anymore. That was why he cast Hinata out. She would never survive as a member of the main branch. Her taking up the role as clan head would spell the beginning of the end for the Hyuga, and he couldn't allow that. He could have simply made Hanabi the heir instead, but he knew that she would be happier as a part of the branch family, even if she never knew it. As long as she remained a part of the main branch, she would never be accepted. The elders would simply look down on her, and the branch family would never see her as someone to look up to. No, banishing her to the branch family was in her best interest, and he felt he was proven right over the years. Niji now saw her as a leader, the entire branch family did now. She had truly flourished, becoming skilled and powerful under Niji's training. The two now stood as equals, the both pillars in the branch family. It was also his current predicament. They had gotten bolder, more confident now. He was worried that they were planning an internal coup within the family. He feared that the branch family would try and rebel against them. He saw the signs of it already. The defiant look in the eyes of the various servants. He heard the whispering in the halls when they thought he wasn't there. He had a choice to make now. He had to bring the branch family under control again. It was a hard decision, because he knew exactly who to target. Niji was a strong and immovable ninja. Nothing he could do would ever hit the boy hard enough to make an impact. He had to find a way to destroy the branch family's morale, but he couldn't physically harm them either. Like how the Hokage would not interfere in the affairs of clans, the clan would not use practices that would impair their ninjas' ability to do their job. Simply harming either of them would violate this, and he doubted it would be enough anyways. If he wanted to bring the branch family back down, he needed to get rid of their hope, and the only one he knew he could hurt enough to do that was Hinata. He hated this. He was tired of this clan, tired of its ways and traditions. But something told him that he needed to do this. The hidden leaf needed the Hyuga, and he couldn't let the village down. He heard footsteps approaching his office, quickly activating his Byakugan to confirm his thoughts. They were heading his way. He took a breath, readying himself for their arrival and deactivating his Byakugan. They walked in, their faces set impassively as they did so. Niji spoke first, walking in front with Hinata trailing behind him. "You wanted to speak to us, Lord Hayashi?" He nodded, gathering his words for a moment. "Yes, though I mainly needed to speak to Hinata. You can wait outside my office, it will only take a moment." Niji gave Hinata a look, before nodding, walking out of the room and closing the door behind him. The dull thud of the door echoed throughout the room, Hayashi wondering how to go about this. He knew it was a risk, one that even the elders had warned him about taking. Either the branch family would submit once again, or they would be riled up even further. There was no easy way to go about this. "Hinata, you seem to have been doing well among the branch family." His daughter nodded to him stiffly. Yes, Lord Hayashi. I have gotten along with them quite well. He nodded back, trying to push the conversation along. You have also gotten stronger under Niji's tutelage. You've become quite the example for the rest of the branch family to follow. She nodded hesitantly, not speaking this time. He tried to get her to speak, not wanting to deny her the right to speak her mind. Is there something on your mind, Hinata? She nodded quickly, clearly not comfortable being here. Lord Hayashi, why did you wish to see me? He raised his head slightly, absorbing the question and preparing an answer for it. It wasn't easy. Hinata, it has become clear that you are becoming a role model among the branch family. The elders and I are also seeing that, because of this, the branch family is becoming more difficult to handle. She narrowed her eyes toward him in distrust, trying to figure out what he meant. I don't understand what this has to do with me. He took a breath. It is the decision of the elders and I that something has to be done about this. Therefore, I have called you here. She stepped back, realizing what he had meant. Hinata Hyuga, tell me, has the branch family been plotting to overthrow the main branch? The look on her face told him everything. He knew that she probably never supported it. She probably had nothing to do with it at all. But that didn't matter. The fact was that the branch family was seeking to split from the main branch of the Hyuga, and he couldn't let that happen. Lord Hayashi, He hated what he was about to do, but he needed to show that the main branch was still in charge. That was his duty as clan head. Hinata Hyuga. 1 week from now, you will be undergoing an operation at the Konoha Hospital. You will be made an example of what happens to those who defy the main branch family. Operation? I don't understand, what operation? He bowed his head slightly, not wanting to look at her face. You will have your ability to reproduce taken from you, and any other Hyuga that shows signs of rebelling against the main branch will meet the same fate. What? But that's... You are to be made an example of, Hinata. The Hyuga clan must live on. If the branch family refuses to grow with the main branch, then they will be snipped away. I'm sorry, Hinata. She snarled toward him, her hands clenching and unclenching as her Byakugan flared to life. He could tell she was thinking about attacking him, and a part of him wished that she would. He deserved every hit that she wanted to deliver, every act of violence that she wished upon him. But he knew she wouldn't. Once again, she proved exactly why he had banished her from the main branch in the first place. She turned around, slamming open the door and running out of the compound. He saw Niji peek in, rage apparent on his face. His mouth opened, about to say something, but he stopped, instead running after Hinata. After he was alone, Hayashi placed his head in his hands. Hinata, I can't tell you how sorry I am, but this is how it must be. I can only pray your mother would forgive me, but I know she never would. I wouldn't either. Niji ran after Hinata, trying to catch up to her. He couldn't believe what was happening. He had used his Byakugan to look into the room and read Hinata and Hayashi's lips. He wished that he never left Hinata alone in there. Just what was happening? Never did he think Hayashi would be capable of this. Never did he think a father could do this to their daughter. Something wasn't right. But that didn't change what had happened. It didn't change what words had been said. He would do everything he could to protect Hinata, but there was only so much he could accomplish. He had the caged bird seal as well. If the main family truly tried to follow through with what Hayashi said, he wouldn't be able to stop them. But he wasn't alone. He could ask someone else for help if he needed to. He knew for sure that Lee would be able to help, and if not, Naruto would be able to. Yes, he would go to Naruto and Lee as fast as he could to see if they could help. For now, he needed to get to Hinata and calm her down, and she had gotten a lot faster over the years. She was beginning to stumble slightly, Niji seeing her beginning to hyperventilate. She walked through the entrance of the Hyuga compound, falling in the middle of the road. To his relief, it was empty, and he was quick to get to her and try and get her back to her feet. He knelt next to her, trying to get her attention. Lady Hinata. Lady Hinata, please get up. Everything's going to be. Please. Stop calling me that. I'm not a lady, I'm barely even a Hyuga anymore. He reeled back slightly at her words, unsure what to say. Hinata. Why is this happening, Niji? I know father isn't a bad man, so why is he doing this? He was quiet, unsure of what to say. Something wrong, Hinata? He looked up, a shadow looming above him. Naruto was there, a small frown on his face as he stood before them. Hinata turned as well, lifting her head to look up at him. There were tears in her eyes, her face a bright red. Naruto? What are? She stopped before shaking her head quickly. No, I'm fine. Just go away. Naruto tilted his head curiously, an amused expression on his face. Really? It doesn't seem like that to me. Do you need help with something? Niji was surprised at Hinata's reaction to Naruto's words, a face of rage taking over her. Do I need help? What would you know about it, huh? She shifted slightly, facing toward him while still kneeling on the ground. How would you know what it's like, huh? You're an orphan, Naruto. You don't know anything about it. You don't know what it's like to watch your father tear your life apart. She was breathing heavily, Neji placing a hand on her shoulder. She shrugged his hand off her, her anger pouring out of her. What could you possibly do to help me? Huh? I'm tired of being the one that needs help all the time. I'm tired of being the one that is never good enough. So, tell me, what could you possibly understand about me? Naruto was silent, Neji watching to see his reaction. His face was passive, unyielding as he took Hinata's verbal assault. Finally, he spoke, his voice quieter than he expected. I didn't ask you to explain anything to me. I don't need to understand your situation. It doesn't matter. Now, I'll ask again, and I expect an answer. Do you need help with something? Hinata stared at him, her eyes wide as her face softened. She looked down for a moment, before nodding softly. Naruto grinned, taking off the large pink coat around his shoulders, and draping it around Hinata. He started walking toward the entrance of the compound, Neji questioning him. Wait, Naruto. What are you going to do? He laughed, it was a harsh and terrifying thing, the air surrounding him seeming to get thicker with every step he took. Oh, don't worry Neji, I'm just gonna have a quick chat with Hinata's father. I already told you, I can be very convincing. He slowly walked into the compound, Neji staring at his back dumbfounded. He stood up, bringing Hinata up with him as she clutched the sides of Naruto's jacket. He heard the breaking of wood and yelling erupt in the compound, but he ignored it, more worried about Hinata. It was about 2 minutes later, when he realized that he never told Naruto what Hayashi looked like. The tapping of a cane could be heard as he made his way down the hallway, Danzo slowly approaching the hospital room. It seems that it had worked, though he didn't expect such a violent reaction. Still, it was something that he could take advantage of. He reached the door, opening it and stepping inside. He walked in slowly, taking a seat in the chair beside the hospital bed. He looked into the other man's eyes. Over a quarter of the Hyuga clan, now confined to a hospital bed. It is as I told you, Hayashi, Naruto Uzumaki has no qualms making his own rules. You should have heeded my warning. The man didn't reply, not that it surprised him very much. He must be in rather serious pain, his body covered in bandages. The doctors had said that he would be bedridden for at least a few weeks. It had surprised him. He never expected such ferocity from the blonde, though now he knew better. Still, he was proving a far greater threat than he had realized. The Akatsuki were very wary of him already, so he would be as well. He needed to be careful, one wrong move could spell his demise, but then again, one could say that about anything he did. You realize what this means, do you not? If he were to become Hokage, the Hyuga clan would be in some trouble. I predict that he will only get a slap on the wrist for this incident. Just imagine what he could do if he... What do you want, Danzo? He narrowed his eyes at the interruption, before continuing. The same thing I wanted a year ago. Naruto is a threat to both of us. It is clear he is a common enemy. So, I will ask once again for our benefit. Will you support me, when the time is right? Hayashi glared at it, and Danzo looked right back, never wavering. What are you seeking, Danzo? What could you possibly want that requires the help of so many people and groups? He took a breath, frustrated at the response. I am looking to create a new world order. The shinobi world in its current state has gone on for far too long. I want to improve upon it, fix it. For that, I need support, and most importantly, I need the Hyuga clan. Hayashi sat up with some difficulty, readjusting himself. You're just a war hawk, Danzo. All you care about is progressing your own agenda. Don't lie to me and say that you want to fix the world like some noble man. Humph, it doesn't matter what my plans or goals are. All you need to know is that I can ensure the Hyuga survive for generations to come. As you are now, you'll simply destroy yourselves. So, what will it be? Hayashi glared, but he was clearly in deep thought. A minute later, Hayashi gave his answer, Danzo getting up and walking out of the room. The Koto Amatsukami was truly a powerful tool, enabling him to manipulate Hayashi into betraying his own daughter a year in advance. Still, he would need it again. He had 1 year, then he would be able to use it once again. Within that time, there was much to be done. The Akatsuki thought they controlled him, but they would learn that he was the one in control here. He walked out of the hospital, never seeing the small string attached to his shoulder disappearing. Chapter 19. Sasuke looked onward, quite surprised at what he saw. When Naruto had told him that he was planning to build some mansion, he severely underestimated just how large it would be. Already there were construction crews tearing down several of his clan's former homes, making way for the building. Based on how much they were tearing down, it would be more than enough room to fit all of them, probably a dozen more people as well. Well, he certainly doesn't hold back on these things, does he? Sasuke looked over, Sakura having a small smirk on her face as she looked at the construction. He nodded toward her, looking around the compound. Yeah, it's quite the change around here. He looked around, not sure what to think. This was where he grew up, where his clan had lived for a century. He knew that he had agreed for all of this to happen, but standing here, seeing it happen before his eyes? That made him think twice about his decision. He thought back to that moment, thinking about when Naruto asked him to make such a major decision. He remembered how painful it was walking through the empty compound every day. But, when everyone stayed with him, spent time in the normally silent compound, he completely forgot about the pain that Itachi had caused. Deep down, he knew this was the right decision. Naruto had been right. Naruto told him that he would help, and he knew that he wasn't lying. He was stronger now, much stronger. He had friends to help him, to guide him and help him heal from the scars that Itachi had left. Yes, he was glad that Naruto included him in this little family of theirs. Hey, are they going to take your house down too, Sasuke? Temari's voice snapped him out of thoughts, making him look around for a moment. It seemed the construction was slowly wrapping around his own home, meaning that two would soon be gone, remade into the home that Naruto envisioned for them. He nodded toward her, walking toward the front door. It seems so. We'll have to take one of the other houses soon. They probably won't take it down tonight though, so we can stay here one last time. He was glad for that, in all honesty. There were still things that he had to say to this old house, memories that he finally had to let go of. He walked in, Sakura, Temari and Lee following behind him. He didn't have a particularly large house by any means. Sakura and Temari shared one room, Lee and Sasuke shared another. Naruto decided that he deserved his own room, and conveniently decided that Sasuke's was his favorite, and kicked him out of it. It didn't really bother him. He wasn't that attached to his own room, and he and Lee took the guest room, not wanting to stay in Itachi's or his parents' rooms. That left only one more room in the house, and with how Naruto just seemed to gather people around him, he understood why he wanted to build this new house of his. He walked in, heading toward his room quickly and throwing his bag onto his bed. He stretched, heading towards the living room and sitting on the couch, happy to be home and out of the desert. He looked up at the ceiling, hearing everyone settle in around him as he got lost in his thoughts. He had to wonder, what was it with Naruto and gathering people around him? It was something that he found rather strange. He was protective of them, possessive almost. He was easily angered by anyone even insulting them, having had a couple incidents during their trip. Was it because he was an orphan? He turned slightly, seeing Lee head into the kitchen, most likely to start making food. He was another one that was strange. Naruto and Lee seemed to have known each other for years, probably since childhood. Perhaps they were from the same orphanage. Still, they were radically different people, but they had two things in common. They were terrifyingly powerful. Naruto was a true prodigy, using his skill and stratagem to simply unravel his opponents effortlessly. And even if that failed, his strength and speed were seemingly unrivaled, able to easily trade blows with Jiraiya, even at the start of their training. Lee was a bit different. He was like a juggernaut, an unstoppable force with the strength and ferocity to match. Yet he always kept his cool, always unyielding no matter what he faced. He prayed he never saw the day those two seriously fought each other. Still, where did they gain this strength, those techniques? Where did the two even come from? Two no-name orphans becoming that powerful all on their own? Practically impossible. He thought about asking, it came up constantly during the trip, but he never did. After all, what did it matter? They were strong, they were powerful, but more importantly, they were family now. That was what Naruto saw them as. He knew that Naruto would go above and beyond for them, and after all he had done for him, Sasuke knew now that he would do the same. He sat up walking into the kitchen as Sakura called out for him. It seemed food was almost done. He sat down at the table, Temari setting down plates as Lee began to finish cooking. He looked at the chair at the far end of the table, knowing exactly who it was for. Naruto seemed to love sitting there, though he tried to hide it. He would catch him from time to time, not eating and simply watching them, that ever-present grin of his softening slightly. He sat at the chair next to it, looking up at the clock on the far wall. Naruto had been gone for quite a while, far longer than a simple mission report should take. He frowned, standing up again and walking toward the front door. I'm going to go find Naruto, he should have been back by now. Sakura turned toward the clock for a moment, before nodding and waving toward him. All right, but be quick about it. The food is going to get cold otherwise. He nodded, opening the front door and preparing to walk out. He didn't need to. He looked up, seeing Naruto stand before the door with a wide grin on his face. He sighed, he knew that look. He looked behind him, seeing Neji and Hinata standing behind him and seeming embarrassed. Hinata had Naruto's coat wrapped around her. Not bothering to ask, he stepped aside, giving them room to walk in and giving Naruto a deadpan stare. He simply laughed as he walked in, heading toward the kitchen. Heh. You're no fun, Sasuke. Aren't you even going to ask why they're here? He closed the door as Neji and Hinata walked in, quickly gathering 2 more chairs for the new arrivals. Knowing you, I'm pretty sure I don't want to know. He set the chairs down as everyone greeted each other, Sasuke being the last to get his food and take a seat. Hinata took his former seat, making Sasuke sit at the far end of the table. It was cramped with the 2 extra people, but they all managed. A couple minutes later, he couldn't hold in his curiosity. He set down his chopsticks and looked over at Naruto. So, Naruto looked up toward him, cocking his head to the side and feigning confusion. So, what? He repressed a sigh, already regretting even trying to find out more. So, what happened after you left today? A light seemed to go off in Naruto's head, though Sasuke knew he was just messing with him. Ah, yes. So, first I went off to talk with Tsunade about the mission in Wave, then I spent some time with Konohamaru, that strange kid in the orange jumpsuit. After that, I walked around and ran into Hinata and Neji and invited them to have dinner with us, sent a quarter of the Hyuga clan to the hospital, and we also went shopping to look at furniture for the new. Sasuke's eyes snapped open, motioning for Naruto to stop talking. Wait, you did what now? He feigned ignorance again, merely cocking his head to the other side as he stared at him. Well, we're going to need new furniture, of course. As nice as your stuff is, Sasuke, I prefer something a bit more. Temari interrupted this time, also seeming to catch on. Not that. What was that about sending the Hyuga clan to the hospital? He grinned toward her, picking up a slice of beef with his chopsticks and taking a small bite. Well, I sent a bunch of them to the hospital. Or, they should be there by now. I didn't take them there myself, of course. Sasuke put his elbows on the table, resting his face in his hands for a second before looking up slightly, staring Naruto in the eye, or glasses in this case. And why did you send a quarter of the Hyuga clan to the hospital? Naruto was about to answer before stopping, taking on a confused expression. Finally, he answered, laughing maddeningly. Heh. I have no idea. Sasuke groaned as Naruto continued to laugh, the slice of beef hanging out of his mouth. Neji shakenly raised his hand up, thankfully being the one to offer some sort of explanation. Actually, that would be because of us. Lady Hinata and I were in a bit of trouble in the clan. Naruto found us and decided to take us in. Though, we didn't ask him to fight the clan head. Sakura spoke up this time, sounding shocked at what had happened while they were at home. You fought the clan head too? Naruto placed his head in his palm, thinking for a minute. I think so. Honestly, they went down so fast I barely even noticed. Heh. Sasuke shook his head, getting up sighing heavily. He looked over at Neji, nodding briefly toward him. Well, we have another room for you too, as long as you don't mind sharing a room. There's 2 beds in there too, so you don't have to worry about that. I'll go get it ready for you too. Hinata finally was able to speak, looking very uncomfortable. Thank you, Sasuke. He sighed again, before smiling slightly toward her. He nodded, turning around and heading toward the other room. It had happened again, it would seem. Someone was in trouble, and needed help, needed guidance, and Naruto was there to save them. It was a bizarre thing, watching everything just seem to work itself out. Naruto was just that kind of person. When you were around him, it felt like you were untouchable, because he was right there with you. He just felt invincible. He walked into the room, coughing slightly as dust started to spring up. Their own rooms were surprisingly well kept over their trip, most likely because of Sakura coming to clean every now and then, but this room was unused, and very dusty. It was his parents' room, one that he hadn't been in many years. He opened the window, trying to vent the room out and get rid of the dust. He started cleaning the surfaces of the room as well, grabbing the old sheets of the beds, his parents' sheets. He shook his head, driving the thoughts from his head. These weren't their sheets anymore. Now, they belonged to Neji and Hinata, if they decided to stay, that is. He took the dirty sheets and placed them in the washing machine in another room, heading back to the kitchen as he waited for the machine to do its work. Everyone was done eating by the time he got back, Sasuke quickly finishing his own food. He looked upward, not quite done with the previous conversation. I trust that you have a plan for the aftermath? Tsunade won't be happy about this, you know? Naruto smiled toward him, leaning back in his chair. You worry too much, Sasuke. Don't worry about Tsunade, I can handle her. For now, we have a bigger problem to take care of. He tilted his head in confusion, wondering what he meant. Naruto gestured to Hinata and Neji, explaining shortly after. If I remember right, you two have a curse seal placed on you by the main branch, right? Neji nodded, leaning forward with hope on his face. Yes. Do you think you can get rid of it? Naruto motioned for him to remove his headband, Niji doing so swiftly. Naruto placed a finger on his forehead, the X-shaped mark beginning to glow slightly before symbols began to flow outward, stretching down Niji's neck and toward his back. Naruto seemed to be in thought, holding his finger on Niji's forehead. Let's head to this new room of yours. I'll need a closer look at the symbols on your back. Niji nodded, standing up and following Naruto as he made his way to their new room. Hinata got up to follow before stopping abruptly and bowing to them. Thank you for the food. She rushed back to follow them, Sasuke shaking his head at the revelation of recent events. His first day back from a tiresome mission and he does this? Why am I not surprised? He couldn't help but chuckle, looking over to Sakura who was washing some of the dishes. She looked back toward him. What is it, Sasuke? He smiled, tilting his head in Naruto's direction. You were right, he really doesn't hold back, does he? Daffy sat on the floor, looking at the symbols played across Niji's back. He could undo this. It would be difficult, it would take a long time, but he could undo it. Honestly, he was rather impressed with how intricate the seal was. It was designed to be easy to apply, but extremely difficult to remove. The one who had the seal could not remove it themselves, requiring someone else to remove it for them. Even then, it would take hours to do so, at least as far as he could tell. If he messed up even once, there was a good chance Niji would die, but he was confident that he would succeed. He wasn't surprised at how strong the seal was though. The thing was supposedly built for generations by the main branch to what it is now. Still, it seems that they grew complacent. As far as he knew, no one in the main branch had the skill necessary to remove something like this. They were just copycats in a way, simply following a set of instructions to create the seal. They had no real idea how it worked, and that meant if he could remove one, he could remove them all. He grinned, taking one final look at the seal before standing up. He walked around Niji, looking down and staring him in the eye. Well, the good news is I can remove the thing if you want. Niji looked like he wanted to celebrate but held off, keeping up with his wording. And the bad news? He sat down, hunching over to be completely level with him. No bad news really, just something I have to know. There's no point in removing that seal if it ends up there later. So, I want to know what you're planning. What's going on in the Hyuga clan right now? Why should I remove that seal of yours? Niji looked down for a moment, looking up at Hinata who sat on one of the beds. He sighed, before looking back toward him, straightening his back. About a year ago, I and a few other members of the branch family decided to begin organizing a rebellion against the main family. Daffy frowned, gesturing for him to continue. We were tired of being the main family's servants, of having to carry this seal with us for all our lives. The threat of pain and death is constant under the main branch. If you can't be useful to the village as a ninja, then you are nothing more than a slave to the main family. Daffy nodded slightly, wanting to know more. So, what was the plan then? With the way that seal is designed, they could kill you almost instantly if they wanted. You would have stood no chance against them? Niji nodded grimly. Yes, you're right. The seal would have prevented us from making any significant resistance. Instead, we wanted to trap the main branch in an unwinnable situation. The branch family in its entirety would make a stand, telling the main branch that we would no longer tolerate the use of the caged bird seal. As a part of the agreement between the Hokage and the various clans in the village, the main branch couldn't kill any Hyuga who were active duty ninja. They could cause us pain, yes, but they couldn't kill us. Daffy began to see the problem immediately. But the ones who weren't ninja were expendable. They were the ones you needed to convince? Niji nodded. Yes. It was a risky plan, and almost doomed to failure, but it was all we had. We had shown that if things continued the way they were, then the branch family would simply cease to exist. Without the branch family, the Hyuga clan's population would drop to unacceptable levels. Excluding Hinata, there are only 11 main branch family members, compared to around 100 branch members. I see then. Without the branch ninja, they would receive less funding from missions and drop in wealth. Essentially, they would stop being the noble clan they are now. You wanted to threaten their wallets, instead of their lives? Niji nodded gravely, avoiding looking at Hinata. Daffy filled the silence. Still, not the greatest plan by any means. In fact, I don't really see how you could have accomplished anything. What did you think would happen afterwards? Did you think that the two branches would just live together peacefully? After all of that? Niji didn't answer, looking toward the floor. No, the main branch would have been far better off just killing you all off save for the ninja. Then, they would just wait for you to have children and give them the seal just like before. They never would have let you go. You're a fool for thinking otherwise. Niji refused to respond, waiting for him to continue. Still, it was a pretty bold plan if nothing else, even if it was stupid. Why, Niji? Daffy stopped, turning slightly, and looking at Hinata. She had a fierce glare on her face, uncharacteristic of the normally quiet girl. Why did you organize all of this? What made you think any of this would be worth all this trouble? Niji was silent for a moment before looking upward. Because I can't stand it anymore, Lady Hinata. Hinata looked even angrier at his words, standing up quickly and glaring down at him. You think you're the only one suffering at the hands of the seal? Everyone feels the same pain you do. That is no excuse to simply. No, that's not it. Hinata stopped, Niji continuing a second later. All those years ago, I made a horrible decision. During our duel, I attacked you with everything I had. I hated you. I wanted nothing more than to see you suffer the same pain I felt as a member of the Branch family. I wanted you to understand exactly how I and everyone else felt. Niji took a breath, continuing. But, it was only years later that I realized. You already knew that pain. Just like us, Hayashi subjugated you as well. You never had the seal, you were never a member of the Branch family, but I knew that you understood us far more than my younger self ever realized. I wasn't tired of being a part of the Branch family. I was tired of seeing you in the Branch family. I was tired of seeing that seal on your forehead. That was why. The two were silent, Daffy seeing the chance to get his answer. So, tell me Niji, what are you going to do now? Niji took a breath, before gaining a determined look on his face. He faced toward him, his eyes seeming to burn with passion. Naruto, I know I have no right to ask this of you. Already, you've done more than I could ever ask. Still, I must, for the sake of Lady Hinata and everyone in the Branch family. Niji bowed his head, his forehead touching the cold wooden floor. Please, help us save our family. Daffy grinned, standing up and maneuvering behind Niji. He pulled the boy back up, ready to get to work on the seal. All right, sounds like fun. Heh. He got to work, beginning to undo the caged bird seal and being sure memorize every bit of it. He felt his shadow clone dispel near the hospital, letting him know everything that it had heard. Originally, he had Danzo followed to see how Pain knew he would be in the mist, already suspecting Danzo. Now he knew something far more important. Danzo had fucked up. He could never prove that he was involved in the old man's death, but Danzo also being involved in this incident as well? There was no such thing as coincidences, not in his mind. Danzo had messed with his family. He had threatened Hinata and Niji, and he was going to pay. Death would be far too forgiving. His chakra flowed through the caged bird seal, Daffy carving the shape of it into his mind. He knew exactly what to do with it. Tsunade sighed as she watched Naruto sit down in the chair in front of her desk. His grin was as wide as ever, leaning back in the cushioned chair as he rested his feet on top of the edge of her desk. She scowled slightly at the look he gave her. He knew why he was here. Yesterday, she was shocked to hear that the blonde had sent a good majority to the ER. No one had died, but it wasn't looking good. She was too tired to deal with it that night, and according to the staff they were all stable for the most part. Still, a ninja putting a clan head in the hospital unprovoked was something she couldn't ignore. So, here she was, ready to give Naruto the obligatory slap on the wrist. That was the infuriating part about this. They both knew she couldn't really do anything. Naruto was stronger than her already, that she didn't doubt. Sure, she was Hokage, but Naruto was too important to the village to do anything more. So, what's up, Tsunade? His words shook her from her thoughts, making her stare at his red-tinted glasses. She leaned onto her desk, folding her hands together professionally, ready to get this over with. Cut the crap, Naruto. What the hell happened yesterday? He laughed. He simply leaned his head back and laughed. It was an eerie thing, really. Something that she hadn't quite expected from him. Still, she knew that he was often like this. Reckless, too strong and too powerful to care about the consequences of his actions. This was just a line that he had never crossed, at least to her knowledge. Naruto was smart though, not a mindless sadist. He wouldn't do something like this without a reason. His head stayed backward, but she could tell his eyes were staring directly at her. Yesterday was a busy day, you'll have to be more specific than that. Heh. He was enjoying this, dragging things out for his own amusement. She resisted the urge to place her head in her hands and pushed onward, wanting to hurry things along. I'm talking about you assaulting the Hyuga clan yesterday. Now, what happened? You aren't someone that would do something like this without a reason, so tell me what's going on. His head leaned forward again, tilting his head slightly, then began speaking a moment later. Well, let's see. I was walking in front of their compound and I found Niji helping a crying Hinata in the middle of the road. So, I asked her what was going on, and she said her father threatened her with something or other, wasn't sure at the time. So, I walked in there to teach him some manners. Of course, I didn't know what he looked like, so I just started guessing. Pretty sure I got him though. She nodded slowly, finally understanding what had happened. She had spoken to Hayashi this morning to get his side of the story. He had told her the conversation he had with his daughter. It wasn't something she agreed with, but it wasn't something she could interfere with either. The Hyuga could simply state that it was a clan affair that didn't affect her ability in the field, and there would be nothing she could do. It wasn't exactly a law, more of an unwritten rule. When the village was first established, this was the agreement her grandfather made with the various clans to convince them to join the Hidden Leaf. To violate that would jeopardize the trust the other clans had in her and the village. Still, this was rather surprising. She always knew that Naruto was rather protective of his friends through Jiraiya's observations during their trip, but she had no idea it was like this. He said he didn't even know how severe the situation was. For all he knew, it was just a rather heated disagreement between the two, yet he didn't hesitate to take whatever action he deemed necessary. That was dangerous. That was exploitable. But she trusted Naruto. She believed that, with his strength and intelligence, he would be more than capable of protecting those around him. She had to. She was always a gambler, and she was betting everything on Naruto. Even if he made decisions that she didn't exactly agree with, she had to support him. She took a breath and gave Naruto the news that Hayashi had told her. Well, you must have the luck of the devil then, Naruto. For whatever reason, the clan head of the Hyuga clan, Hinata's father, wants to brush this issue aside. I assume they want to save face and show that this incident isn't enough to bother the Hyuga clan, but honestly I'm not sure. Naruto raised an eyebrow, apparently also surprised to hear that. She continued, wanting to move on from this. Now, I'm going to assume that Hinata and Neji are going to be staying with you from now on. As Hokage, I'm not supposed to interfere with clan affairs. This means I cannot make any decisions on where the two live, whether it's with you or the Hyuga. He chuckled lightly, lowering his raised brow. My, aren't you rather crafty? I trust you didn't bring me here just to tell me that, did you? She watched as his head leaned to her side, where Jiraiya was waiting on the roof outside her office. She shook her head. No, Jiraiya is back a day earlier than expected, and you said you wanted to speak with him. The window opened swiftly, Jiraiya stepping inside with his usual smile on his face. The window closed behind him, Jiraiya speaking to his protege. Well, I've heard you've been busy, kid. What's going on that's so important anyways? Tsunade nodded, also curious what Naruto wanted. He wasn't one that asked for help for assistance, often simply not needing it in the first place. For him to ask Jiraiya of all people for something was rather strange, to put it lightly. Naruto took on a serious expression, his feet removing themselves from her desk and placed on the floor. He leaned forward, giving Jiraiya his full attention. I want you to unlock the nine-tail seal. Absolutely not. She stared slightly shocked at their interaction. The two met each other with stern expressions, neither of them wavering in their decision. She decided to intervene before things spiraled out of control. Okay, hold on. Naruto, why do you want to unlock the seal? He was silent for a moment, continuing to look at Jiraiya before facing her. I've been talking to the fox. He said that he can communicate with the other tailed beasts if the seal is removed. He can find them? She understood now, voicing her thoughts. You want to find the other Jinchuriki and tailed beasts, get to them before the Akatsuki do. She turned to Jiraiya, already guessing why he had different thoughts about Naruto's plan. So, I'm guessing that. Jiraiya nodded, confirming her thoughts. Yes. During our training, we tried to get a handle on the fox's chakra. He couldn't do it. He barely got to the second tail before losing control, and even the first was difficult for him. Hell, drawing any of it was having effects on him. Opening it entirely? Out of the question. Jiraiya sighed, crossing his arms. Besides, what makes you think that the fox would even help you anyway? Naruto scowled, standing up. Is it really so surprising? The Akatsuki are after him as well. It only makes sense that he would want to help defeat them. Whatever they want, it's obvious that the tailed beasts are important to their plan. The more we help stop that, the better off we'll be. She looked toward Jiraiya, and she could see it. She saw the conflict in his eyes. Trusting the nine tails to help them wasn't something that was easy for either of them. As far as she knew, the fox was a natural disaster. A monster in every sense of the word. To Jiraiya, it was worse than that. The fox was the reason behind Minato's death. He simply didn't want its help. But she knew Jiraiya. She knew that Jiraiya trusted and believed in Naruto more than anything. He wanted to trust him with this, but he just couldn't. She knew how to help. How about this then dash? They turned toward her, wondering what she meant. In Umbu, we have someone that should be able to help you gain control of the fox's chakra. I wanted to send him with you on your trip, but he was on a long-term mission and couldn't be called back. I can get him back in 3 days, and he can help you gain control of the fox's chakra. Naruto, if you can gain control of 5 tails of chakra, then Jiraiya will open the seal for you, got it? They both grimaced, neither fully accepting of the agreement, but it was better than nothing. She sighed, ready for a drink. Now, is there anything else? Naruto shook his head, walking out of the office. Jiraiya did the same, waiting for him to leave. She called out to him before he left, catching him just as he opened the door. Head to your team's training ground in 3 days, he'll meet you there. She saw him nod and close the door behind him. With that done, she turned back to Jiraiya, ready for his report. So, how did it go? Jiraiya sighed heavily, taking a seat. Not good. Mifune agreed to hosting a Kage meeting, but the Stone and Cloud don't find it serious enough to warrant something like that. She nodded, grabbing a bottle of sake from her drawer and 2 small cups. She began pouring, talking all the while. Didn't think it would work. Still, we have to do something about this. If the other nations don't take this seriously, it could spell disaster down the road. She took a drink at the same time as Jiraiya, the man pouring the next set for them. Well, at least the mist seems to be with us along with the sand. The only thing we can do is wait for the Akatsuki to make a move and prove how dangerous they really are. She growled as she downed the next cup, not liking the idea. You know that's not ideal, Jiraiya. We can't just wait around and let the Akatsuki do what they want. Naruto is right, we have to stop them and track them down first. The best way to do that is by tracking down the Jinchuriki. Any luck in that at least? He nodded hesitantly, something that worried her. A bit. I've been able to gather that the 3 tails has manifested again in mist, though we don't know its exact location yet. The 6 tails Jinchuriki is still missing though. No luck there. The hidden stones Jinchuriki seem to be a mystery as well, no one seeming to know where they are. As for the Cloud, the 2 tails left the village on a mission recently, though I don't know where. The Raikage's brother is still in the village. She nodded, counting in her head. And the last one, the 7 tails? He snorted loudly at that, taking another drink. Apparently she left the hidden waterfall a couple days ago. According to my sources, she was tired of being confined in the village all the time. No idea where she is honestly. Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose, thinking about what Jiraiya had said. Even with his spy network, they only confidently knew the location of one other tailed beast, besides Naruto and Gaara of course. It wasn't good, but they had to make it work, they had no other choice. Gather everything you can on the 3 and 7 tails. A tailed beast can't hide for long, and the 7 tails Jinchuriki is young, right? Jiraiya nodded toward her. Good, she'll be less experienced than the hidden stone and mist's Jinchuriki and easier to find. Track them down, Jiraiya. He nodded toward her, getting out of the chair. I'll stay in the village until Tenzo comes back and give Naruto the same intel before I leave. He began walking out, before she stopped him. One more thing, Jiraiya. He stopped, turning around. She continued. Gather more intel on the Akatsuki themselves as well. I trust you've read the report I gave you? He nodded, a grim look in his eyes. She ignored it, continuing. Minato is back. This leader, Pain, is dangerous. Orochimaru is also a member of them and is not holding back. More worrisome, is Pain's eyes. Katsuyu mentioned them in passing, but I think we both know what they are. The Rinnegan? His voice was quiet, whisper-like. She kept going, not questioning him. Naruto never mentioned it, but he probably doesn't know the significance of it. It isn't something mentioned in the academy. Find out who Pain is, Jiraiya. He nodded, placing a foot on the windowsill. Trust me, Tsunade. He looked toward her, his face set in stone, a furious look engraved upon it. I'm already on it. He jumped out, Tsunade leaning back in her chair. She took one more swig before placing the bottle back in its drawer. She looked outside, realizing that it was barely noon, and she was already drinking. That look Jiraiya had. She didn't know what made him so angry, but she trusted he knew what he was doing. She had her own job to do. She looked over to the stack of papers to her right, grabbing the top sheet and placing it in front of her. She got back to work, thinking about the future of the village, and the threat the Akatsuki were making themselves. She couldn't help but laugh as she ran through the forest, looking around the new landscape around her. She had never been so far away from the village before, and the thrill of traveling through unfamiliar lands had never died over the past few days. She had honestly lost track of how long she had been gone. She didn't hate her village, not by any means, but she was tired of being confined to the village for so long. She wanted to explore the world, be free to meet others who didn't know of her burden and make friends in new lands. She cringed slightly as she thought of home. Shibuki would be mad, like, really mad. But he would understand eventually. Besides, she wouldn't be gone for long anyways. Maybe one more day, then she would head back. Plus, it was his fault anyway. She wanted to go to the Chunin exams, but the guy said no. He said it would be too dangerous and that she shouldn't reveal herself as a Jinchuriki. Pfft, whatever. She was super strong and staying in the village all the time was very boring. No one there talked to her very much, and there was nothing to do but train. Quite frankly, she needed a change of scenery, a vacation of sorts. She smiled as she dove off the branch she was on, bug-like wings sprouting from her lower back as she began to fly around the trees. She saw light, the trees disappearing from her sight as she gazed upon a wide, grassy field. The sun shone down upon it, the light giving it a magical glow. She felt the wind rush past her face, her smile widening. She looked down, shocked to see 3 people walking down a dirt path cutting through the field. She grinned, swooping down in front of them as fast as she could and stopping right in front of the 3. Boo! She grinned, but it fell slightly when she noticed that she didn't scare them. She shrugged it off though, hovering off the ground with her hands folded behind her as she introduced herself to the mysterious people. Hee hee. Hi there. My name's Fu. It's nice to meet ya. The 3 stood there, seeming slightly shocked at her appearance. She couldn't help but feel a swell of pride at that, knowing the effect her brilliance had on others. The one with the silvery hair turned to the other, seemingly bewildered. Hey, Kakuzu, you seeing this shit? This ain't who I think it is it? She was slightly worried that he seemed to know who she was but shrugged it off when she saw the headband on the other. Hey, you're from the hidden waterfall too? That's awesome. She was smiling but stopped when she looked behind the 2 in front of her. The 3rd man was behind them. He was large, heavily muscled and rather intimidating. The thing that caught her attention was the thing he was hauling on his shoulder. It was wrapped in a large sheet, a mass of blonde hair coming out of the end she could see. A body. There was something else about him. His skin seemed to have cracks running along it, and the sclera of his eyes were pitch black. She chuckled nervously, backing away slightly. The waterfall ninja spoke up as she began to back away. It would seem so, Haiden. It is quite fortunate that we would run into 2 Jinchuriki in one day. I told you skipping your stupid ritual would. She ignored his next words, jumping backward as fast as she could. The large man dropped the body, rushing toward her quickly. He was fast, unbelievably so. She gathered Komiai's chakra, creating hundreds of strings and wrapping them around her, quickly forming a cocoon. It was smaller than she liked, but she didn't have time to make it any larger. She made a hand sign, taking a breath and ready to drop her cocoon and release her scale powder. She didn't know who these guys were, but she wanted nothing to do with them. Just as she was ready to drop the cocoon, a hand, covered in lightning, burst through the wall without resistance. The hand grabbed her, wrapping around her mouth and pulling, dragging her through her cocoon. The lightning coursed through her, her scream muffled by the hand around her mouth. She pushed the pain away, gathering more of Komiai's chakra. Red chakra began surrounding her, forming a cloak around her. She prepared to attack the arm grabbing her but didn't get the chance. A sharp knee from the man drove into her stomach, knocking the wind out of her. She couldn't breathe, but she didn't give up. Komiai's chakra began to peel at her skin, the familiar but painful stage 2 cloak beginning to manifest. The man didn't seem to care, using his arm and slamming her head into the ground underneath her. She felt the ground instantly cave under his strength. She could feel a crater quickly form around her, the once beautiful field being turned to dust. He lifted her up and slammed down once again. She felt rock and stone crumble as she was driven further into the earth. She was losing consciousness now. She felt her connection to Chomei begin to slip, the chakra she was borrowing begin to slip from her grasp. She could hear the tailed beast say something to her, but she couldn't make it out, her head filled with stars. She felt her limp body rise once more, and quickly slammed down one final time. She heard and felt something crack, and she had the feeling it wasn't the bedrock this time. The hand let go, and she tried to focus her eyes. She looked upward, seeing the dark-skinned man stand above her, the other 2 higher up at the edge of the deep crater. Man, kinda glad we brought him along. He makes things easier, doesn't he, Kakuzu? The words felt far away, slowly beginning to drift even further. Enough, we'll take her with us. The statue has been placed in the hidden sound this time. We'll be meeting with Orochimaru's subordinates soon, so let's get going. Leader's delay has already wasted enough time. She blinked rapidly, but her vision darkened rather than cleared. She felt herself being lifted, darkness soon overcoming her. Daffy watched as the Jonin walked onto the training ground, Jiraiya beside him. He was rather upset that Jiraiya didn't open the seal right away, but he knew that convincing him would take more than intimidation. If he wanted his way, he would have to prove he could handle Kurama's chakra, but that was no issue. He was planning to achieve that anyway. The Jonin looked up toward him, seeming surprised that he had to look upward at someone much younger than him. Ah, hello there. I assume that you're Naruto then? My name is Yamato, and I'm going to be the one helping you in your training. To say he wasn't impressed would be an understatement. The Jonin known as Yamato was the definition of ordinary. Nothing about him stood out, though he supposed that was a good thing if you were in Umbu. Something else was bothering him though. His aura seemed familiar for some reason. He knew that he never sensed this man before, but he couldn't shake that he had already sensed him before somewhere. Perhaps this was one of the umbu that guarded him during his new youth that he couldn't remember. Either way, it didn't matter right now, he was more interested in something else. All right, Yamato. Tell me, just how can you help me control the fox's chakra? You don't seem that special to me. The man chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his head. Jiraiya decided to help the man. Yamato here is quite special actually. You see, there is a reason he's been in the umbu for so long. We've been keeping him hidden. Right now, he is the only known user of the wood style. Daffy raised an eyebrow at that. I see, and how exactly is that supposed to help anything? Yamato spoke next, eager to explain. Well, you see Naruto, the wood style can actually be used to suppress a tailed beast's chakra. So, I can help in your training by suppressing the fox's chakra when it begins to overwhelm you. He tilted a head at that, slightly curious. Is that so? And why is wood style able to suppress his chakra? Jiraiya let out a breath at that, getting his attention. To be honest, no one really knows. The first Hokage was able to pacify the Nine Tails by himself using his wood style. But, unfortunately, I'm not as powerful as the first Hokage. Daffy let out a sigh, already getting a headache as he thought about things. Okay, so how are you going to help me if you're not able to suppress the Nine Tails, and how do you even have wood style in the first place? I thought Tsunade was the last of the Senju clan now. Jiraiya stepped forward, getting something from his pocket. How Yamato has the wood style is a story for another time. For now, this is how we'll get around Yamato not being as strong as the first. A necklace dangled from Jiraiya's hand, one that he recognized. Tsunade's necklace? What does that have to do with anything? Jiraiya grinned toward him, quickly looping it around his neck. That thing there is infused with the first chakra. Yamato can use the chakra inside to supplement his own, allowing him to more easily suppress the Nine Tails as long as you're wearing it. Daffy sighed, having enough of the explanations and ready to get started with things. Whatever, let's just get started then. What do you need, Yamato? The Jonin grinned slightly, clasping his hands together. Hokage-style 60-year-old technique, entering society with bliss-bringing hands. Wooden pillars with spikes facing toward him began to erupt from the ground, forming a circle around him. Yamato sat on the ground, his palm facing toward him as he adopted a serious expression. All you have to do is stay inside the circle and I can suppress the chakra whenever we need to. He gave the man a look, taking a seat as Jiraiya walked off to stand near Yamato. You really need to work on the name of that technique. He took a breath as he prepared himself, Kurama already taking the hint and beginning to give him some chakra. He felt it coil outward from his stomach, feeling it burn through his body. It was always like this, like fire running through his body, boiling like blood. He took the pain in stride. He had felt worse, after all. The heat he felt could never compared. I'm gonna survive no matter what you do to me and I will. I will come kill every single one of you. He grit his teeth, the chakra in his body continuing to course through him. He felt something within him begin to sway but kept going, no longer needing to hold back. He gathered more of Kurama's chakra, feeling the first tail begin to manifest behind him. He grabbed more, letting it travel throughout his body as, they're celestial dragons. Don't kill them. Make them suffer for the rest of their lives. It was happening again. He was losing control of his body. He could feel his mind beginning to get lost in his memories. His body burned, but it wasn't from the chakra. He could feel rage welling up inside of him. He could hear something in the background, past the roaring flames that seemed to come from all around him. It sounded like laugh. Why did you take away the power I had? We can't undo what you've done now. I'm going back to the Holy Land, by taking your head. His vision was completely darkened now, encompassed by a roaring flame. He could see them past the red-hot glow, the crowd of people begging for his death. He felt his vision turn, looking behind him and seeing the man once again. He heard him speak, his voice grating on the trillions of nerves throughout his body. Doflamingo. Rosinante. I'm sorry you had to have a father like me. He roared, an explosion of energy snuffing out the flames, the crowd falling, unconscious. He raised his hand, the pistol in his grasp rising with it, pushing up against the man's skull. He pulled as hard as he could, feeling the trigger. Naruto. He opened his eyes, seeing Jiraiya look at him with slight concern. He composed himself quickly, refusing to look affected by what he had seen. How long was I out? Jiraiya smiled slightly, helping him up. He had only just realized that he was laying on the ground now. Just a few seconds. Seems like Yamato really can help you. Usually you're out for almost a half an hour. He nodded curtly, looking over at Yamato who seemed to be winded, a bead of sweat dripping down his temple. How far did I get? Jiraiya stood up straight, pulling him along with him. He sighed slightly. Two tails again. It seems like Yamato can help you recover more quickly, but he can't actually help you control the chakra itself. That part's up to you. He nodded, not really caring one way or the other. Jiraiya clapped his hands, getting his attention. Well, I need to get going. Got more intel to gather and I have some info for. He was interrupted as a puff of smoke erupted beside him. It was a messenger toad, one that he knew was responsible for sending him critical reports from his spy network. Jiraiya grabbed the scroll that unrolled from the toad's mouth, the toad disappearing a second later. He unfurled it, reading it quickly. His face folded into a grimace, and he knew something was wrong. What is it? Jiraiya looked toward him after he asked, sighing heavily. Trouble. One of my informants caught wind that the cloud's Jinchuriki, the two tails, was grabbed by the Akatsuki. That was yesterday? His eyes narrowed, his chakra flowing through his body. Where is he? Where's the Jinchuriki now? Jiraiya brushed a hand through his long hair, giving him a regretful look. Actually, and no clue. They couldn't track down where they were going. They were intercepted by unmarked ninja. He grinned toward the man, walking back to the village. He heard Jiraiya from behind him. Where are you going, Naruto? His haki pulsed outward, quickly focusing on the one that could help him. He had been busy getting everyone settled in the new house over the last few days, but now he had time. Going to get some intel. You get going, Jiraiya, I'll find out where that Jinchuriki is. He ignored their words about training, he was done with it for today. He had something more important right now, a private meeting that was long overdue. Danzo walked through the corridor, his root ninja lining the walls to his office. He was in his hidden base under the Hokage monument, one that wasn't on any official records. Things were going well today, having gotten a report that his ninja were able to suppress Jiraiya's spy network with moderate success. More importantly, was the package waiting in his office, the new arm that Orochimaru had promised him. He had waited a long time for this, and already was preparing the surgery room to attach the limb to his body. With that and the hidden Uchiha records he had acquired, he could increase his chances of survival should he be confronted by the Akatsuki. He wasn't a fool, he knew he was getting old. Hiruzen's death had showed the effects that age had done, and Hiruzen was stronger than he was. If he couldn't defeat Orochimaru by himself, then he stood no chance against foes equally as powerful. But, with the Izanagi, he could gain an advantage like no other. It wasn't perfect, of course. It would take time to learn how to use the technique. According to Orochimaru and Madara, Hashirama's cells would make it much easier to learn and use the Izanagi, just like how they enhanced Chirsue's Sharingan. The Uchiha records confirmed that the Izanagi was a true ability, Madara hadn't lied about that. Still, he had to be careful. They didn't know about Chirsue's Sharingan, and he was sure that Itachi would never tell either about such a powerful ability. He was walking a fine line. One wrong move would spell his death, but he was confident that he would come out on top. He just needed to bide his time. He approached the end of the hallway, looking over to Fu at his side. Go make sure the surgical room is prepped and ready. I want no complications. The Yamanaka nodded, turning around and about to make his way to another part of the hideout. Fu stopped when one of the ninja fell over suddenly, unconscious. Danzo stopped, his cane resting on the floor as he looked at the ninja directly to his right. He was on the floor, standing against the wall one moment and unconscious the next. He tilted his head toward the downed ninja, the others around him knowing what to do. The ninja to his left, Toryun, walked in front of him, making his way to inspect the ninja. He fell right before his feet, also unconscious. Danzo narrowed his only visible eye, looking around calmly. His eye widened when he saw what was happening. It was happening again. Not once, not twice, but over and over again. One by one, the ninja lining the walls began to fall. He looked around, wondering what was happening. Fu fell eventually, signaling him that it was time to start moving. He began shuffling quickly through the hallway, watching with shock as all his ninja fell like stones. He had never seen anything like it. How was this happening? If it were something airborne he would be affected as well. Just what was going on? It was then that he heard it. It answered his question only partly. One piece of a puzzle that was far larger than he had ever thought. Danzo thought himself as a hardened man, one that had lived through war and had seen hell. Even so, the laughter that echoed through the hallways foretold a demon that he could never comprehend. Ha ha ha. He moved more quickly, rushing through the hallway toward his office. He could make a stand there. He had more ninja there, and they were hopefully not affected by whatever was going on. He could hear footsteps, slow and steady, echoing off the walls. How did he find him? Why was he here? What did he know? He reached the door, opening it swiftly and stepping inside. He slammed the door behind him, grimacing at what he saw inside. The four ninja were on the floor, unconscious. He grimaced, stepping forward and turning toward the door, his chakra beginning to rumble through his body. He found himself looking at someone's chest, pink feathers lining his peripheral vision. How did dash? A sudden pressure slammed into him, causing him to buckle slightly. He felt something grab his wrists and ankles, pulling him upward and holding him slightly above the air. He looked up slightly, seeing the face of the man holding him captive, refusing to flinch at the view he had. His face was split in a wide grin, his brows furrowed almost violently. He could see veins rippling in his forehead, threatening to burst forth and strangle him. He caught a glimpse of his hands, his fingers moving wildly and violently, wanting to know, needing to be used to rip him apart. He could feel chakra beginning to leak from his body, the pressure around him increasing more and more. The walls began to crack and split. Stones fell from the ceiling as it buckled slightly from the strength of his chakra. He calmed himself, his mind racing and trying to figure out what to do. I need to stay calm here. If he wanted me dead, I would be dead already. He wants something from me. I just have to play things right and survive this encounter. Once I have that arm. You seem surprised to see me. Did you really think I would let you do whatever you wanted? He kept calm as Naruto began to laugh, refusing to flinch as the fierce look from before returned. But, you messed up. I never knew if that intel Kabuto gained came from you. After all, he could have been lying or been lied to. But, I know that you were responsible for what happened to Hinata and Niji. He didn't react, but inside he was panicking slightly. How could he have known though? There's no way that he could know about Koto Amatsukami, so how could he have? You seem surprised? This was worrying now. Naruto was reading him like a book. This wasn't normal. No normal ninja could read him like this. It would take someone with years of experience. It would take someone who had spent at least a decade manipulating others to catch on to him like this. Just how the hell was? Did you really think I wouldn't find it odd that something like that happened so soon after I returned? Did you think I wouldn't suspect you immediately afterward? Such arrogance. I had you followed while I was busy cleaning up the Hyuga compound. And I heard a rather interesting conversation afterward. No, that's impossible. There's no way he could follow me without me or my guards noticing. But don't worry, Danzo, I'm not going to kill you. No, I have something better in mind for you. Right now, I need your help, or, more specifically, I need your spies. He knew what he wanted. He had gotten the report earlier today. You want to know the Two Tails location? Naruto's head tilted slightly. That's right, but you're not going to tell me that right now. No, there's something else we have to take care of first. He grit his teeth, deciding to take a stand now. Naruto needed information only he had, which meant he had the upper hand here. And just what makes you think I'll tell you anything? Naruto laughed. It was a sick thing, full of malice and hate. That's simple. Because, first, I'm going to make you pay for what you did to Niji and Hinata. Naruto placed a glowing finger on his forehead, Danzo struggling all the while. He felt pain, a burning pain exploding throughout his skull. His chakra raced, trying to form a slice of wind that he could send toward the blonde, but it didn't work. He felt Naruto's chakra course through him, interrupting all his attempts to form his techniques. He felt something else burn. His skin, he realized. There was something being burned onto his forehead. He felt blood begin to soak the bandages covering his forehead under Naruto's finger. He felt his body scream at him, wanting the pain to stop. Suddenly, it stopped. He fell, limp as the strings help his body. He could feel them dig into his wrists and ankles. His head was pounding, his eye unfocused for a moment before he refocused with a shake of his head. What did you do? Heh. You know, looking at the seals, I know this hurts, but let's find out just how much, shall we? He formed a hand seal, one that he recognized. He knew what he had done. He knew just how much trouble he was in now. Pain exploded throughout his skull. His vision turned white. He heard himself scream, the pain being too much to bear. He couldn't fight for even a moment, the pain was too much. It was absolute. It stopped. But, how long did it last? He didn't know. Is this really the caged bird seal? I knew it could cause pain, but that was... Heh. It worked even better than expected. You know, that seal seemed to be rather old, so I decided to give it a few upgrades. Glad to see that it causes more pain than the original. The strings unfurled, releasing him and making him fall to the ground. He didn't waste any time, quickly making a hand seal and looking up toward Naruto. He saw the blonde make another hand seal, probably preparing a jutsu, but Danzo's was already ready. Wind style, vacuum walk. He stopped, his breath rushing out of his body as a wave of exhaustion struck him. His vision blurred, his chakra seeming to be so far away. His heartbeat filled his ears, his vision distorting as Naruto's voice echoed throughout the room. Heh. I told you, didn't I? I made a few upgrades. Why should I let you use your chakra against me? He felt a foot touch his shoulder, rolling him onto his back and pushing against his chest, keeping him pinned to the floor. You understand your situation, Danzo? You're mine now. That seal on your forehead means you belong to me. The foot pushed down, his ribs cracking at the force Naruto was exerting. Now, tell me, where is the two tails? He wheezed, gathering his remaining strength to tell him what he wanted to know. Hidden SS sound. He saw Naruto grin, the foot lifting off him. He took a deep breath, regretting it afterward as he began to cough violently. He heard the door open, Naruto beginning to take his leave. See you soon, Danzo. He laid on the ground, listening as the footsteps echoed down the hallway, eventually disappearing. He laid there a while longer, deciding to gather his strength after about an hour and pulling himself up. He limped and grabbed his cane off the floor, hobbling over to the mirror on one end of the office. He removed the bandages around his head, looking at the seal that lay atop his head. He glared angrily at the symbol, a smiley face with a wide grin, a slash going through it diagonally. He smashed a fist against the mirror, cracking it, but he was too weak to break it. He stared at the grinning symbol through the cracked mirror, feeling defeated. Haydn groaned as they finally reached the large underground room, staring up at the enormous statue. He heard the two Jinchuriki being dropped on the floor, snorting slightly in amusement. Well, now we get to stand still for days straight as we seal these things up. Isn't there a faster way to do this? He heard Kakuzu growl, dragging the blonde in front of the statue. Shut it, Haydn. Let's get this over with so we can get back to work. He scowled at the older man, watching as Sound Ninja carried the other Jinchuriki and moved them out of the way. Seriously? More bounty hunting? I thought we were done with that. Don't we have enough money, you damn penny pincher? Kakuzu glared at him with contempt, Haydn ignoring it expertly. You can never have too much money. He rolled his eyes, folding his hands behind his head. Yeah, whatever. As long as you let me sacrifice the next ones to Jashin, I don't really care. He looked around, seeing the Sound Ninja preparing to defend them as they performed the sealing. He thought that leader was being way too cautious, but whatever. It wasn't his job anyway. Still, these guys didn't look very impressive. He looked over to one of them, one with snow-white hair and sharpened teeth. Hey, you. Are you sure you guys are gonna be able to protect us? You don't look all that impressive. The boy scoffed toward him and was about to reply before he was interrupted. It's fine, Suigetsu. Allow me. Haydn looked to his right, seeing someone else approach him. It was another of those zombie things. He was against them at first, unsure how Jashin felt about them, but after seeing what the one with them could do, he didn't really mind. There is nothing to worry about. Even if they get past the regular ninja, I will be more than up for the task. He raised an eyebrow toward him, wondering who this one was. Oh yeah, and who are you? The zombie bowed his head, before introducing himself. My name is Kimimaro,